So for anyone out there who's like, well, I guess President Bush lied to us, you know what? Yeah, he lied to us.
Because you need it.
You need to be lied to because you need a reason. The reason was 9/11.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people.
It is the greatest thing. And yes, we needed to tell the rest of the world some cockamamie story about weapons of mass destruction. Who cares? I see some of them on TV going, you Americans, you bombed our houses. Shut up, you pussy. And you'll see that I will be right about this.
I got to say again, congratulations to President Bush. He just went in and took out Iraq for no reason, really. There's no weapons of mass destruction, and it's great.
War with. This is some cowhead bastards. But he just has the cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
Payback's a bitch, but it's going on now in Iraq for anybody who doesn't understand why we're there. That song is to remind you of the horror of 9/11 when everyone was saying, come on, we got to do something. We got to go after terrorists.
We can't let this happen again.
We're at war. That song is dedicated to the idiots who lie down in traffic today to protest the war in Iraq, who don't understand that this is probably the only option. Otherwise, we're probably going to be annihilated. This will slow things down, trust me. This slows down the money to terrorists. This gets them on the run. This gets them thinking.
People who finance this stuff think twice, too.
They had
They'll be at my door next.
They had no idea that President Bush would take this seriously. They had no idea. They were not expecting the bombardment, the bombing, the constant dropping of bombs on their heads. They were not expecting it. They had forgotten that America's capable of this. We never punished them before for their acts of terrorism. This is all new. And don't forget that this is why we have to do this. As distasteful as it is, as horrible as it is, as awful as it is to have to go in and do a preemptive strike against the country. But it's a new day, a new dawn, and this is what has to be done to fight this war. We are at war. Make no mistake about it.
You can't keep waiting for terrorists to knock down a building every time you want to do something.
Just want to thank Dan, the guy who put that song together. Dan, good job.
Hey, Howard, thanks a lot, man. You know, again, it's all you. And I put together another song for you. It's kind of current about what's going on with the war now. I think you should have it over there someplace.
Yeah, I heard about it. I'm going to listen to it. I'll try to get on the air.
That's great. I get so much feedback on this. I mean, everybody loves how you guys handled yourself during the broadcast, and I think everybody agrees with your views on what's going on.
Not everybody.
Well, I'd say the vast majority, at least the people that seem to contact me, feel that way.
Well, thanks, Dan.
Hey, I hope to see you in Vegas.
Right.
It's going to be a good time, buddy.
Right, Dan.
All right, take care.
Good stuff. Cabbie, what's up?
See, that's the kind of music we need to be playing right now instead of all those Lenny Kravitz peace songs and Beastie Boys against the war. And
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You know what the funny thing is?
Really, the station, I would give them this song to play in rotation, but I don't know if they would do it.
You know what? I think K-Rock, we played it a couple times, with your permission, of course.
All of the stations should be asking me for that. I would give them permission to play that.
You know, these peace protesters, well, like last weekend, they're protesting peace. And they're assaulting police officers.
Right, we're all for peace. This is the way to get it, though.
The protesters are fighting with the cops.
Yeah.
They're not even peaceful.
All right, thanks, Cabbie.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Get out there, wave a flag, support this country, support what's going on, because you know what? If it doesn't end now, 9/11 will happen all over again. God bless America and God bless our troops.
There's Cabbie calling from his bunker.
Yes.
Rob.
Yeah, Howard. Have you seen the cover of the Post today?
I sure did. It's sickening. Did you know that they found in one of Saddam Hussein's sort of I guess it's not a bunker, but like a...
One of his palaces or something?
No, it's like a military planning center.
Oh, one of his, headquarters.
Headquarters that we took over.
Wow.
There's a big, giant mural painted of 9/11, the Twin Towers, and a plane right in the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Big, beautiful mural of that. Anybody doubt that guy financed it?
Even if he had nothing to do with it, just for that mural.
Yeah, just kill him for the mural.
He's got no links to Al-Qaeda, you Hollywood scumbag.
Yeah, come here.
Michael Moore.
Yeah, he's got no links to Al-Qaeda. He's got a painting of it. Like it's... Oh, my God.
We also found, like, tons of Susan Sarandon videos.
Yeah.
He likes her?
He's a big fan.
So the Banger Sisters on a reel.
Yeah.
By the way, they say that some peaceniks are going to be disrupting normal life in New York today because Iraq is under siege and their lives have been disrupted. New York's life should be disrupted. Their daily lives, regular, normal lives should be disrupted. Our lives were already disrupted on September 11th.
Who's doing that?
There's some organization. They're supposed to be all over the city today, tying up traffic and stuff.
If they're going to lay down on the road, I'll run them over.
Yeah, you'd just be a road bump to me.
I wish I'd see them, because I would just keep driving. I'd say, hey, I didn't see you. Sorry.
But
we've already been disrupted.
If they prevent me from watching the Syracuse-Auburn game, there's going to be a lot of trouble. I'm an American. I want to watch basketball.
I don't think the Iraqis had any problem on September 11th.
Hey, Stuart, you're on the air, brother.
Good morning, Howard. Hey, check this out. I was watching C-SPAN, right? And they show TV broadcasts from different countries. They were showing one from Iraq. And, like, you know the way, like, Bush has this axis of evil with Iraq, Iran, and North Korea? The Iraqis are accusing us of being part of an axis, the United States, Great Britain, and Israel.
No, who cares what Iraq says?
But bunch of dummies.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. You know what? England, United States, and Israel are in cahoots. Of course we are. We're all allies. So why wouldn't... There's nothing false about that statement for once coming out of Iraq. And who cares what he thinks? He's absolutely right. They're all allies. And guess what?
What?
He's going to be out of power soon, probably dead, hopefully.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, don't you see the war going that way? I do. The only thing that's holding us back from winning it in 2 days is that we're fighting a politically correct war. We're afraid to kill any civilians. So we should have bombed the hell out of them for 2 weeks straight and just leveled it would have looked like a pancake. There'd be no people alive. Then we would have marched into Baghdad, and we'd start a new country over there. Whoever lives through it, the 3 people that live, they get to repopulate.
They get to be president, vice president, and
there you
Senate.
go. Yeah. And we could have leveled the whole country. This is the first war where we're worried about the civilians, and the government is not worried about the civilians.
There was a report this morning that there's these paramilitary in Basra. They're shooting the people who are trying to run out of the city.
Yeah, the Iraqi soldiers are firing on their own people who just want to leave.
Yeah, if we were real scumbags, we would say, listen, here's what we're going to do for you. We're going to try to leave a man and a woman so you can start again.
Yeah, you can start over.
Yeah. That's Adam and Eve.
Right.
Or Ahmad and whatever.
Eve.
Ahmad and Eve. Ahmad and Eve. But we're nice. We're fighting a nice, friendly war. Like in Vietnam, we didn't want to drop too many bombs.
Oh, brother. So we're making the same mistake twice, I guess.
No, it's not going to be a mistake because it's different terrain, and you got, if you want to hand anything to Saddam Hussein, he's got people who were a little more loyal than we thought they would be. Unfortunately, most of our casualties are from us firing on each other.
That happens in war.
We shot down a British plane. We had two troops, 2 different, whatever you call them, battalions, firing on each other by accident, friendly fire.
And we did have one guy in our own troops who wanted to roll a grenade into the,
Yeah, I mean, that's where we've seen the most casualties. Other than that, we could have run through this country in 2 days if we just leveled them. But look at Baghdad. You can see on the news.
Yeah.
Most of Baghdad's still standing. It's fine, and there's nothing wrong with it.
What I can't figure out is why we didn't take out the Iraqi TV at first so they couldn't broadcast any propaganda to their people.
I didn't think it would last that long.
No, but it's the damn satellite.
Well, didn't they say that the TV station was...
by the way, the Iraqi people have no satellite. Otherwise, in Iraq, it's against the law to have a satellite.
Right.
because you would pick up American television and realize you were being scammed.
Yeah, but what they do broadcast somehow is coming over a satellite.
Yeah.
And it's shared with a bunch of other countries, and you'd knock out all those countries' television, too.
So? See, again, we care. You know, I mean, like, why do we care? Who cares about these other countries?
If it's not in English, I don't care.
Right. It's
for sympathy, huh?
It's a politically correct war, and that's the problem. That's why we have to have casualties. It really sucks.
Oh, well, and you know, just the same, just for the sake of mentioning, the same kind of rhetoric that we're given about them. You know, they're calling Bush, you know, a criminal and a terrorist.
Let them call him whatever they want. One guy's going to be alive at the end, and one guy's going to be dead. And my bet's on Saddam Hussein. Now, I'll tell you another good piece of news that's coming out of Iraq.
Go ahead.
It seems they've discovered, what a shock, a tremendous Al-Qaeda presence hiding away in Iraq. That's coming out of the news this morning.
Oh, really? Because the guy at my gym yesterday started giving me an earful.
Oh, how Iraq has nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah.
That's why they've got big posters of it all over the murals.
I had this Vietnam veteran. We were on the bikes, and he was next to me, and he just started giving me an earful that we shouldn't be there, that North Korea is a much bigger threat, that this is just us beating the crap. It's George Bush beating the crap after beating the crap out of someone after 9/11 that he could. Sort of flexing his muscles.
There's a big Al-Qaeda presence. And I don't have all the details yet. This is just coming out. Not only that.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say. There's some other sort of news coming out of there, but I can't think about. Something about Syracuse.
And who are they playing?
No, but there's a whole thing, you know, going on over there where you know, we're going to discover. You know, people go, well, where's the weapons of mass destruction? It sounds like we have time to look for them right now.
Yeah, well, people are shooting at you. You don't go looking for the chemical weapons.
Yeah.
And same old argument. I mean, why would they have all these, you know, they raided one former headquarters and they found some, like, chemical suits and chemical antidotes. I mean, why would they have all that?
Yeah, well, yeah, because they're getting ready to unleash their chemical weapons. But
right, they keep leaving their suits behind.
Yeah. Hey, here's the cool thing, too.
Yeah.
This isn't really, it's not good, but it's something I learned. So yesterday here in New York, a whole bunch of dudes were, you know, peace dudes were running around. They were going to lay down in the middle of the street and block traffic on Fifth Avenue and stuff. So buddy of mine's an undercover cop. So he had to go out there and watch the protesters, along with regular cops, too, you know, guys in uniform. So some dude was, I guess, riding along on his motorcycle. Definitely looked like a real heavy-duty biker dude. And you could tell probably a Vietnam vet or something.
Sure.
So he pulls up, and there's a bunch of these dudes either laying in the street or what. He got off his bike, and he punched out one.
He just punched him?
Leveled him, just like beat the crap out of him. And, of course, the cops had to arrest him.
Of course.
But the guy couldn't take it. I mean, he just couldn't take it.
You mean he got up like the way Mongo just hits the horse?
Yeah. Yeah, he got off his bike, he put the kickstand down or whatever, and walked over and punched the guy's lights out.
Good.
Which, by the way, is
wrong.
But that's just what's going on around here.
Sure. You know, some people think that, well, some people do believe North Korea is a bigger threat only because indirectly or directly, depending how you look at it, North Korea kind of threatened the United States by claiming to have a missile capable of reaching our western shore.
Yeah, well, they're another problem, but, you know.
We'll get them.
One at a time. One at a time.
That was the other thing. I said to the guy, he goes, well, then, what about Iran? I go, well, they're next. He goes, oh, that's great thinking.
Well, why not?
I'm like, if your enemies are your enemies, you know, you gotta...
Yeah, I mean, if there's another attack...
What does he want to do? What's his big idea?
The whole thing is like that we should just sit around and wait. Yeah. And you know what we did?
Well, the big rap is what we're doing is causing more people to hate us, and they're all going to join Hezbollah. They weren't good. You know... They hate us anyway.
We were unloved, to say the least.
Yeah, it's like saying, you know, maybe if we don't fight Hitler, he won't attack us.
And sitting around and waiting, to me, the result of that is 9/11. Sitting around and wait, don't see what's going on, don't bother anyone.
The President Clinton years.
You know what? That's like being in a bad marriage and saying, if I don't say anything, maybe everything will be okay.
Right.
That's crazy. It doesn't get better from that.
Yeah.
Good advice, Robin. Very good advice.
Hey, Ayad, you're on the air.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
What's up?
What's up?
Hey, I left Iraq 31 years ago. I moved from Baghdad to Cleveland, and I've worked as a writer and a journalist. There's a lot more connections to 9/11 between Saddam and you know, the Bin Laden people than especially the New York Times has been talking about, because the New York Times is against this thing. You know, they've got a plane, and there are several terrorist training bases in Iraq, and in one of them, a plane has been photographed where they have a special terrorist training base where they get these, Islamic hotheads. A lot of them came from Afghanistan, not Iraqis, and Iraqis aren't even allowed to go there. And at this plane, they train people how to hijack planes without any weapons.
Yeah, well, look. Here's the thing. A lot of people say to me, well, how do you know Saddam Hussein had anything to do with 9/11? Where's the proof? These are the same people who, said, well, there isn't a videotape of O.J. committing the crime.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they're the same kind of people that couldn't believe a Holocaust was going on in Europe at the time of World War II.
Yeah, the proof is in guys who have escaped Iraq who talk about being, dipped in acid and have their families put through paper shredders.
Having their tongues cut out. Seeing people have their tongues cut out and be allowed to bleed to death.
Yeah, and seeing, murals of planes going into the World Trade Center and finding Al-Qaeda presence there. And by the way, Iraq's not the only country with Al-Qaeda presence. Saudi Arabia's got it too. Come on, let's just stop it already. Stop the madness.
They had I heard a retired general on TV the other day. He goes, how we know that they hate us and they have weapons of mass destruction and all this stuff? The same way we knew where he was that night. He goes, we know, and we can't tell you why we know, because then we can't tell you everything.
And meanwhile,
know how we find out all this stuff.
Right. And the only reason these guys are dangerous is because they got oil money. Other than that, they're nothing. I mean, really, if we took away the oil, they would just go back to being third world countries you'd never hear from again.
There wouldn't even be an Iraq without oil.
That's right. It just wouldn't even exist. It would be desert.
A bunch of wandering people bumping into each other.
Just all be Asia.
Right. Yeah, they'd be starving.
Survival warfare.
Sally Field would be trying to get you to donate money to give them food money.
That's right.
All right, we got to take a break. We're going to be back right after these words. Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing there, Howard? Just wondering when they're going to get all the slaves out of this country.
Well, from what I understand, they're hunting down a lot of these terrorists. Robbins says very quietly they've eliminated a lot of people from living in this country. In fact, a lot of them are in Canada.
People were rounded up and sent away.
Right. Sent out of the country.
Well, Howard, I think that you should take a stand and do it yourself.
Do you realize now if there is another act of terrorism while President Bush is in office, do you know the unholy hell he's going to unleash? This guy is not kidding around when he said, I'm going after terrorists.
Howard, you should get Fartman after him.
I'm being serious, though. If they do one more thing, I don't care if they...
I really think he's got them scared.
They better wise their ass up because, Saddam Hussein blew a good thing. The guy had gold toilets. I mean, he had billions of dollars in the bank.
In fact, he was the only one living really well in Iraq.
Yeah. He was living great.
Yeah. He was cheering when those planes went into the building. Well, guess what? Now he's probably dead.
He knows what it's like to see your buildings crumble because he's got several crumbled palaces.
Him and his two scumbag kids are probably dead now because of that.
I mean, one more mistake in that. I think Syria or Iran or even Saudi Arabia itself filled with terrorists.
Yeah, well, I saw the other day that on the Internet somebody was talking about how the Hawks want to go after Syria next.
Yeah.
You know what I think?
I got to tell you something. You can force someone to love you.
Sure.
Swept Away. This is the movie Swept Away, the good one, the first one.
You know what I thank God for every day is those screwed up voting machines in Florida.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think
those dimpled and pregnant chicks.
Oh, yeah. I got to admit my mistake there too. Yeah. I thought Gore, I voted for Gore, but I got to tell you something. When it comes to this terrorist stuff, I don't think Gore would have had the nuts to do this stuff.
Be Gore would have had more of the Clinton kind of feelings where you talk and
a lot of pray-ins.
And, as you said yesterday, you embargo.
Right.
You go to the UN.
Yeah.
Well, Howard, I think that you should be very proud to back this whole thing up, unlike the Dixie chicks and all these Susan Sarandon.
Oh, yeah, believe me. I'm telling you, I have never been happier watching these rats get blown out of the sand. I got to tell you, and these guys who go over and do it, they're the bravest guys in the world. And I got news for you. There better be some sort of big goddamn parade when these guys come home.
God bless America.
I never go to parades. I'll be there. I'll
go.
There.
I'll lead the goddamn parade.
I may even have a drink.
There you go.
I may loosen up a little.
In fact, our trip to Vegas has been renamed the Victory Tour.
Yeah!
Awesome. That's totally awesome.
Right. Operation Baghdad.
Yeah, they still haven't decided. They said, you were talking about that British machine that Saddam Hussein had for his secret messages to his whoever's.
Right.
And that's how they found him in that building yesterday that they blew up. They said they actually think they heard his voice.
Yep.
on that machine when they targeted that building.
He might even be dead.
He could be.
Robin, I have to say to you, too, you've been doing some awesome reporting on all of this. You've been doing a total awesome job.
Well, it's time to clean up some messes we have left to smolder around the world.
No need to applaud Robin's news. Just keep concentrating on me.
Oh, you're awesome.
And my importance to the show.
Calm yourself down over there.
You know I don't like when you get complimented.
A second or two on me would not be bad.
Howard, you crushed the Susan Sarandons and Tim Robbins of this world.
I hope so. Thank you.
You know,
thank you.
We got to take a break. Yes,
Thanks
Artie.
so much, Howard.
Artie needs the last word.
I'm just saying, Robin gets her stomach stapled. All of a sudden, she wants compliments.
Yeah. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the news right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the king
of all media, the man with nice feet, Howard Stern.
You know what I'm watching on TV right now? Live, every channel has it. It's a ton of people, Iraqi people, crowding around a Saddam statue in downtown Baghdad.
Oh, yeah?
And they're hanging a noose around them, and they're about to take it down. And It's so great. This is what it's all about. Now the fun begins. Now they're throwing stones at the statue because they don't have the real guy there. It's a bunch of kids. They're just, they're enjoying their freedom.
Yeah, another bunch of people were looting, and they were taking just anything. And when they were asked by reporters, well, why are you doing this? They said, because we have nothing.
There's Janine Garofalo trying to block them from ripping down the statue.
What are you doing?
And then you see they're throwing rocks and stuff, but some guy just climbed up on a ladder, and it's just one of those big, ostentatious statues,
Yeah, that's all they got to look at.
Yeah, this big, giant statue, Saddam Hussein, made out of... Oh, I can't wait for that thing to come down. That's going to be the shot heard around the world.
I can see it.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Big, giant statue. Yeah, people screaming and stuff. I don't know.
Now, just a day ago...
What?
Just a day ago, one of the Iraqi officials was saying we weren't even in Baghdad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all on a soundstage at Warner Brothers.
The soldiers are standing there waiting for stuff to happen. When are they going to take it down, do they say? That's so great. Crowd swarming Baghdad streets. What?
I said, look at the rope. They got the rope around...
We got around Saddam's neck. And there's a whole bunch of dudes ready to take it down.
They better be careful.
I know, they're going to kill them.
The statue fell on them.
It looks like the statue is going to fall on people, though. That's what I'm worried about. There's some Iraqi dude taking off his shirt now, getting ready to... Oh, I see what he's doing.
Oh, he's trying to... Oh, my goodness.
There's some big, strong Iraqi dude taking a sledgehammer and pounding away at the base of the statue. But
yeah, the statue is mounted on a column.
Yeah, it's going to take him a while to get through that.
I don't know. He's pretty strong. He's already made a dent.
He's pretty motivated.
Whoa, look at that guy.
Looks like a guy who must have been in jail for a while.
Yeah.
I'll take you down myself.
He's ready for one of those Iron Man competitions.
Yeah, strong dude. We're going to see him in the Ultimate Fighting Championship soon. Well.
Time for somebody else to take a whack. They all just want to have some part of it.
Doesn't look like they're going to take this...
More guys are doing it.
Trying to chop it down like a tree. That's a little intense. I would take it down with the noose.
I don't know, because that's dangerous.
Well...
It looks like the people really loved him.
Maybe those are some of the people who didn't vote for him. Didn't they say 100% of the...
Yes, he had 100% support.
So great. Well, that's what it's all about.
You know, the other day we toppled one of Saddam on a horse, but they did it with a tank.
Right. Why don't they bring the tank in? I guess they want to let the people have their fun.
I guess.
This is fun. We're the people. Yeah, they haven't gotten anywhere with that statue. I got a feeling we can catch it later.
Yeah, when it's... They should announce, oh, we've gotten through the wall now. We can get it down.
Yeah, so we know to watch.
They're still trying to go at the column.
Captain Jenks.
Good morning, Howard.
Hey.
I just read an article out of a Philly paper that said that when Geraldo arrived back into Iraq, that U.S. soldiers were wiping their hands on certain places and then shaking his hand.
Oh. Well, yeah, the idiot goes on camera and starts pointing out on a little map he makes in the sand where all the troops are.
You got to have him on the show, Howard, when he gets back.
All right.
Because this should be hilarious.
Yeah, I think I will.
And you know that guy last week that I pranked, Chris Matthews?
Yeah.
He's doing an appearance in Philadelphia this week.
You going to go meet him?
Oh, absolutely. I want to go down there and ask him about the call.
Okay. Captain Jenks up to his usual antics. So look, so one Iraqi dude is climbing up the statue. He's going to get himself killed. What's he trying to do?
To the top.
He climbed up on the rope. Is he going to pull down the statue?
I don't think you can.
How do you do it? They want to topple that thing. They can't even figure out how to topple it. No wonder they can't win a war against us.
It's pretty well built.
I'll give them that. Why don't we use one of those weapons of mass destruction on that thing?
Because they're nerve gas and chemical and biological weapons.
It won't affect the statue?
No, it won't knock over a statue.
Too bad. It's, well, boy, I tell you, I couldn't get enough of that tape of those dudes pulling down that statue of Saddam Hussein on TV. It
was great.
That was pretty great because his head, the statue's head, became an amusement ride.
I was a little bummed that, like, the whole statue just didn't, like, fall over. Like, you know how it just kind of hung there?
Right.
That kind of bummed me out. I wanted it to really topple all in one fell swoop.
I see. You felt unfulfilled.
A little bit, yeah.
But I like that everybody was taking turns riding the head
That was cool.
the street.
I like that the legs bent off and snapped.
Yeah.
That looked kind of cool.
He buckled at the knees.
Yeah. I like that the Americans put that American flag over Saddam's face, but evidently all the Arabs stopped cheering when we did that.
You can't do that. It's not our country. We're not taking that country.
Right. They didn't like that. It was like saying, you see, they want to, that is American aggression. You know,
We're not only American aggression, that's conquering us.
Yeah, meanwhile, hey, you know what? We're jacked up. We liberated you. Cheer for the American red, white, and blue. But anyway, once they put the Iraqi flag on
the
Saddam.
pre-Gulf War Iraqi flag. It wasn't the latest Iraqi flag.
Yes, very important. You got to have all that stuff with you in your backpack. The right flag.
I'm wondering where these flags come from at a moment's notice.
I think Cabbie's website. If I'm not mistaken.
Where did you get your Iraqi flag?
They put the F Iraq T-shirt on his face. Yeah. They dressed him in it, man. What?
It's one of our better sellers.
You go to my website.
Well, so that was kind of exciting seeing all that.
Uh-huh.
I like that. That was
I wonder,
fun.
you know, there was a big, they had an anti-war protest in Russia just about the same time everybody was dancing in the streets in Iraq. I wonder if when those people got home and saw the news, they felt stupid.
Well, the Russians, and especially the Russian president, have an awkward sense of timing. We were, before this Iraq conflict, we were such good friends with Russia and President Putin, and he just totally bagged us on this one, and I don't think he's going to get the same favorite treatment status. He's not going to that Bush ranch anytime soon.
You think not? He won't be invited back to a barbecue?
I think Bush is pissed at him. That's what I think. It's like, hey, this would have been a great time for you to get on the bandwagon and help us out here. But they never do. Even though they're free now, they're still weird, those Russians. It's going to take 1,000 years for them to evolve into a true, like, sort of America Junior. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, the rest of the world has to catch up.
Yeah. It's going to be a while. But
even over there, I was thinking to myself, look, there's not one woman in the streets of Baghdad.
No.
Because they're oppressed at home.
Yeah. Forget about it. They have their own Saddam Hussein living with them.
Right. You know, Saddam Hussein is your husband.
Mm-hmm. And I suspect a lot of that's going on in Russia, too.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? All those jerks who said that we shouldn't do this, they saw the people of Iraq dancing in the streets, holding up "We Love President Bush"
and
posters.
screaming, "We love Mr. Bush."
Yeah, of course they do. I mean, they've been living under the rule of a gangster. Imagine that if the mafia took over this country.
Right.
And somebody came in and liberated us. I don't know about you, but I'd be dancing in the street.
That's true, though. If your husband is that fat guy who's hitting the statue with a sledgehammer.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be talking back to him.
Yeah, your life's probably not a picnic.
Right.
No. He probably runs things pretty strong over there. They probably got a nice statue of that fat guy in his house.
All over the yard.
All over.
Statues of him. Yeah. The kids are trying to topple.
Yeah, so that was pretty exciting. I was very pleased to see that.
And so is the president, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's been taking a lot of crap.
Both the president and I were very happy yesterday.
Did you two hold hands and watch the footage?
Well, now he can get back to normal where he vacations every day at Camp David.
Well, he did. He kept up his schedule. He was still going to Camp David every weekend.
Hey, he's like, hey, I got to be president. I'm not missing out on Camp David.
You only get that for 4 to 8 years.
Do you think that based on this alone, the war, you'd vote for him again?
I'll tell you what, he's a much stronger president in my eyes. I really like what he did here.
I think I would. I feel a lot safer with the guy.
Yeah.
Well, I voted for him the first time, so I don't feel that I was wrong. I'm vindicated.
There you go.
I was ahead of the curve.
This was not the time to put a gore in office. You all laughed at me.
Well, I'll tell you what, this sends a real good message to any of these other Arab countries that are being run by, you know, these sheikhs and ayatollahs and also these unelected, you know, governments.
Yeah, it gives some hope to their peoples, I would think, as well. If they're seeing this on TV, which they may not be.
They probably aren't.
Yeah, but there is hope out there.
Yeah, that's great. I can't help but think that in 10 years, those people who are parading in the streets will be screaming, we hate America over something, but right now they love us. Yeah, they have no idea what to do. In fact, right now I'm more scared. I wasn't scared of the war. I'm more scared of what's going to go on now.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It could become Iran with, you know, some Ayatollah running the whole show.
Yeah, and they got 3 different groups there that all hate each other. I mean, they've got a long history. The Kurds have been oppressed. Then you got the Shiite Muslims, who are the majority of the country.
But somebody got to them and just woof.
The Sunni Muslims were the ones in charge during Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
So it's going to be there's going to be a lot of payback going on if these guys just don't, you know, if we don't really stay there and watch their ass.
That's right. Yesterday I was hearing the looting has reached proportions that nobody's ever seen before. You know, here you see somebody, if they grab a television, you go, wow.
Oh, yeah.
You know? They were grabbing tractors.
Yeah, everything.
Trucks.
Women.
Anything they could get their hands on. Ceiling fans.
I think right now, starting today, we should start building like Starbucks, McDonald's, right there in Iraq before they can give us crap.
If we give them McDonald's, forget about it. They won't have any fight left in them.
That's what I'm saying, though. Let's get them docile. Let's get them loving America, the real America.
Give them those fries. We won't have any problem.
Hey, Joe, you're on the air.
Howard.
Hey, now. Hey, now.
Check this out. Yesterday, I was in a bar having lunch, and this Muslim came up. We were laughing about how they beat the statue with a shoe. He told us the reason why they do that is because that is a major insult if a Muslim shows the soles of his feet. It's like us giving the finger to each other.
Yeah, a lot of times on TV, you'll see Muslims taking their shoes off and beating something with a shoe.
Or shaking their shoe at you.
Or shaking their shoe at you, yeah. And that's considered like the top insult, like better than the finger.
And it must smell real good, too.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Boy, those Dixie chicks, they really screwed themselves. Open them. You know, hey, let me read you this. This is funny. This is from the Bill O'Reilly Fox show. Someone just gave this to me. It's Bill O'Reilly says to Janine Garofalo, the comedian who's been very vocal against the war, he said to her a couple of weeks ago, he had her on, he goes, last question. If you're wrong, all right, and if the United States, and they will, this is going to happen, if the United States goes in, liberates Iraq, people are in the street, American flags, hugging our soldiers, all right, we find all kinds of bad stuff in Iraq, are you going to apologize to George W. Bush? And Garofalo says, I will bring roses right to his front door. I will bring a fruitcake and roses. Oh,
well, she should be there this morning.
So do it. They're parading through the streets. I love Bush, American flags in their hand. So she should be marching right up
You know what? I understand that Rosie O'Donnell has said that, she, for some reason, they keep making her the host of that kid award show on Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
And she's doing it again this year, but she says she's going to temper her anti-war remarks and will just talk about peace in front of the kids.
Is that right?
Yeah,
well, that's
she won't
nice.
Tell them she hates the war.
I love that.
Oh, good for her.
Good for her. Isn't she? She's so well thought out. Everything she does.
Yeah, obviously, she's got this under control. She understands this completely.
Yeah. See, I went through my mail yesterday. Dear Mr. Stern, I enjoy your show except for one thing, poor grammar. Don't I know? I have the worst grammar.
I know, we all should go back to school. We're all getting worse.
I never learned grammar. It says, I've heard you say many...
Jane Fonda, as you would expect, is against the war. In page 6, they also say that...
Who, Baghdad Jane?
Yeah, she called... She was talking to an audience in Vancouver the other day and said that the entire world will now turn against the U.S. after the war in Iraq.
No, they won't.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks for scaring everyone, Jane.
What it's going to mean for America's stability as a nation, for terrorism, for the economy, I can't imagine.
Just get naked.
I said the same thing when Barbarella came out, though.
Yeah. Get naked and go in a time machine 20 years ago. 50.
No, she could join Miss Butterface.
How did you get an audience in Vancouver?
That's the only place you can get an audience.
She stood on a street corner.
Yeah, who's showing up to see her?
I think the entire world is going to be united against us. I don't know of a country where the people are so ignorant of reality and history. That's what she says about us.
Whatever.
Janine Garofalo says, or at least page 6 is saying, she may lose jobs because of her anti-war stand.
They're saying the Dixie Chicks already lost an iced tea commercial.
Well, they recorded it, but they're saying it might not play.
It won't play. Trust me.
Janine was being considered to play a producer for a TV news magazine show called Slice of Life, but ABC has gotten a bunch of complaints, they say, from people in general and people talking about a boycott if they put Janine Garofalo in this show, according to Jeanette Walls. So Janine had already said she didn't care if she lost a few jobs as a result. She needed to speak out against this war.
I hope a hot chick gets that job just to piss her off.
I got to start speaking out against the war just to blame my bad career on something.
Yeah. You would have had that.
To silently sit by and fail.
You would have had your own network show if you hadn't spoken up.
Well, you know who the real losers are, the American people, because that show is going to be great, I think.
Yeah, with Janine Garofalo?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Her playing a producer, God.
Yeah, we're the ones who lose.
She's terrific.
People are changing their tune about the war in Iraq after yesterday's footage of the toppling of a statue of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad that was cheered.
Oh, please.
By local residents.
Now everyone's jumping on the bed. Sheryl Crow all of a sudden isn't wearing her no war T-shirt. It's like, I support the troops. I saw her on TV last night. I support the troops. They're so great. It's time to get behind everyone.
Right. Now it's time since we're winning.
You got to admit, it really did look like the people in Baghdad were kind of happy to see us.
Yes.
Madonna's
jumping up and down.
Madonna's a real coward.
Yeah.
I mean, she won't release her new video because it had anti-Bush stuff in it. Now all of a sudden she's back. But they're all afraid now because they saw what happened to the Dixie Chicks.
Yeah.
Those Dixie Chicks can't even get their record played.
Not those fans, man. They don't fool around.
They lost an iced tea ad. Do you know how much money is in that Lipton iced tea?
Oh, forget about it.
Huh?
A real American like Howard Stern Lipton doesn't call.
Yeah.
You know?
Here you sit.
Here I am waiting for a commercial to work, and these people avoid me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my commercial would be so big.
Try some iced tea.
Imam Hisham al-Husseini.
He was the best stooge. Not Mo, Imam.
He says Iraqi Americans have been waiting for the end of Saddam's regime.
We have been waiting. That's all we do is wait. We don't fight, we just wait. We were going to wait till the next millennium.
Everyone's waiting.
Well, hey, I'm glad you were waiting.
Well, he's waiting over here. It's kind of hard to do it.
Here's Iman. Not a model anymore.
The worst dictator in this earth, the killer, the criminal, Saddam, to be gone and destroyed and become history. It's a momentum that nobody can explain.
It's wonderful.
So there.
Now, when do we get that oil?
Yeah, bring that Earl over here.
Yeah, let's get real. We just spent a fortune on this war.
Yeah.
All right, this is funny. Ralph brought this in. This is a tape of the kid. You know the kid who does the Dell computer ad?
Yeah.
Well,
he's got something to say.
Yeah, he evidently was at an anti-war thing.
Right. I saw a little bit of him protesting here in New York, as a matter of fact.
You ought to shut up.
NYU student.
Yeah, listen to this kid.
Dummy.
Among those at Union Square, NYU student and former Dell Dude pitchman Ben Curtis was very much against a war.
Killing doesn't end killing. Killing only causes more killing. And as long as that goes on, where's our world going to go? Nowhere but down. So that's why we're here today.
What are these kids learning? Killing only causes more killing? I don't think so.
They don't even know why they're there.
How old is that kid?
You know what they teach in these schools, I found out? The professors tell them that the Iraqi people love their government. And we're bothering them by coming over there and liberating them.
Who's teaching that?
That's the prevailing wisdom, is that we shouldn't be meddling in the Middle East because those people love the kind of governments they have and they don't want us there.
Is that why they're running through the streets with pictures of Bush and saying, I love Bush?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I wonder what Jared from Subway thinks about the war.
Yeah, you know how Uday Hussein will never kill anybody again after we kill him?
Right.
Killing stops killing.
Yeah.
I want to hear what that hand puppet, the sock dog, what does that dog think?
Right. Yeah.
From the PetSmart commercial.
All the
what does he think of the war?
Yeah, I see all these recording artists like Sheryl Crow and Madonna. They're all backing off their stance on the war now. Sheryl Crow, oh, yeah, we have to stand behind the troops. Wear your shirt that says no war. War is not the way. And gap-tooth bitch Madonna, you old pulled your video, right, bitch? You're nothing but a stinking smelly sewer cap bitch bastard mother.
He's right.
You.
He's so right. Like, why are they now?
Yeah, why are they backing down?
If Madonna made a video where she drops a grenade in President Bush's lap, why is she not showing it? How come? What's up with that? Show it.
Yeah, she probably looks fat in it. That's why she pulled it.
Yeah. Has nothing to do with the politics.
Nah.
No, because she's a coward. She sees the rest of the country now is with President Bush, so she's like, you know what, I don't want to risk any backlash.
Yeah, and I see Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins are crying because people actually are doing something about not liking them anymore. Yeah. They've been so loved in their life for nothing. Now they've spoken out with their stupid views on the war, and people are saying, you know, don't show up here to speak, and don't come to the Baseball Hall of Fame, and they're screaming, this is wrong, don't segregate us, don't shun us, just because we have views.
Should those two be working on having the world's crappiest kid?
Yeah.
World's biggest puss of a kid.
Right.
They don't want anybody making fun of their kid either. I guess someone wrote in the paper that their kid was supposed to be in some TV show or something.
Right, yeah.
Kid's an actor.
Yeah.
And the kid got rejected.
Actually, it wasn't a TV show. It was like a school play.
Yeah, and the kid didn't get the lead.
Right.
And somebody wrote it up. So now they're all upset.
Yeah.
I get that. Why, kid didn't ask for any of that.
All these actors can forever attribute this to every part they don't get or every series that they don't
Right,
land.
now they're being blacklisted.
Yeah, okay, here's...
But I have to admit, she's got a TV movie coming out, and I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, right.
I can't stand her.
I can't either. I can't take her.
I do not want to see her.
It's actually it's a drama where her boobs land on Tokyo and crush part of the town.
Email, we get your email.
There.
We get your email every day.
Hey now. Thank you. Testing. 1, 2.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now. Hey now.
All right, this is very gay, this email I received. Just like you, when you see a real hot chick on TV, I'm pleasuring myself looking at the hot troops. Oh. These are real men, not wussies like Tim Robbins, Sean Penn, or Brad Pitt. How about a hottest soldier male contest? You have enough of the chick stuff.
So this is a gay guy getting hot looking at the troops?
Yeah, stop that. A lot of people writing in really want to know what your diet is. They want to know what your diet is.
I'm not on a diet.
Hey, this guy, Daryl, I don't think I've ever had a country artist on here, have I?
Not to sing. We've had a couple because they acted somewhere, like Dwight Yoakam.
Right. But this guy, he wrote some song. I love this song. I had Willie Nelson on, he sang. But he's like beyond country.
Willie Nelson, he crosses over.
Right. This guy, Daryl, wrote this song about 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq. I think it's very beautiful. Went to the #1 on the country charts. Might have even crossed over a little. I don't know.
Should be #1 everywhere.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song, and he's going to sing it for us next. He's going to come in. He's going to do a little sound check in here, and then we're going to have him sing.
All right. Is he wearing a cowboy hat or something?
Oh, is he wearing a cowboy hat?
He doesn't do the hat thing. I think he's a lot of fun. He likes to talk about partying and stuff, and it's not Daryl. It's Daryl.
Daryl?
Daryl.
No, it's Daryl.
They were just laughing at the way you say Daryl.
Daryl is Daryl. Tell those country dudes.
Daryl? What are we going to make something out of Daryl?
Daryl's if he's my gay boyfriend. Oh, come here, Daryl.
He's taller than you, Howard.
Yeah, he's 6'9" or something?
No, he's like 6'1".
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He dog is. That's a big boy. But his song is #1 on Billboard's Hot Country Singles, and I'm proud of him for writing it. And it's not one of these BS songs where you kind of try to figure out what he's saying.
Right, like, is he being supportive or not?
Yeah, he supports the troops, and he supports the war and the idea of the war. And now you notice everybody else is shut up.
Yeah, you can't hear him now.
Yeah, where's Madonna's video throwing a grenade in George Bush's lap?
Did you read that article that the record company begged her not to make it? They begged her. And she says, no, and they never stand in the way of her vision. It cost them $600,000 to make that video.
Which no one will ever see.
No one will ever see. On a shelf, yeah.
Because she's a coward. If she believes that George Bush should be seen with a grenade in his lap, why doesn't she show it? I'll tell you why. She's still worried about her image.
Yeah.
But this guy is a regular guy. He worked as a construction worker, a car salesman, He was a chemist.
Is he the one who said he would rather be doing that?
No, that's
singing?
That's the other guy. That's Trace Atkins.
Oh, okay.
No, this is a dude that, he's a regular working guy. He was a chemist. He owned a chemical supply business. He reportedly sold for 7 figures. And he left the business to pursue...
He's a chemist, or is he a chemical supply dude?
He was a chemist, but he owned a chemical supply business.
What did he make up?
He earned a degree in biology with a minor in organic chemistry from the University of North Alabama. Then he went to college on an athletic scholarship, but he broke his back playing basketball.
Wow.
Yeah. Started playing music on weekend gigs at Moose Lodge in Tennessee. Just started from there, even though
the old Moose Lodge.
Yeah. So this is the old Moose Lodge. That's right, Rob, where I got my start. It's my first radio show out of the Moose Lodge.
Yeah.
That's right. This guy's name right now is Daryl Worley. Daryl, your name is pronounced Daryl, not Daryl.
Exactly.
Right.
Well,
so we were right.
What's your buddy's name over here?
It's Jeff Jarrett. We call him Swa, as in Bonsoir.
Swa?
Yes.
I like him.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man.
When you guys were just rehearsing, I like how he does that harmony with you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's there to back me up no matter what happens.
I like you country boys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do. You're all right. You're down to earth.
Except for the Dixie chicks.
Yeah, I don't like them much.
That's different.
What's wrong with those 3?
Robin, they got this thing right between us. I can't see your beautiful face.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, she'll be over here after you do your song. Trust me, you'll get your chance with her. You'll have your turn.
I love her.
Oh, yeah. Oh, everyone loves her.
Oh, yeah, I can tell by the email.
Well, just when you talk about golf, people don't love you.
I see.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you guys something. going to tell you right off the bat. This song of yours, Daryl, the song called Have You Forgotten?
Yeah.
Really touched me.
Thank you.
And I mean, I'm not one of these guys that knows music. I don't know anything about music, but your song gives me the chills.
Thanks.
Because you wrote it, and you wrote it honestly. Yeah. You know what I mean? You wrote this.
What inspired it? I mean, just how did this song come about?
It was really inspired by that trip we took to Afghanistan last year. SWA actually went with me just to visit with the troops and, you know, spend some time with them, entertain them a little bit, and hopefully break the monotony. When you go and see that selfless service firsthand, you know, we all sit over here and talk about it, but when you see it, when you're there and you see what's going on, it'll change your life.
Those kids,
they went to Afghanistan.
Yeah, these kids are like 19 years old who are defending, 19, 20, 21, somewhere in that range.
Thousands of them. Yeah. And, you know, when we got ready to come home, we just wanted to open our arms up and say, here, come on, get on the plane. Get, you know, we're going to the house. But
so you came home and you wrote the song about, like you saw the whole thing going down in Iraq, and you were like, hey, you know.
We came home and heard a lot of ridiculous remarks. You know, there was a lot of protests going on then also.
That's right.
People have, you know, put this song in the category a pro-war song with Iraq, and really we wrote the song about the Afghanistan conflict.
Right.
But that doesn't really matter. It's a pro-America song. It's a pro-military song. It's about the people that defend this country and make it what it is today.
Let me tell you, when you put out the song, a lot of celebrities were bashing the idea of us, you know, doing some payback for 9/11.
Yeah.
And it probably wasn't. Now it's popular to say you were for the war in Iraq, but when you put out the song, I don't know if you knew that was going to be greeted so favorably.
Oh no, we didn't know.
Sometimes having that conservative sort of attitude can ruin an artist.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think it's one of those things where you have a song, you have a message that you believe in, and you either have the kahunas to put it out there or you don't.
Did the people in the record company tell you not to put it out, not to get political?
No, they were behind me all the way. It was really incredible, and that doesn't happen every day.
How many albums did you put out before this one that has Have You Forgotten?
2 albums before this one.
Right. Is this helping you break through, though?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, it's made a big difference. Obviously, the song is kind of a phenomenon. It went to the #1 spot in 5 weeks, and it's been up there for 4 weeks now. And
where's he from?
Tennessee. I asked the boys that during the... both you guys are from Tennessee. And I got to tell you something. I didn't vote for Bush. I voted for Gore.
Yeah.
He's from Tennessee.
Yeah, he didn't carry his home state.
Right. And I voted for him, and I got to tell you, I think this guy Bush, what he did with the war, he actually became a president who said what he meant and backed it up. And these guys never expected after 9/11 to get these bombs dropped on their head like they did.
You're exactly right.
They're used to like, we're going to talk about it, we'll send the UN in. And I like what he's done. I do.
I'm just like you. To be perfectly honest with you, I didn't know going in what to expect with Bush. I didn't know a lot about him, honestly. Right. And I have been extremely impressed.
Now, did you get to sing for the president?
I did, yeah.
You went down and met him?
Well, we went down and, you know, kind of opened up the show for him. He came in and did his speech after I played, and then Toby Keith did a couple songs. And
did you do this song for him?
Yes.
Oh, he must have loved that.
He loves the song.
Hey, did you see today in the paper that over in Iraq, when they started looking through this guy, Uday, Saddam Hussein's son, they looked through all his junk, and he has, like, pictures of the Bush daughters hanging on his wall. He had a whole... Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he's got... Yeah, it was kind of creepy.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Like Saddam's sons should be with the Bush daughter?
Well, he had a whole wall of, like, naked chicks and hot chicks and stuff.
That. I didn't know the Bush girls were out there.
Yeah, the 2 Bush girls were up there, all dressed like in their like, cocktail outfits and stuff.
The Bud girls.
Yeah, like the Bud girls. I guess he wanted to get them to some mud wrestling and stuff. I know, it was kind of weird. It was kind of creepy.
Yeah. That is weird.
Well, this song you did is beautiful, and that's why I invited you here to do it, and I appreciate you guys singing this. So you going to do it now?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
I might tear up. Don't mind me.
Have You Forgotten? I think this makes a lot of sense, this song. Live version. Darryl Worley and SWA.
I hear people say we don't need this war, but I say there's something worth fighting for. What about our
forgotten.
Nice job, boys.
Thank you.
Nice job. You know,
beautiful.
Really touches me, that song. A couple of things you hit on in there, with like the towers and
the plane in Philadelphia going down.
Well, you guys were right here, you know.
That shook me up, man.
And the Pentagon, yeah.
And the Pentagon again, and you figured out how to rhyme with Bin Laden. There's no easy
I bet
trick.
he didn't even think that was possible.
I got to give my co-writer a little credit on that one. He came up, he said that, and I said, can we do that? You know, we wrote this song just really not thinking that it would ever be on the radio.
Right.
We just said, let's just write, you know, what we want to write, and to hell with all this, you know, being politically correct.
It's so honest, man.
Oh man, we just it blew us away. We performed it on the Grand Ole Opry, and the people freaked out, and that was it.
Well, I was on the radio that day, and I got to tell you, I was watching the first plane go into these towers. And I saw it, I said, I think this is terrorism. And then at first everyone was like kind of lecturing, but I said, this is crazy. No plane on a clear day flies into some towers. Exactly. It's impossible. And then the second one went in, and it was obvious what was going on. And I remember my first instinct was, we got to go over there and bomb the hell out of these guys. And we got to teach them a lesson, or they're going to keep doing it. Yeah. Like the schoolyard bully. I mean, it's and there's no choice. And then people started to forget. As you say, have you forgotten? People forgot. And they just said, you know, we better not do anything.
Well, you got to thank the media for some of that, too, because that's the way it's designed, you know, to yank all that off the TV and off.
And why are they doing that? Why do they not show this 9/11 tape over on one channel on a continuous loop?
You're exactly right. That's what ought to be happening, so that we can flip over there and look at it every now and then, you know.
I was hoping some of the news channels, as they were showing this 24-hour coverage, I was hoping some of them would show the Twin Towers, split the screen in half. Keep showing that over again. And on the left side, show us bombing the hell out of these freaks and teaching them a lesson.
Exactly.
And now everyone's saying, you know what? We think they got the message that over in the Arab world now, everyone's
saying that.
A lot of experts are starting to say they're seeing a shift where, oh my God, there's a president who actually says what he means.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
and that could be great.
We're going to chase it down and hunt it down and kill it. That's what he said.
Kill it like we do in Tennessee. Yeah, you boys know what's going on down there, right?
You know, Clinton was on TV on Sunday. You know, they have him on 60 Minutes with Bob Dole every week. Right. And Bob Dole accused him of not getting the job done during his 8 years in office. And Clinton said, and now, Bob, that's the old Bob Dole. You know, I almost got bin Laden several times.
Oh, please. If they don't get the message, just roll into Syria next.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's unreal.
What's going to happen?
But I love Clinton saying, well, I almost got him. Like, that counts. Almost.
Yeah. Almost didn't do us much good. And as you say in the song, do you forget what the people that were lost? How can you forget all this? Are you making a music video out of this?
There's already one.
There is one?
Yeah.
They don't show that on MTV. They show that every channel.
They show it on CMT and GAC. And, you know, the military also took the live version of the song that we did on the Grand Ole Opry, which is quite a bit longer, and they made a motivational video to show to the troops.
That's good.
You got to see that.
I would love to see it.
Talk about intense.
Yeah?
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. A lot of footage from 9/11 that we never saw.
Oh.
I think, what do you think? You think Saddam Hussein is dead, or is he hiding over in Syria?
I got a feeling he might be dead.
Yeah, I think he's history.
You do?
Yeah.
I think they're all dead. Yeah, the two sons and him.
Well, Bill Clinton said he almost got him, too.
I think bin Laden might be dead, too.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's alive.
He's still making tapes.
Well,
he's almost as prolific as a country singer.
But how do you know, those tapes, if you pay attention to those tapes of bin Laden, they never... I'm not so sure that those are not like the tapes that Hussein's been on TV.
I don't know. Hey, Jim, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I actually downloaded your show, your 9/11 show, and I wanted to save something for my kids to know what went on that day. And that was a beautiful broadcast that day. You guys really held it together, and we definitely remember.
Well, Darryl Worley's album, Have You Forgotten, featuring the single Have You Forgotten, is available in stores today. And,
go get it.
Yeah, go get it. Support this guy. Came out with something good.
Yeah.
I love it. It's real good. Let's go to David. David, you're on the air.
Hey, you know, we have forgotten 9/11. That's why we attacked Iraq. You know? I mean, Iraq has nothing to do with 9/11.
I disagree.
I do, too, in a big way.
Well, why don't we go after bin Laden? What are we doing?
We are.
You know what? We're going.
In Iraq. Come on now.
You know what? We're going after everybody that supports international terrorism.
Everybody.
There's the connection, buddy.
Going after every Arab out there.
No, they're not going after every Arab out there. That's just not true. That's not true so far. The song is right on.
See, they forget it's a war on terrorism, not on one terrorist.
Did you see they got a big mural? Saddam Hussein's, one of his houses. The Twin Towers and planes going into it.
Oh, yeah.
The guy has been, is a wealthy guy from all this oil, and he's supported terrorism.
Sure he does.
Yeah.
He harbors them, he supports them, he feeds them, he gives them a place to stay.
And he pays them.
And you know what? Whether we think that that they're targeting the United States or not, they're targeting somebody. Yeah. That's a good enough reason to put a stop to it.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, Howard, I just wanted to thank you for the whole time of 9/11. Your broadcast definitely made me keep it together. I have family down there, and it was unbelievable. You gave the people something to hold on to, and there was a lot of people feeling like you, and nobody on the air was really expressing it, and you really got to me. And after hearing the song, it moved me so much.
It moves me too.
Incredible.
That's why I invited Daryl here. He hit it right on the head, and the song is great, and you can't argue with that. It's a great song. Let's go to Ken.
You know, the song is politically naive. Two callers ago, the guy was pretty much right. We have forgotten bin Laden. We've forgotten Afghanistan.
We're still in Afghanistan.
Why do you say that?
We just had some people killed over there a few weeks ago in a helicopter.
The Taliban is reforming. If you listen to the Karzai government, they're not getting any of the promised aid that this administration...
Listen, the song...
Tell me why the song is naive.
The song can't go into every detail.
No, it's naive because... Excuse me. It's naive because it seeks to equate, which we all agree were the terrible events of 9/11, with Saddam Hussein.
It does not. Because you interpret it that way. That's ridiculous. It never says that anywhere in the song. It never says that.
You cloud images. It's politically cloudy.
That's the way that you interpret it. We're not idiots when we write these songs. We're not stupid when we write these songs. We write them open-ended so that people like you can interpret them the way you want to.
Sir,
and that moves your emotion.
Sir,
and causes you to think.
You who are wrapping yourself in the flag.
The song is terrific.
I'll wrap myself in the flag from now on, buddy. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, let me finish the thought.
You have no thought.
You're thoughtless.
You're thoughtless and worthless.
No,
who cares? Who's going to argue? The song's beautiful. I don't know what to tell you, man. What are you going to do?
Well, you know what? We've had very little
You don't recognize that guy's voice? That was Saddam Hussein. Of course.
He's a ruthless dictator.
Of course. Jeff the Drunk, go ahead.
Hello, Daryl.
Hey, man.
I just want to say my hat's off to you, brother.
Thank you, sir. I
Very good.
By the way, you've never seen this guy with his hat off.
It's frightening.
It's frightening. Honestly, he wears a big old cowboy hat.
Back on.
And when he takes it off, there's some sort of weird hairdo that you've never seen.
It's a swirly.
It's a swirly hairdo. Am I right, Jeff?
You're right, Howard.
All right, there you go.
Hey,
Let's go to Angel. Angel, you're on the air.
Hey, Howie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about time. I masturbated, waiting on hold for like 45 minutes for you.
That's a way to pass the time.
It's good to be here.
Listen, what are we on, political discussions here?
All right, we had a little political song. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, for one thing, I have something to say on this topic, too.
Well, no one cares. Talk about your vibrator.
Yeah. What?
You horny,
you going to let me talk?
You horny slut.
Let's get back to real business.
Yeah, let's get down to it.
Howie, are you going to let me talk?
She's drunk. You're drunk.
No, I'm not drunk.
Sure you
As
are.
a matter of fact, I haven't drank in about 2 hours.
No,
so I'm not drunk.
Me neither.
Okay?
Why don't you play with yourself?
I'm about to get a 12-pack after this discussion, but I have something to say on this topic.
Why don't you play with yourself and let us listen?
All right. So, you're talking about, you like to talk to chicks like me, right, Howie?
All right, I got to go. Daryl, I want to thank you so much for coming in here with Swa. Swa, you got a beautiful voice, play a nice guitar there. Daryl Worley's album, Have You Forgotten? It goes in stores today. Go get it. Guy knows what he's doing. And it's a good song, man.
Thank you very much.
Good for you, man.
Thanks for having us.
All right, nice meeting you. We're going to be back right after these words. don't we get rid of the moon? It only causes problems.
The moon doesn't have anything to do with tornadoes.
Sure, but with the tidal waves, it does.
Yeah, but how many of those do we have?
We destroyed the moon, seriously, which we have the capabilities now of doing.
I mean, we took care of Iraq. Start on the moon.
No, but I'm serious. And the moon is responsible for, like, people's bad moods. They say it's tied into women's periods and everything.
You want women's periods to go away?
Yeah.
And even...
and it's a nicer view. I hate when I look up in the sky and see this big round thing blocking the stars.
Oh, you.
And it causes werewolves.
I hate the moon. Always hated it.
It's a nice thing.
Not when you really know about it and read what it does to this planet.
It's a beautiful thing.
I'm for blowing up the moon.
That's your new campaign.
Yeah. If I'm elected president, I'll blow up the moon.
General Tommy Franks.
Do you think I could win on that campaign? You know, people would love to see me blow up the moon.
I'm sure you could convince that guy who was comforting that woman.
You're damn right.
I mean, look, I'm sure...
No high tide, no low tide. You know what? When I go to the beach... High tide is scary.
I mean, I'm sure, like, Susan Sarandon would be against it, but who cares?
Oh, F her.
These peaceniks.
She's so over.
Yeah, no, honey, we're bombing the moon, yeah.
You know what, honey? You were on the wrong side of the Iraq war.
Right.
Well, now we're bombing the moon.
You know, she really did herself a disservice by coming out against the war, because now when I see her, I just think she's stupid.
Yeah. She's an idiot.
See, I thought that before, Robin. But
I never did. I never thought about it. But now I go, I can't listen to you. You're stupid.
A couple other things. I still think the best story around is the Dixie Chicks, because they got to go on every show now and defend themselves that they're real Americans, because country fans have just had it with them because they said they were embarrassed by George W. Bush being from their home state. Now they're naked on the cover of a magazine.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do.
What magazine was that?
Entertainment Weekly.
Weekly?
They're like, okay, you know what we'll do? We'll get naked.
Maybe they'll stop yelling if we strip.
Then they did an interview, and they're doing every mea culpa, crying.
Yes, I've seen the jittery voices and the teary eyes.
This is great. Here's one of the Dixie Chicks talking about how she supports the troops.
I want to start this whole topic off with, so people know this when they listen to the answers to all the rest of the questions, is just, we support the troops. We support the troops 100%. We have said that from day one. People have quoted...
Boy, their record sales must be tanking. Something's going on there. They can't say this enough. We've been saying it from the beginning.
We've never denigrated the troops.
We don't support the troops, which is the opposite of anything we have ever said. There is not a correlation in not wanting a war and not supporting the troops who are doing their job.
See? All right, then they got to do a bunch of crying and stuff. Here they are talking about...
Do they cry in harmony?
I don't know. No, they each cry separately.
They do solo crying.
Because if you don't like who I am, I really can't do anything about that.
Wah.
I'm not going to change for anybody because I know who I am. And I like who I am.
She likes it.
And I do believe we're role models. And that is what I want girls, young, impressionable girls, to hear.
I want young, impressionable girls to hear the sound of my penis.
And walk away with. I've never broken the law.
Oh, shut up. Now we're really good people, and you better buy our records. Everything was cool until we opened our dumb mouths.
We're too stupid to keep our mouths shut. Leave us alone.
You know what? If dumb singers want to open their mouths about politics, be prepared for the consequences.
And dumb actors and actresses, too.
Right. Yeah, Susan Sarandon doesn't like the backlash.
Right.
Don't open your mouth if you don't like the consequences.
Shut up, dummy.
There is a price to free speech.
Yeah. Don't I know? Now they got to prove that they're really in tune with their fans, so they talk about how they want to kill bin Laden.
Oh, really?
And they cry when
they're going to get bin Laden themselves. That's the only way they could resurrect him.
They're going to go hunt him down and kill him.
On this part, I just personally felt like, why tomorrow? It's not that I don't ever want you to go over there. It's not that I don't ever want you to clean things up and fix things. It's just, why can't we find the chemical weapons first? Why can't we, just why tomorrow?
Just had a lot of questions that were unanswered. I don't think that's a wrong place to be.
We've never been, I say we because I know this about all three of us, like anti-war all the time. We're anti-war. That's not at all what we said.
Now they're coming out pro-war.
Yeah. I mean, we like war. We just didn't like it on that day.
How about shutting up and singing?
Bin Laden was caught, and and maybe this is an issue where the right-wing people will love me, is that I'm not even for killing him. Bring him. Osama bin Laden. You bring him over here. Let me have him. No. I'm for more than like easy bam. Bring him over here. Let every single person. I'm sorry, I want to say this without crying. Let every single person who lost somebody on 9/11 give him a little bit of torture.
Wow.
And not enough where it's going to kill him, because he needs to feel every single bit of it.
Wow.
You don't think Saddam Hussein is a monster?
We want to torture Osama bin Laden.
Just a little bit.
Now, buy our records.
I want to say this without crying.
The right-wing people are going to love me when I say this.
She ain't crying for the people on 9/11. She's crying for the record sales, which, by the way, dropped from 124,000 records to 33,000 in 1 week.
Wow.
That's why...
a major plummet.
That's why they're crying on TV.
I guess they are sad. Those are real tears.
I just want to say, and this is going to be hard, Robin, that we should rape Osama bin Laden with my strap on. Oops, did I just say that?
I think the right-wing people are going to love me now.
Yeah, oh, yeah, they're going to go buy your records.
Here's something else for you right-wingers. I want to say this without crying. I'd like to punch Hitler in the face.
Marianne from Brooklyn, you're on the air.
Howard, I have so much to talk about, but let me do this Dixie chick thing first. It was so insincere, because I was not in Vegas, Howard. I was in stupid Brooklyn watching stupid TV. It was insincere. It was a bad performance. These Dixie chicks, Susan Sarandon on The View, they're all crying. They're living in a glass bubble. They don't know what the real world is like, and they have no right to express their political views to the public, because we only want them for entertainment.
Well, they have a right to do it. It's just that expect people to react.
But you know what, Howard? If they're there for entertainment, they should know a little bit when to, to hold back a little.
Well, they don't know. In their defense, they don't know they're stupid. They think they're really bright because they made a lot of money.
The young men and women are in Iraq fighting for our safety, and they have no right doing that, especially when there's a war going on.
When people make a lot of money, they start to think they know something. It's like, you know what? I've made a lot of money in this business.
And
I'm a moron.
Howard, I claim not to know everything, but you know what? It's not fair when there's young men and women in Iraq trying to protect us so we can go on with our ordinary...
Oh, you know what? I can't take
I'm
her
beginning
voice.
to understand the Dixie chicks.
Yeah.
Howard, I was in stupid Brooklyn watching stupid TV.
Does she yell all the time?
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Get up! Time for school!
Don't you sit straight up in bed when she wakes you?
Kids, get up, get up!
Junkyard Willie, you're on the air.
Yeah, with them Dixie chicks, I take each one of them hoes behind the dumpster on 42nd Street. I'll tip all them hoes. $50 a piece.
Right. Robin.
One thing I'd say you want to avoid of this administration, the Bush administration, Howard, is even the appearance that you're benefiting from the war in Iraq.
Right.
So this looks a little weird. Senator Frank Lautenberg, the Democrat from New Jersey, is saying Democrats want to know why a company with former ties to U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney is getting lots of money from the government to help build Iraq. D3.
Oh, man, that's bad.
Yeah.
Don't do it, man. Oh, what's wrong with these guys?
Halliburton is the company that was once owned by Dick Cheney and has a multi-million-dollar agreement to rebuild Iraq.
See, now that's something the guy should be impeached for. That's just bad form.
Yeah, how dumb do you have to be to make this mistake?
That sucks. What is it?
D3.
D3, okay.
This contract could grow to as much as $7 billion, or maybe 10% of the cost of helping rebuild Iraq. It's the lack of transparency. It's the secrecy that surrounded this huge contract.
Boy, that's bad form.
Yeah.
Was there bidding that went on in this contract?
Then nobody knows. That's why they want to take a look at how this all came to pass. So now we'll have an investigation.
And that's just bad form. What else is in the news?
I know. It just... You can't even believe it.
A company formerly owned by the vice president is going to get billions of dollars. I mean, that's just bad.
Yeah.
That's just blatant.
You know, everybody wants to be behind you, you dopes. Don't screw up.
We're all here for you. Don't mess this up.
As you mentioned earlier, we are on alert. Orange alert has been declared in a number of places, including the entire state of New York, because of some increased chatter on the terrorist networks, the things that are monitored by our intelligence organizations. They say they're seeing increased communication with threats aimed at New York, Boston, and Washington, D.C., as well as coastal areas all around the Memorial Weekend.
Seems like the Matrix is responsible for more deaths than even some of the terrorists. I was going to do that because I
think that is just absolutely hysterical. But I just wanted to mention that there is one of these clerics who was close to Osama bin Laden. He's reporting on Al Jazeera News today that they're exhorting terrorists to attack American interests and British interests and Jewish interests and embassies around the world. So they're still up to shenanigans. Meanwhile, here, you know it's Fleet Week.
Yes, I do.
Have you seen
sailors?
Our sailors walking around in their uniforms?
Yes.
They say they're getting quite a reception on the street.
Yes, they are. Rob, go ahead. Wrap it up. Take us home.
Guess who wants us back?
Who wants us back? Letterman?
No.
The French. The French. Yeah, they don't like being excluded, do they?
Not only have we stopped buying French products, apparently Americans have stopped going to France.
Yeah, we're punishing them worse than the Dixie Chicks. You know, I've been doing this radio show now, I think 25 some odd years. Very odd years. And I have been screaming in all of those 25 years to boycott the French. For 25 years. And I'll tell you the truth, I'd given up. I really had given up.
It took Iraq.
It took Iraq.
Wake up America.
And America has woken up. Don't go to France. Boycott France.
They're starting a new campaign. It's called the Let's Fall in Love Again campaign.
Be strong. You know, the way they're punishing the Dixie Chicks? Punish these French. Don't go. You know what? I love French cooking. I have it right here in the United States. I love our French chefs. But I'm not going to France.
There you go. I think that's funny that all of a sudden they're like, oh, my God, they stopped coming.
And I would love to see France one day, but I won't do it.
F you.
I won't do it. I won't do it because of World War II. Forget about Iraq. They haven't apologized for World War II. And the production that they did for the Nazis. They haven't adequately thanked us for our participation in liberating their country. And then, to make matters worse, what they did in Iraq, how they opposed us, that they didn't contribute. because they have money invested in Iraq with that filthy swine Saddam Hussein. Never forget. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in California.
Sirhan.
Good.
We still don't know where Saddam Hussein is.
Do you think he's dead?
Kids.
Or do you think he's alive?
I think he's alive.
You do? I do, too. I'll tell you what. I think he's in Syria. I do.
There have been rumors of Syria, Iran.
Iran, I've heard. I don't think he's in Iran. I think it's Syria.
Well, if I was going to be hiding, I'd hide in Iran. Nobody'd expect him to be there.
Well, no, because, in fact, a lot of the Iranians didn't like him.
That's right. So why would you be looking for him there? He's got enough money he could pay somebody off to keep him safe. So, but I can't believe we can't even find him.
No.
And they're still fighting over there. So a couple of soldiers died the other day in a couple of different firefights. So that hasn't calmed down. It's still a dangerous area for our troops. And I don't know if you've been hearing about this roadmap to peace that the president has plotted out for Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, I know. He came up with some kind of idea.
I don't know what the roadmap is.
I think what it is that there's a dude over there who's now in charge, not Yasser Arafat.
But he's not completely in charge.
Right. And they're trying to say, hey, he's the guy who's got to negotiate peace between Israel and the Palestinians, but the Palestinians have been blowing up more stuff in Israel anyway. They don't care.
Yeah, but I think the roadmap is this will be Palestine and this will be Israel.
Yeah.
That's, like it's, Israel giving up some lands that they've occupied and all that stuff.
Seems reasonable, but...
But you can't please a Palestinian.
No, it's tough. There's a lot of guys who just are steeped in just blowing stuff up. All right, we got to take a break now. Let me just make a political statement, and I'll do it quick because I know some people just want to hear me talk about boobs. But, everyone is beating up on the president about, we haven't found weapons of mass destruction. It's time to stop that. I'm calling for an end to that. Who gives a rat's ass?
I'm thinking only the people in Hollywood care about that, but they're the ones who can make noise people hear.
Let me tell you the real reason that President Bush had to tell us there were weapons of mass destruction. After 9/11, all of us knew we had to pick a country, one of these Arab countries, and invade them and show that we were willing to kill, we were willing to die, we are willing to take over a government if we think you're up to shenanigans. If we think you support terrorism, if you tell your people it's good that 9/11 happened, if you paint murals of the great 9/11 and the Twin Towers being destroyed. So what we had to do was, I said it the day the towers went down. I said it within 5 minutes. I said, President Bush needs to take one of the countries. I don't care which one it is. Syria, Iraq, Iran, who cares which country? Go in and slaughter that government. Remove them from power to show these Arab guys we mean business.
And it's the world they made.
Right.
That we're responding to.
So, for those of
people keep calling it a preemptive strike. No, they made this world. We're not preempting anything.
Yeah, so for anyone out there who was like, well, I guess President Bush lied to us. You know what? Yeah, he lied to us.
Because you need it.
You need to be lied to because you need a reason. The reason was 9/11, the towers. That's why Saddam Hussein is no longer in power. And don't think that these Arab countries aren't shaking in their boots. That's why you're seeing some movement on the Palestinian issue. That's why you're seeing some movement from some of these moderate Arab countries to get on board and stop supporting terrorism.
They're thinking of not being in the terrorist business.
You're thinking maybe it's not worthwhile. This is the greatest thing that could have happened. I still think we need to invade one more country. That's my personal opinion. Maybe you don't agree, but I think we do. Saudi Arabia is starting to snap too. Iran's starting to snap too.
They're getting a little shaky.
Yeah, they understand that this is what's going to happen. It is the greatest thing. And yes, we needed to tell the rest of the world some cockamamie story about weapons of mass destruction. Who cares? The fact of the matter is Saddam Hussein wouldn't let us come in and investigate anyway.
You know, they didn't find any more cork bats in Sammy Sosa's locker.
And they never will again. They never will again. And there's a guy named Thomas Friedman who wrote an article called Because We Could, which agrees exactly what I've been saying all along. So, you know, look, you got to understand something. We're in dire times. We're in dire straits.
We're dealing with an enemy that is absolutely ridiculous and relentless.
Yeah, and they're not, you know, they're going to sit there and blow up buildings. But now they're going to think about it again.
At least the governments of those countries where they plan their little attacks will think about it again.
And stop attacking President Bush over it. He did what he had to do. Thank God.
You know what I heard today that, I think it was ABC or NBC, one of those two, turned down a pilot done by Janine Garofalo?
That's right.
And, of course, because she was outspoken against the war, the thing people question is whether it was because she had that attitude during the war. And I'm like, hey, couldn't they just not have liked a pilot?
A lot of pilots, by the way, get rejected. I've produced some things, and to get them on the schedule is very difficult. And let me tell you something. Anybody who says that Janine Garofalo, the Dixie Chicks, Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins, anyone who says these people have been hurt by their statements about the president and 9/11 and invading Iraq have not. Janine Garofalo is better known now than she's ever been before. The Dixie Chicks, despite what you read about getting booed, their album sales have shot up.
And they're still touring.
And their tours are sold out. Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon, despite the fact that the Baseball Hall of Fame told them not to come, are working away on movies like Mad Men. They've been unaffected.
They're bigger stars.
They're bigger stars. So don't even think that in this country we do any harm to anybody who dissents. Dissent is very much alive and well and good for the economy, for these people's economy, unfortunately. And as far as what President Bush did, bravo. You have to agree with it, because there was nothing else left to do. And that's it. That's it. Yes, Jeff. Jeff.
Yes.
You're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that they haven't found Saddam Hussein either, but that doesn't mean he didn't exist.
Right.
That's right. That's right. Good point.
Well, that's what I keep saying. They can't find him, and they sort of knew where he was. How are they going to find these weapons?
Thank you. John, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard. I don't understand how you could say that the U.S. had to take over another country. They already took over Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, forget about that.
They already took
this
over
was going to an Arab oil-rich country that supported terrorism, and it basically was a message to all governments over there.
Countries for nothing. And
not for nothing.
Why they took over Iraq is because they're the second leading oil company next to Saudi Arabia. That's the reason why.
That's right. And by the way, Saudi Arabia should be next. Let's take over that one, too. One more terrorist action against this country. Let's take over a country. Every time. Bam, bomb them, blast them, F them.
The U.S. is going to be like Germany.
No, Germany did it unprovoked. Germany went out and killed their own people because of religious beliefs, because of racial background. They went out and attacked unprovoked.
And then they decided to conquer the world.
And then they, and let me tell you something. They would have taken over the whole goddamn world. This is the same exact thing, but we're not the Nazis. These Arab countries are. They want to bomb us. They want to disrupt our way of life. They want to hurt our economy. They want to make us scared. There's no difference. You're right. The Nazi comparison is between them and the Germans.
But you got to realize, after they took over the country,
you're a traitor. You're a traitor.
I'm not a traitor. I'm Middle Eastern. That's why I'm supporting him.
Get out. Get out of my country. Get out of my country. I command you.
You go back to Israel.
Out and Z.
Go back to
Israel. Make up your mind.
Israel. I'm never going to Israel, dude.
But do you realize there are Arabs who want one Arab nation? They want the whole thing to be one country.
Good. Then we
which is exactly what Germany was up to.
That's
right. The reunification of Germany.
There you go. I'm right about everything. Never argue with me.
Especially not you.
Especially not me. I am so right, and everyone else is wrong. Saddam Hussein is gone, and let this be a warning to any other terrorist nations. Your country, your money, and your way of life will be disrupted permanently.
Yeah.
Tim Robbins, shut up. The guy on the phone, shut up. Sammy Sosa uses a cork bat and probably has done it all the time. And that's my world, and I am right. And F you to anyone else. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go to scores. Is it time yet? Why is this morning dragging on?
Well,
that's what happens when you have a scores afternoon.
It's not all good news, because I was dying to see that Janine Garofalo show.
Can we get a copy of it?
Dying to look at it.
Yeah. The world will be a better
sure
place.
It was a great show, and the networks could have made tons of money, but they decided not to.
We're all the losers there.
Well, he's more than that.
Yeah, he's also an animal. He's an animal. He's doing an ad now for so we'll go back to France. Can you imagine? The guy's a Jew, and he's rooting for France. What a dickhead. Woody Allen, seriously disturbed man.
If you didn't think so before, you have to think so now.
I will not have to refer to my French fried potatoes as freedom fries, and I don't have to freedom kiss my wife when what I really want to do is French kiss her. So let's pull together now.
It's disgusting. He's gross. I find him gross.
Doesn't he mean freedom kiss his daughter?
Yeah. My wife. Mia Farrow's daughter.
Right.
What, and to encourage people to go to France. You know that Serena Williams, the tennis player, American tennis player, was booed in France?
For no good reason.
Because she's an American. Could you imagine this? This girl's out there playing, and she was reduced to tears. Listen to this.
I'm not used to crying.
It's a side of Serena Williams we haven't seen before. Usually a terror on the courts, she broke down and cried after losing at the French Open in Paris yesterday. And who reduced this titan of tennis to tears? Why, it was none other than the French.
Bastards.
Williams was booed and jeered throughout her match against Justina Anna Ardenne, and it seemed as though every time Williams made a mistake, the boos got louder. The ugly crowd turned uglier in the third set when Williams, in an apparent tennis no-no, pointed out a ball that had gone outside the line before the official made his call.
Serena's call right now.
I think you're definitely hearing some of the anti-American sentiment, some of the feeling of, once again, it's about the ugly American.
It's so difficult all my life. I've had to fight. So it's just another fight. I'm going to have to learn how to win, that's all.
And I'd like to correct the commentator. Serena didn't make any mistakes. Everything she pointed out, she was correct about.
Those French. I wouldn't, if I was Serena, first of all, it's so exciting to have Serena and Venus in tennis at all, because they're powerful women. They know how to play the game. It's exciting.
They've improved everybody else's game.
That's right. And to go over to this France and entertain them.
I knew she was in trouble because she was playing a French-speaking woman.
Yeah. Let me tell you, these French are animals. We liberated them, and they're booing Americans. We liberated them. They scumbag bastards.
And also the woman says you don't point out when a ball goes out and they call it in. You always do that in tennis.
Why not? Why shouldn't she do that? Because she's an American? What, we're such filth? How do you stomach this Woody Allen? I mean, I don't want to call my French fries freedom fries. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Animal. Animal. No better than an animal, Woody Allen. Has to pork anything he sees, even if it's in his own girlfriend's house.
Kiss my son's sister. I don't want to call it a freedom kiss.
When I'm French kissing my son's sister, I don't want to call it a freedom kiss. I want to call it a French kiss. You animal, take your tongue out of her mouth. You disgusting, unable to control any impulse, mother ever.
Well, let me remind you that they don't mind what Woody did because they give a home to Roman Polanski.
Right. French. Goddamn France. Skunks. Traitors. Ingrades. Or is it grades? I don't know. I don't know what it is. But that's what they are. I know they're not on our team. Third-rate nation. We treat them like they're a superpower. Bunch of Nazi lovers. They bowed right to their Nazi slave masters. Scumbags. Cowards.
And would again.
And in 2 seconds they would. Afraid of Iraq. Afraid of everything. French. No good nicks. Well, I got a hit list.
Of?
Everyone! What am I going to do? I know I make sense. Just nobody listens to me. Nobody cares what I have to say. I know I'm right. All right, where were we? What do you want, Fred? Shut up!
Shut up!
Loudmouth.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
So, where were we in the show?
All right, let's go to some dude, a woman. Hello.
Well, this is Tom.
Oh, Tom. Okay, I'm sorry. I just couldn't find your name. Go ahead.
Hi, Howard. How you doing?
Hey.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask you that because everybody does. I was stumbling around the radio yesterday and I came upon a story about a video game that's coming out that involves the Twin Towers where you're stuck in there and you're trying to get your way out. And one option is to either jump out a window or try to make your way down to the bottom of the building. I wonder if you heard about it.
I'm hearing about it for the first time, but that's sick and depraved and, Jesus, that's the lowest thing I've ever heard.
And the other low thing is they talking about releasing it on the second anniversary this September 11th.
I can't even believe that. That sounds like something that just was made up.
Yeah,
and,
a prank.
I'm sure it's a prank or something. It can't be. No one would ever. Unless you were a terrorist, like if maybe Iraq,
Yes.
Saddam Hussein is putting that out.
Foreign power that hates us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. Tom just informed me that's our new sponsor. Oh, we love that. No, just kidding. No, that's the sickest thing I ever heard. I mean, God damn, could you imagine being in that tower? I think about this all the time. Being in that tower, some plane comes crashing through. I wonder if you are you conscious to see the plane come through? Like, do you get sucked into some weird vortex but I know some people were just like the fire was going in the building. They had to jump out the window to their death. I mean, how the hell could you make a game out of that? You got to be out of your friggin' mind.
Tell me about it.
I'm for fun comedy, outrageous humor, goofing on everything, but Jesus Christ.
I've never seen a Pearl Harbor game. Why would there be a...
Yeah, I just can't even imagine.
September 11th.
The mind that thinks that up.
Well, who they're going to gear this towards, though?
Perverts. I don't know. That's insane. But 9/11 is the worst, horrible tragedy. I got to say again, congratulations to President Bush. He just went in and took out Iraq for no reason, really. There's no weapons of mass destruction, and it's great. We decided to go take out a leader of a country over there just because they screwed someone over this. We don't know who did it.
You know,
you know what that says to the Arabs? Go get your people in line, dude. Because if you don't, we're going to keep taking out countries.
You want to be crazy? We'll be crazy.
We're crazy, too. We could be crazy like you. We're going to keep removing you from power. You know, the only thing I can't figure out is why they don't let Israel react to when their buses get blown up, why they're not allowed to go in and eliminate Yasser Arafat and the whole Palestinian country. I don't get it. That's terrorism. If someone came here and started blowing up buses and buildings, it'd be over.
There'd be another country without a leader.
Yeah, it's weird.
You know, it's like if a cop kills a scumbag criminal because he has a knife and then he doesn't find the knife on him. Plan it. The neighborhood's a better place without the gun.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, why didn't we just put some...
plan a weapon there.
Like, what does he do? He does Dr. Phil, I think.
Does Leno, he does Dr. Phil, he does a great Ted Koppel.
And which president did he do?
Phil Donahue, and Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Really good Bill
Clinton. Funny guy.
Question is, would we be in better hands, are we in better hands with George Bush or Bill Clinton? Is the country in better shape, or are we better taken care of with which president?
I don't think Bill Clinton could have handled 9/11.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever would have done what George Bush did. I don't think he would have gone into Afghanistan. I don't think he would have gone into Iraq. I'll say George Bush. I hate to say it. Never thought I would say it. But he's done a good job.
Yeah, people are doing polls about that stuff right now.
I mean, this is a very kooky time we're in right now. Anything post 9/11 is a whole new. We need a cowboy road warrior.
Yep.
We need a guy trying to prove something. You know what I mean? We need a maniac.
Not some guy who can sit back and think.
Yeah. We need a guy who overreacts to stuff, like me.
You need that guy who's drunk in a bar when some little guy gets out of line, he starts beating him up, and he starts looking at his friends going, what are you looking at?
We need a guy who gets a call to his radio show. Howard, I don't like the show anymore. You suck. I'm going to kill you. If you ever call here again, I'm going to hunt you down with a bow and arrow, you and your family. Kill you, your children, your parents, and your grandparents. That's what we need.
Irrational stuff.
Yeah. What is it, Scotty?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, brother.
What's happening?
You are.
Is this Howard?
Yes.
Hey, Howard, you're a Nectar fan, right? You remember Nectar?
I don't know. Okay, I gotta go.
Hey, wait. No, I want to give you a DVD, man. You're always give.
Thank you. All right,
The country agrees with you. They think that the President Bush administration is running the country better than Bill Clinton's did.
There you go. Jose, you're on the air. What does she know?
She knows. I'm not. What do you know, Robin? Let him know. No.
I want to know if you learned anything from Robin. I don't think you're really paying attention.
We learned that Bush is invulnerable. Right?
No, I said he's vulnerable.
Oh yeah, but not that people aren't going to care about the weapons of mass destruction thing ultimately.
Yeah, Democrats will care, but
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm glad he invaded.
Yeah,
I like it.
I wanted him to do good too.
Yeah, I mean, well, once we went, we might as well win.
Yeah, I like soldiers. Yeah.
Me too. Well, who doesn't?
We all like
Robin doesn't like the soldiers.
I love the soldiers. What are you talking about?
She's for the war, but against the soldiers.
Oh, stop. Why, thank you. That's impossible.
Every celebrity. Well, I'm against the war, but I'm for our soldiers.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I'm behind our soldiers. Of course you're behind them.
Yeah, you're here.
They got the guns. Let them go first.
Our soldiers happen to be fighting a war right now, so we need you to be for both.
What's in the news, Robin? All right. I've gotten a million calls about this thing. That there's some dude on the Real World that looks like Baba Booey, so...
Yo, KC, listen. There's this guy on the new Real World Paris, I guess it's called. This guy's name is Adam. You got to go to the website on MTV. It looks just like freaking Baba Booey, like with the teeth and everything, like everything. So go to the MTV, I guess, page and then click on shows or on air.
There you go. Yeah, if anybody wants to do that, because someone sent me the picture. It does look like Baba Booey, except the guy's got cooler hair than Baba Booey. And Baba Booey ought to cut his hair like this guy. He'd look a lot better.
Baba Booey.
But Baba Booey gets that short haircut, and he's got too much face shown.
Baba Booey.
Disturbing. Dana.
Hey, man, what the hell? Why is George Bush paying you money? Because you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. I don't know, every time you talk good about him, but I mean, he seems to be running the country into the ground. I'm a bartender, and I'm lucky if I walk out of the bar with $20. All the old guys coming in are on pensions. They can't afford to do, well, pardon the French, but dick. And,
I don't think I give a blanket endorsement to George W. Bush. I talk about the war effort, I talk about the war on terrorism, and that he's done a superb job. Other than that, I haven't given high marks to Bush.
Yeah, on any other aspect of his presidency.
You know, everything in people's mind, this is what's ugly about politics. I don't even know why anyone goes into it. I've never seen such hatred toward politicians. it seems to be that, you see some of these guys in the U.S. Senate. Some of them seem really educated, well-spoken, actually care about what they're doing. Are they motivated in some weird way to be in the public eye and get power? Perhaps, but they are doing some sort of service. Now, why does it always have to be either or with the president? Isn't it possible that a president could be strong in some areas? I even read history books about Eisenhower, because I always thought Eisenhower was a crummy president.
I know, you used to scream about it.
Yeah, but then you'll see him as a general. There's a good book on him about it, actually written by John Rockefeller, John Eisenhower.
Yeah.
And, it talks about what an incredible general he was. So the point is, everything doesn't have to be one way. Either you're against the guy or you're for the guy. George W. Bush has done something that I don't think Bill Clinton could have done. I don't think Al Gore would have done. And I voted for Gore. I think he said, you know what, screw it. Let's take out Iraq. Just over 9/11. That's what I think was done. Let's take out Afghanistan. Let's get rid of the Taliban. These are bold, dangerous moves, but he knew he was a man of the times, and he stepped up to the plate, and I don't even think he's done. I think we got to still invade another country.
You know what's interesting? His weak point was supposed to be foreign policy, and that's all he's been about.
He's been awesome. Awesome to the point that it could win him the next election, but you're right. There are things going on in the country that are real bad, and the Bush administration doesn't seem to be able to get a grip on it or to sort of rally people, to get any kind of legislation passed. And he's got a majority of Republicans that could pass anything he wants. But I won't take it away from the guy. He's done something phenomenal at this moment in history. Will he get reelected? I don't know.
He has managed to get a tax bill, a tax cut bill through Congress.
He has.
But, I mean, they don't even seem like real Americans anymore, You get these guys living high on the hog,
Who's not a real American?
Well, I mean, you need your car right now in 24 hours, I'm sure those guys think the same way.
Who is he talking about?
Who are you're going to judge the president on me getting a car? I'm a big selfish baby.
He probably has the same mentality. He wants oil, so therefore he pushed that war.
He wants oil, therefore he pushed... Listen to
what
me.
about Halliburton, all those boys?
Listen to me. I gotta
know you don't like them. I don't.
Call up, what's the guy on ABC? Bill O'Reilly, Rush Limbaugh. Call up those guys.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, can I get to some poontang talk then?
Well, I wish you would. I mean, who wants to talk about George W. Bush?
I got a good euphemism for you here. Can you say nuck and futz?
Okay, I got to get away from you. I'm trapped in a conversation that's killing me.
All right, sorry.
Goodbye. I mean, you're killing me.
Can you imagine going to that bar?
The reason you aren't getting any tips is you're a bore. Shut up!
Yeah, it's the president's fault.
They had a great cartoon in the Daily News. This chick goes up to this dude, and she's talking about going out on a date with him, and she says, you know what, I need your complete history of what animals you've been exposed to in the last 24 hours. Got monkey pox, prairie dogs. What the hell is going on? These animals. Throw them all out of the country. Anybody who brings in a prairie dog.
Don't let them in. What are you talking? Throw them out. Don't let them in.
Don't let them in. Don't let them out. Don't let anybody do anything. I can't take it. Just like we're doing to the French. Do you know the French are whining now more than ever?
Yeah, well, they need our help, right?
We need our help. Wine sales are down 20%. This is what I've been praying for my entire adult life. I've wanted the boycott of France. Tourism is off so far that whoever the head of the tourism department in France is, he's screaming, how dare you hurt our economy? And now it's going to start going over to perfume and all kinds of things.
And clothing, whatever. But a friend of mine just got back from France, and he was like, the people were lovely.
Yeah.
They loved to see Americans.
Yeah.
Everybody speaking English.
Well, let me tell you something. They're hurting, and I love it. They're going to be down on their knees.
I mean, it has affected the man on the street over there.
And everyone has reason to hate France. It doesn't matter, like, what group you're part of. Like Jews hate France because, who was their top government official who just, some guy just ran for government and he was anti-Semitic. And,
right, I don't remember the guy's name.
He got a huge amount of votes.
Yeah.
Then they got this whole sort of movement where the second... this whole thing went down with Iraq. They started supporting Iraq and giving them money. And there's a reason for everyone to hate France. They hate our policies. They piss on us.
Constantly anti-American.
They're constantly anti-American. So everybody hates them, and it's great. Everyone is rallying, and they're down on their knees. They're down on their friggin' knees. I'll tell you how deep it goes. Like, I was at a restaurant, and they give you a wine list. And I look at it, I go, right to the American wine.
Yeah.
I don't buy the French wine. I'll buy any wine but a French wine.
Right, we got perfectly good wine here.
We got great wine here.
How about the fact when the Nazis marched into Paris, they practically had a buffet waiting for them?
How about our soldiers died and they desecrate the graves of our soldiers?
How about when the Nazis marched in, they rounded up the Jews and gave them to them?
Yeah, take care.
So McDonald's maybe needs some of the same treatment from our audience. All right. Dan, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard?
Yes.
I'm not talking about KC or nothing, but I want to talk to you about what Kate Hudson said yesterday.
Well, don't even get me started. I was home yesterday thinking about that, getting steamed.
I was going to say, you're going to start him off early in the morning.
You want to get me going, huh?
Yeah, no, Howard, I mean, I don't want to get you all riled up and bright and early or anything, but I mean, I want to know what I can do and guys like me around the country can do to get this woman, like, what can we do to her, like what happened to the Dixie Chicks, you know, where everyone gets
don't go to her movies.
Don't go to her movies, but you see, people are doing that already.
Don't buy her records.
I don't think she'd notice.
Well, I've been doing that for years. I mean, what can I do, like, now?
I've been doing her movies for years.
Well, let me show people what we're talking about, or play for people what we're talking about. I was on the air. Robin was doing her news wrap-up at the end of the show, and inevitably gets to the celebrity news, and they're interviewing Kate Hudson, the privileged daughter of Goldie Hawn, who I've met and everything, and years ago I met her. But, very privileged life. Yeah. You know, and what, 20 years old, very stupid, hasn't really lived, doesn't understand the history of this planet, even though she probably went to private school.
Incredibly dumb.
So they're interviewing her about being in France, and here's what she said, and my blood started to boil.
Sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, you know, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries? And excuse me, you know, and all these things. And you're going, oh, shut up.
Well, another self-hating American, and this is what America needs right now, a celebrity, quote-unquote celebrity. My mother's the celebrity. Yeah, but, you know, a self-hating American, we're creatures. Oh, no wonder the French hate us. We go over there, we eat mounds of food like we're pigs. And we go, excuse me. Last thing I knew, excuse me was a nice thing to say.
Yeah, what are you supposed to say if you want somebody's attention?
And, of course, we're gross. We order ketchup. Because ketchup makes a person horrible.
I mean, mayonnaise on fries, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you didn't let it all out.
Yeah, okay.
I got to tell you something. My blood was boiling. I mean, these French are the most ungrateful human beings on the planet. Talk about creatures. We saved these guys in World War II, and there's not been a thank you. They desecrate the graves of our soldiers. I want all of their graves returned to us. I want the bodies returned to us. I can't, and this Kate Hudson, who has such a privileged life, money, the rock star husband, the parents who love and adore her, give her everything. Because of this country, her mother made a living. Because of this, the idiot ketchup-eating people in this country, she has a film career.
Tickets, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know, and then to get on and say, no wonder the French hate us. We're disgusting creatures.
Worst creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like...
You picture snorting pigs eating mounds of food.
Right, just running over the country foraging.
Yeah. I mean, of course they hate us. Yeah. How about, of course, they should love us?
Seriously.
Talk about what we eat ketchup? Sorry. I mean, you're so refined. And, of course, the picture is Kate knows how to deal with the French. She's refined.
She wouldn't be the American they hate.
No, she's class because, you know, her mother taught her how to be class. Yeah. She's smart.
She knows not to order ketchup.
Wait, Howard, in my mind,
ketchup. First of all, it's ketchup, not ketchup.
Ketchup. Now, here's some American.
Some American, because she's not an American. I hear some American. That's like a black person getting on TV going, I hear some nigger going, you know, last time I looked, you were black.
Wait, Howard, what she said I think is worse than what the Dixie chick said, and that was like big national news. Why aren't I seeing this on anything else like the O'Reilly Factor?
Because you know what? Nobody cares, really.
No one knows who she is, really.
They know who she is. Come on.
We're a beaten people. We accept all of our abuse.
This is disgraceful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the French almost elected a Nazi last time. Le Pen, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, the French are disgraceful in every
You don't have to teach me about the French and who they elected. How dare you? Go write a letter to her. What are you telling me?
I mean, we order extra condiments, and that's supposed to be something crazy. I mean, I don't understand what her problem is with this great country. This is the greatest country in the world.
She should get on a bus with Woody Allen and Jerry Lewis and drive to France.
Jerry Lewis?
That's right.
No. I don't know, dude. I think, I'm around the same age as she is, and I think I'm pretty well-traveled. I always know, though, when I'm getting on a plane back home, I'm going to the best country in the world. San Francisco, California is where I'm calling you from. I love this damn country.
Of course you do. Because if anyone should love this country, it's Kate Hudson.
But you know what? He makes a point. When she travels to France, she only sees the greatest part of France.
Right.
When she travels anywhere in the world, she sees the great, so she doesn't realize how great this country is.
Well, she should really move to France and begin her career there, because really we're creatures. We're cretinous creatures.
Why would she want to entertain us?
All right.
Wait.
Sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American.
Some American.
Like us.
Like some American? One of those gross Americans that gave me my career?
You're the only one playing the
boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our...
Ketchup? Where's the ketchup?
Where'd she learn how to say that?
I don't know.
Well, she's from California.
Hey.
Is it ketchup out there?
I hear some chicks like Valley types. Ketchup. And we had some ketchup. Right?
Who does she overhear besides her servants her whole life?
Yeah. That's where she learned the word ketchup.
Her servants have said ketchup.
Her servants, exactly.
That's the ugly American.
When I was 14, I overheard my assistant say ketchup.
Yeah.
And I'll just go, of course they hate us. Of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat,
Just dumb.
We're like, where's the cat?
You don't even know what we are. I'll tell you what we are. We're the only country that sends troops to defend other countries. Mm-hmm. We're the only ones, I'm talking about nowadays, that'll even stand up to Saddam Hussein. And we're the only ones that'll go into Afghanistan. Everyone else, gee whiz, what a shame, terrorism. We're the only ones I tell you what, we were the ones that liberated France from Hitler.
Well, twice we liberated France, once in World War I and
once in World War II. They always have to be rescued, the French.
The reason that all these European countries can afford all these socialist programs and criticize us is because we defend them.
Maybe they should eat a little ketchup, those French.
Ketchup would have.
Ketchup.
Boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries? And excuse me,
Excuse me. Yeah, because maybe we want a little service out of those snail eaters.
Yeah.
Maybe I want, you know what? They should be groveling before every American, thanking them still to this day.
Tired of being ignored. Excuse me.
Yeah. Excuse me, didn't I rescue your ass?
Yeah, liberating a country makes you hungry.
Yeah, we got hungry rescuing you.
Yeah, well, it's liberating.
We'll take some catch-up with that rescue.
They shouldn't even be allowed to charge us for the mounds of food we eat.
God, you guys are funny. Okay, well, you said no one cares, though, Howard. I think that if people listen to that, they would care. And I need this. I mean, we need this on other channels, and no one else is playing it.
Well, maybe they'll pick up on it. Thank you.
I hope.
That's what I'm doing.
We're starting.
But he's right, this guy. I just don't know what he said, but he's right. Yeah, Chris.
Basically saying you can bash the United States and nobody even
cares. We don't need that right now. Yes, Chris.
Hi, how you doing, Howard? I'm a huge fan. Thank God I got through. If she's this miserable with this country, you know what she needs to do? She needs to just leave. She's got plenty of money. She can move anywhere she wants.
Absolutely, Chris. I'll tell you what. If we're so gross and vile, why would you live here?
Exactly.
Why would you work here? Go with Roman Polanski over to France and make bad art films.
Hang out with child molesters.
That's right.
No problem with them. You know what else we do as far as the mounds of food? We send mounds of that food to all the other countries. And you know what else we send? Mounds of money.
Right.
That's something that France does not do. They can't do.
We're a very generous country. We are. And I'm sick and tired of being told we suck.
This is horrible. We should boycott her. Her and the rest of them.
The rest of them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will never, ever go see another one of her movies. I will never give her a dime.
Well, no one goes to see her movies anyway.
Yeah, I'm not going to start seeing her movies.
That's what you want to say.
I'm not starting.
That's better.
The last movie was a complete bomb.
This is just totally ridiculous.
But really, she should be shunned. I mean, she should be, people should say to her, listen, listen, I'm not going to walk near you, Kate, because, I'm one of those ugly, fat, ketchup-eating Americans.
What's the last movie she was even in?
Oh, Big Turkey, just recently, a couple of weeks ago. Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, 10 ways to lose a guy or something. Yeah.
10 ways to lose a guy. And it made, I think, like $10 million total.
She was in something after that. I guarantee it. That just came out. That was like an enormous bomb.
Alex and Emma.
Yes.
And it made $13 million.
Alex and Emma. I didn't even remember that.
Let's play clips of that movie.
You're right.
It makes me happy that almost nobody knows the names. You guys are in entertainment. You guys don't know the names. That's great.
I only got the name through the computer. That's the only reason I know.
Alex and Emma.
That's right.
her
It was just
contribution.
a couple of weeks ago that came out, and nobody saw it.
I'm sure that's why she was interviewed. And what happens is they love to hear themselves talk. And she's 20 years old, and she's dumb. She's just dumb.
No, the reason she was interviewed is because she's got another movie coming out. This girl's making movies like they're going out of style.
I don't know why.
You know what? They should just put them up on their little, soapboxes and let them talk all to themselves, because she has no concept of reality, along with most of the other actors.
I'll tell you what, when you see her, you go like this. Excuse me, where's my ketchup, Kate? That's what you should do. Where's my ketchup?
And put a mound of food in front of yourself.
And if her mother wasn't Goldie Hawn, she would have been a stripper, trust me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right.
You're the best.
Thank you. Oh, man. All right, Paul, you got the last word on this, and I got to take a break.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Howard.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. I'm driving on the road. You guys played that clip, man, and I almost got road rage.
I'm going to play it every day.
Seriously, man. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps.
There you go.
I just, got out in December, man, and this lady wants to tear us apart like that. I'm about to lose it, man. I'm telling you.
Especially somebody who has it so good.
Yeah, he's reaping the major benefits of being an American.
I mean, and then to just bash, and that's just what we don't need right now, with the French bashing us and the...
we certainly don't need to bash ourselves.
Even the Iraqi people, we went in and killed Uday and Bouday there, which is a great thing. The person, these two guys were raping... These guys were so bad in Iraq. They'd go to a wedding, be invited to a wedding, and they'd rape the bride right there in front of the groom. The groom would go over and shoot himself.
Man.
And we kill our Marines, our Army. They go in and they kill this Uday and Bouday. Qusay. And I read interviews with the Iraqi people. They go, you Americans are blowing up our houses. You didn't need to blow up our house when you... I'm like...
Why did you destroy that beautiful house?
Why are we bothering with everyone? Why don't we become isolationists? Why don't we just sit on our asses and let them continue to be raped? You know why? Because we're good people.
These guys make me sick, and this Hudson...
Oh, please.
D-I-T-C-H, man. I tell you what.
Right.
Well, Uday Hussein couldn't have been that bad, because he wasn't American.
Yeah.
We're the bad ones.
Yeah, we're bad. Yeah, he didn't eat ketchup.
Yeah, he didn't want ketchup.
You know, when he went to Paris, he didn't ask for ketchup.
Oh, it really does make you so mad you just want to eat something.
Go ahead. What are you going to eat to show your anger?
You know what? Get me some French fries with ketchup. I'm going to eat them all morning while I watch Alex and Emma. You scumbag! You scummy little...
man, or else I'm going to crash on the road, man. I'm telling you, I got to pull over and cool down, man.
All right, thanks, man.
Hey, you guys have a good one.
Later.
Bye.
Semper Fi, my friend.
Semper Fi.
What does that mean, anyway?
It means, hey, Marine.
Hey, now. It means hey, now.
Hey, buddy. It means...
It's Marine for hey, now.
Yeah. All right, I got to take a break.
Anyways, I had a kind of a response to that Kate Hudson comment that she made. I'm totally for America. America's the best country in the world. But unfortunately, some of the criticisms are right, in my opinion. I've been to Europe many places, many times, and, I mean... Just in general, I think that she hit a lot of points that, a lot of Americans kind of feel...
Let me tell you something. For years and years and years, even as a little kid growing up, I've heard people who went to Europe say, Americans sometimes go over there with their culture and they disregard the culture of other places and all that. I'm not even talking about that. That's a discussion if you want to have with me, fine. Kate Hudson going up in an interview, it's disgusting to me that this chick who's so privileged, who has so much wealth, and has benefited so from living in America, goes in a forum and starts to criticize Americans and call us disgusting, ketchup-eating creatures. Creatures. I can't even make this stuff up.
I agree.
It's the wrong place. It's the wrong time to do this stuff. I'm not saying she doesn't have freedom of speech. You can criticize anything in this country. That's what's great about it. But I got to disagree with her, and I got to say at a time when French people are not sticking by us after what we've done for them, if I tell you how they hate us and despise us.
I've never been to France. I never will. I'm banned France.
And her quote is disgraceful.
Of course they hate us.
And for anyone who didn't hear it, here it is again. I'll play it every day on the goddamn show if you want.
Sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, you know, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries?
Ketchup.
And excuse me, you know, and all these things. And you're going, oh, shut up.
See, she's so sophisticated, she can go to France. They love her.
Right.
But the rest of us are disgusting, ketchup-eating creatures. First of all, it's ketchup. That's number one. Number two, we don't need to hear self-hating Americans who are embarrassed by Americans all over the news, all over interviews. We get enough bashing. The goddamn Iraqis don't even appreciate that we liberated them from a swine. I see some of them on TV going, you Americans, you bombed our houses. Shut up, you pussies. And Kate Hudson should be deported. 20 years old. She's got the whole world figure out how we're disgusting. You know what? Maybe a lot of us didn't get to go to boarding school. A lot of us didn't get to grow up in a mansion in Malibu, Beverly Hills, wherever. Servants.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, we like to eat ketchup. Gee, sorry. And sorry for saying excuse me. Excuse me, you French-eating bastard. Get over here and service me. That's what we're saying when we're over there. Because you know what? These French have been bad-mouthing us. We're disgusting. Let me tell you something. There'll be plenty of French who are disgusting. They pick their ass and they don't shower. Tell her to shut up. We don't need that now. We're getting bashed all over the world, and we're good people.
We can't all marry someone as sophisticated as the Black Crowes guy.
There isn't another country in this world, in the history of this world, that has been more generous and more giving and less isolationist than this country.
It's just that coming from her, it's just, you know, I mean,
it's despicable.
It's where it's, yeah, that's where it's disgusting. But
oh, it's so gross. I was over in France, and I figured out why they hate us. Because we're disgusting creatures who eat a lot. Like, she's painting a portrait of Americans, big and fat, stuffing their heads full of bad food and ketchup. And you know what? The French don't need any help hating us.
Well, generally speaking, she's right in that sense. We are...
No, she's not right. There are some people here who overeat, like there are fat French people.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Not in this room.
We can bash the French for days.
And the reason Kate Hudson looks so goddamn good, is in such good shape, she's grown up in a household with tons of money. They can do her hair every day, her nails every day. And you know who's doing her hair and nails every day? Americans who sit and support her stupid-ass movie career. I'll never go see a movie with her. I don't care if it's the best movie ever made.
You don't care if she's in Seabiscuit, you know?
I don't care what movie she's in.
I don't care if I'm in it.
So far, the movie she made a few weeks ago made, I think, $13 million. That was it. Alex and Emma.
That's a good one.
And unfortunately, that was easy to boycott. I mean, really, shut up.
I appreciate the call. I mean, talking with you, and great show. Keep it up.
Thanks.
And,
all right.
For years and years and years.
I don't need her with her. She hasn't even lived. She doesn't even know what it's like to really work. It's clueless, bitch. Shut up.
Right, she doesn't know anything about life.
Nothing.
She's never gone to, like, the DMV and had to wait in line.
And if the French hate us, stop going to the country. Cripple them financially.
Oh, no, she's in a movie. Her next movie is called Le Divorce.
Yeah.
Le Divorce.
Let's divorce her ass right from this country. Stay over in France, please. And you'll never have to see another gross person again. We'll put you into the farmlands in France.
Yeah, go where everybody's not gross.
Yeah. Mark, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yeah.
first-time caller. I love you, and I'm going to miss you when you're gone. But I got to tell you, this Kate Hudson thing, I agree with you. Number one, I'll never see another movie of hers again, along with Sean Penn and Timothy what's-his-name and Susan Sarandon and Janine Garofalo, for that matter. But believe it or not, we have got people that live in this country that work for the BBC, and you know how un-American they are, that are actually bashing us as well. And it absolutely sickens me. And, I mean, years ago there was a movement, okay, you don't like the country, move out. And people are telling us that that's un-American. But
no, I don't mind people being against the war in Iraq. I don't even mind that. I don't even care about that.
And the BBC is British. I mean, they may be here reporting and stuff.
Yeah,
they're all British.
But I mean, Kate Hudson's just got such a great life going. There's no adversity whatsoever or hardship in her life. And to sit there and talk about how grotesque we are, how no wonder French people hate us, and sort of setting herself up like, you know what, I'm like a really cool American, so, you know, but look at the rest of you, what you do, and your catsup and your catsup.
She doesn't think she's obnoxious. That's what's really bad.
Yeah, that's what's great about her, because she's 20 and has figured out the entire world. She's noticed a few things.
Well, I don't want to be redundant, but the people who are spreading the anti-American Semitism that, and of course we see it on the quote liberal media all the time, but there's a very good French boycott going on that
oh yeah, and let me tell you something. The French are the least generous people. You don't see them doing anything philanthropic for anyone. You don't see them giving away millions of dollars in food. You don't see them taking a stand against the Nazis. You don't see them doing anything brave. They've never defended anyone. I mean, where do they come off hating? And then Kate Hudson going, you know, look, I'm a very sophisticated woman, and one of the things I notice when I go over there, you know, me and my cool friends, the French really have a right to hate us because we're really gross. And let me give you some evidence of that. We eat. And when we eat, we're disgusting, and we put ketchup on our food because that's just like the worst thing you could do. And yeah, how horrible are we? You know, that's a reason to hate someone, because they use ketchup on their food. And sometimes when we can't get goddamn service out of these people because they hate us so much because we're spending our American dollars over there, we have them to say, "Excuse me, can you pay attention to me, you goddamn dumb French bastard?"
Well, Howard, one last thing, and I'll let you go.
Rick Hollywood bitch, Rick Hollywood bitch, Rick Hollywood bitch. What happened to me?
That guy's influenced you.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. Okay. Let's go to Helene. You're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, I want to talk about France and Kate Hudson. What is she, 20 years old?
Something like that.
Well, she's very stupid. Number one,
I agree.
Apparently she has not traveled through France and parts of Paris. Probably stayed at the Ritz Hotel or the George V. She has never been beyond where you go into the subway and they're fighting and they're screaming. Right. And this is the French fighting with the French.
Of course, it's this whole attitude that, oh, the French are so civilized and we're disgusting.
They're not civilized.
They're not at all.
What about the gypsies? You walk in the streets and all of a sudden you become accosted by these gypsies.
Well, it's this attitude that, oh, the French are such good people. No wonder they hate us ugly, disgusting Americans. And, you know, I just don't want to hear somebody who's been so privileged going in a national forum in an interview situation and feeling like, you know, she can bash Americans. And really, what right does she have to do it?
She has no right. And first of all, if I were her mother, I'd tell her to shut her stupid mouth.
Right. Well, they don't over there. You know, there's no rules. There's no limits.
Well,
there's no parenting.
It's pretty sad, because if my kids ever said anything like that, I'd tell them to just shut up.
I mean, first of all, would you let your child at 20 be having another child? I mean, it's a child having a child. I mean, it's laughable. And her opinions are ridiculous. And right now America is being chastised all over the world for only doing good things. And she's got to talk about how we're gross because we like to eat.
Well, I got news for you. She shouldn't be able, people shouldn't even, ask her any questions.
No, of course not. Who would even go to a punk and ask her about the world?
She's a 20-year-old kid. What the hell does she know?
Gee, who would ask her about France?
Somebody who wants her to say something stupid.
Well, that's exactly it. And it shows the mentality of the people who are interviewing her.
Well, thank you for calling.
Okay.
That's a very intelligent woman. Wow. Very, very intelligent woman.
Sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, you know, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries? And excuse me, you know, and all
Trying
these
to
things.
be...
And you're going, oh, shut up.
She thinks she's Bill Maher now. She's making this outrageous point.
At least Bill Maher's funny.
Well, sometimes.
Well, yeah.
It's unbelievable. I noticed that they hate us because we're disgusting.
They should hate us.
Well, as an American, I don't feel so disgusting. I think we're a pretty great country, and I think the people are great here, and I think that they've made tremendous sacrifices, especially our military, for people like the French.
And what's wrong with ketchup?
Nothing. Don't know. Evidently, that's gross to her. But eating a goddamn snail with some frog's legs on the side is fine. Eric from Bulgaria.
Hello, Albert. How are you?
All right.
I want to call you to explain to you why there is a lot of anti-American around the world. And you keep going on and on about Miss Hahn.
Don, you're on the air. Go ahead. I'm bored with him. Yes.
Hey, what's up, Howard? Hey, man, this Kate Hudson chick, she's such a hypocrite, bro. I work at a movie theater out here in West L.A., and she walked in. She walked in like 2-3 weeks ago, but yeah, her new movie, Les Divorce, whatever. Dude, she walked in, and she ordered... First of all, she was so flamboyant and so big. She was like, hi, hi. And I didn't even notice who it was at first. I'm like, man, who's this chick? Who does she think she is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's her.
Right.
She comes in, and she orders a large bag of popcorn.
Right.
Halfway through the bag, she wants butter. And then she wants salt.
Disgusting.
Dude, she is such a fat... Like, I mean,
So
she doesn't
gross.
hate herself, you know?
So gross.
That's horrible. Mounds of popcorn and butter.
And
that creature.
I like you. You're going to have you're stuffing mounds of buttered popcorn from that creature's face. You've won $500 cash courtesy of Lara Croft's video game Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness for PS2 and PC CD-ROM.
Right on. Right on, Howard. Thank you, man.
Right.
And I think they call her Lara Croft, even though it's L-A-R-A.
Oh, it's not Lara?
No.
Well, why don't they spell it Laura? Even if it's not, they should spell it for me, Laura.
So it's Lara Croft and Jiggly is the other one? Gigli. Can't wait to see that one.
Robert, you're on the air.
Hello. Howard.
Hi. Yes.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning, Robin.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to touch on a couple different things. That guy with Miss Universe or whatever, Miss Stag Universe. Why not just call it Mr. Homo of the States or something like that?
Mr. Homo of the States, okay.
Yeah,
right,
that would work, right?
I guess that would work, yes.
And the other thing, Kate Hudson, I am a vet. I just came back from Afghanistan about 9 months ago. I just got out of the Air Force 6 months ago.
Good for you.
And she can kiss my ass.
Right. Right.
With the exception of South America, I've been on every continent going, and you know what? I've seen a-holes, and I've seen nice people, and everything in between, and she can still kiss my butt. I don't care who her mother is.
That's right. That's right. All right. You know what? You won $500 cash.
I did.
Courtesy of Lara Croft's video game Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness for PS2 and PC CD-ROM.
Hey, Howard, I love you. You know what? I'm 28 years old, and I swear to you, I've been listening to you for 19 years.
That's scary. I mean, that's great.
The very first time, you know what? The very first time I ever heard you, remember the blizzard of '84?
I remember it well, my friend.
Well, I was holed up in my house, and my brother, who's like 7 years older than me, made me listen to you.
Forced you.
The very first time I ever heard you.
And now you're addicted.
Yeah, I love you.
Remember we tried
all over the world. I found either internet or something.
Robin carried me in her arms into the studio that day. I'll never forget. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you for defending this country full of fat-headed ketchup eaters. Thank you, according to Kate Hudson.
Hey, love you.
Love you.
Never forget the first time I had sex with my brother. It was the blizzard of '84.
Above the fruited plain, America, America, God shed his grace on thee.
Pass me the ketchup.
And crown thy hood with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
They hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries? And excuse me, and all these things. And you're going, oh, shut up.
No, you shut up.
Foreigners equal laughs on the Howard Stern Show.
I say yes.
It's the Onion Radio News. A new Fox reality show will determine who rules Iraq. This is Doyle Redland reporting. Executives for the Fox network unveiled their latest reality TV venture today, Appointed by America, a new series in which contestants vie for the top spot in Iraq's post-war government. Fox reality programming chief Mike Darnell.
Will it be Ahmed Chalabi, leader of the exiled Iraqi National Congress, or General Tommy Franks, commander of the Allied forces, or maybe Rashomah Williams, the Macon, Georgia waitress with big dreams and an even bigger voice?
The program's celebrity judges will be choreographer and former Chrysalis recording artist Tony Basil, internationally renowned hairstylist Vidal Sassoon, and television star Kevin Sorbo. Joel Redland for The Onion Radio News.
That'd be a great reality show, picking the leader of Iraq. That's great. With Kevin Sorbo.
Tony Basil.
Yeah, Hercules is going to help pick the leader.
And Tony Basil was, she had a hit record.
Mickey.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you're so fine.
Certainly she knows about picking world leaders.
You blow my mind.
Rashomah Williams, the big voice.
Should be an excellent leader for Iraq.
Yeah.
That would be such a good show. Yeah.
You were talking about Kate Hudson yesterday.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. One of the greatest things you've ever done is expose her. But you know what? Johnny Depp's no better.
What has he said?
He had something that was just as bad to say.
Well, when you quote people, you better get it right.
Yeah, at least we have her tape.
I have tape. Give me some tape.
Well, if you go on the Internet, they have several interviews with him.
Oh, yeah?
And it's pretty alarming what he has to say about America.
Well, I know he lives outside of the country. He doesn't even want to live here anymore.
Yeah.
At least he's moved.
At least he moved. And Kate Hudson should go live with him.
He lives in France, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, he absolutely.
You want to know what he had to say?
Yeah.
This is a quote off several interviews that are on the Internet. He says, America is too much of hypocrisy and violence. When I look at what had become the American dream, I just definitively prefer living in France, which is a country more civilized and sophisticated. The war in Iraq was an ugly war that was all about money.
See, I don't mind that. I don't mind him saying that. The Kate Hudson thing makes me mental because she gets up there and talks. He's saying he doesn't agree with the policies of American government. I get that. People need to be able to say that.
But is France
what this broad
than us?
Oh, is that what he said? Sophisticated?
He said
that's
civilized.
Not more civilized? No, they're not more civilized.
No, they're weak and they fold.
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong. And I don't have a tape of him saying that. I'm not defending him. I don't even know the guy. I interviewed him once and he was fine. But, I don't care. I don't give a rat's ass about him. All I know is I got a tape of Kate Hudson saying that we Americans, of course we're hated in France. We're gross. We eat. She faults us for eating.
And liking ketchup.
And like everything's perfect in her world. Why open your mouth like that? Why badmouth us at a time when we're being kicked in the teeth for doing what? Defending the entire world?
And why do we go after Bill Maher when he says something, but when she says something, we don't say a word?
It seems in my mind, and I'm not sure how to explain it, there's a difference between Bill Maher, although Bill Maher has said something disgusting.
He's really all over the top. He's on the edge of being kicked out.
How we are cowards. Yeah, Bill Maher, too.
What he said was that the victims weren't heroes, they were victims. That a hero is someone who gets on a plane and kills himself for a cause.
No, he said he said that they were brave.
Yeah, the brave guys were the guys who took down the World Trade Center.
He said they're brave. I just say they're insane. But getting back to Kate Hudson, and here's the big question. Where is my Kate Hudson tape that we know I'm going to use every day? But I'm sure it's my fault.
Have you guys reached out to a publicist to get her on the show?
What? What?
Have you guys reached out to a publicist to get her on the show?
I doubt it. She's not going to come on. She's such a big star. I mean, this for some reason, this one gets me because... I guess because she's Goldie...
a policy of the... It's attacking Americans, saying we're ugly creatures.
Yeah, it's really not even attacking the government. It's attacking me and you as human beings. It's right down to the very core. And I think what disgusts me the most is that she's had such a privileged life. One thing you could say is Bill Maher grew up, you know, like a regular person, and Johnny Depp, I don't know where he's from.
He's not
this
from
girl...
Kentucky.
This girl's had every advantage you can get from growing up in this country. I mean, living...
waltz right into a movie career.
If I showed you what Goldie Hawn's Malibu home looks like, where Kate Hudson grew up, you'd kill yourself. You know why you'd kill yourself? Because you'd be so jealous. I mean, you have any idea how charmed a life this girl has. Not only is she pretty, not only does she have a perfect body, you know, she's got a hugely successful mother and stepfather. She's got an incredible career going for no apparent reason. She hasn't done anything to merit the amount of ridiculous money she gets for acting. And then after all of that, all this country has given her, she's not criticizing the government. She's criticizing us, the people, for being gross. And here's why we're gross. I got to play it again now that you got me worked up. And don't bring her name up anymore. I want to be done with this. But here.
Times I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, of course they can't stand us. We're the most annoying, you know, boisterous creatures in the world. We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup? And excuse me, you know, and all these things. And you're going, oh, shut up.
We're so ugly and gross. You want to know something? I'll admit something to you, Chauncey. I feel ugly and gross inside. I always have. I don't know if I'll ever get rid of it. I never have felt all that good about who I am. I'm going to tell you something. Excuse me. But I don't need her telling me I'm ugly and gross because I eat French fries with ketchup. You know, and I wasn't born with a pretty face.
Didn't go to finishing school.
Yeah, you know, I just didn't have that. And you know what? I feel bad enough about myself. I don't need her telling me that the French are superior to me because there's no way those snails are more superior than me.
Howard, do you think she ever
Believe me, I'll take you through France. This girl goes to France. She's in an expensive hotel.
She's never seen France.
She don't even know what France is. I'll show her some Frenchmen who will rape her ass when she's 9 years old. Yeah, you should see what goes on in France, those scumbag bastards.
You know what else is awful about that clip? She thinks she's being funny.
Oh, yeah.
She thinks she's funny. You're not funny. You're not funny.
Here's what's even better.
You're annoying.
She thinks she's saying something that we haven't heard 50,000 times already. Everyone's always said, you know why the French hate us? Because we go over there and we bombard them with our civilization and we don't take into consideration their civilization. You know what? Excuse me, I'm a tourist. I don't know your civilization.
The term is culture, darling.
Yeah, whatever.
We got the same civilization.
Whatever it is. They got some sort of rules over in France that we don't have here. All I know is there's a lot of rapes that go on that don't get reported. Yeah. And let me tell you something. My father fought in World War II, and Gary's father fought in World War II.
Even my father fought in World War II.
Even Robin's horrible father fought in World War II, and he's better.
He tried to liberate.
And he tried to liberate those cowards. God damn it.
She's mad because we say excuse me in a sarcastic way. Well, she's never had to do that because she's never been ignored.
Right. She's got nothing but attention her entire life.
Everyone pays attention to Kate.
And Johnny Depp's probably a bigger screwball, too, and I don't know, but all I got is her tape.
Well, at least with Johnny Depp, you got to give him credit because he left the country.
Yeah, that's fine.
He did. He lived by his word.
At least he lives
there. He doesn't live here.
Yeah, live with the French, and that's really where Kate Hudson should live.
I'll bet you one thing, though.
Her and the goddamn Black Crows ought to move there.
If a world war broke out, Johnny Depp would hightail his ass back here.
And I know her husband, Chris. He ought to get her ass in line. Stop being such a pussy. Tell her to shut up.
He probably doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't know whether he's allowed to speak.
Yeah, I think they got him under control.
He's too busy not ordering ketchup.
All right. We order ketchup. I mean, I can't tell you the privileges this broad's gotten from being born in this country, rich. And And you know what? I'm all for it. Love capitalism. Congratulate Goldie Hawn on the success of her career. There's a million people out there
And does Johnny
trying.
Depp not accept money for movies?
He sure does.
Money's okay when it's coming that way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Chauncey. Hey, you know, let me ask you something. Have you seen these pictures of Uday and Kube?
I was just looking at him, yeah.
You mean to tell me with all the high-tech equipment we have, we can't get a better photographer to take pictures of these dudes?
They are very fuzzy.
What are you talking about?
They're fuzzy pictures. You can't see anything good.
Dead people don't photograph one.
Well, I mean, but seriously, it's not that clear.
It looks like it was taken with one of those, like, 1-pixel cameras.
What I love is that, like, this reminds me of the O.J. trial. Like, even if you had pictures of O.J. killing his wife, he still would have been innocent. This is like, the Iraqi people are so goddamn weird. I mean, it's a nightmare for us, you know. We're showing them pictures of 2 dead guys, and they still refuse to believe it's them. We ought to take their bodies.
You know what? They don't look like they did when they were alive. Of course not.
Yeah, well, they're dead. We just blew their ass up. And everyone goes, well, you should have taken them alive. Well, you know, excuse me. We don't want to risk everyone's life taking them alive.
Are you suggesting we do a Mussolini with them? Like public square?
Or at least what they did with this Latin singer. Put them in some outfits.
Take them on tour.
Take them on tour. Seriously, if that's what it takes to get these people, stop being so goddamn afraid. Talk about spineless. I mean, my God, we're telling you we killed them. We got some pictures. Now what do you need?
They make the French appear brave.
I got to tell you something. I saw these pictures in the paper. I said, that looks like a bloated Scott Salem.
I know. I was like, what happened to old Uday?
He looks like Scott the engineer. Have another cigarette.
He let himself go.
I'll take anal. I'll take anal for $250,000.
Hello? Thought I heard someone on the air. Okay. Here's a bunch of email. Mass movement is needed to rid this great country of ours of filth like Kate Hudson. Please keep pounding her until she is gone. Meaningless. Howard, you're our only hope. I'm outraged that once again some privileged, vapid piece of garbage can insult an entire society that enables her. How would Kate Hudson feel if she found out that her relatives were among those the French handed over without even being asked to? That's a good question. I'm 22. I live in Massachusetts. I just want to say that I'm very offended by Kate Hudson's remarks that you played. And I hope you do indeed play the clip over and over, at least a few days, to let everyone know of her betrayal. My American family may be loud. We may eat ketchup with French fries and politely say, excuse me, as a courtesy, but we also scrape the bottom of the barrel working endlessly to make ends meet, which in our lifetime could not compare to what she makes from us, the creatures of America. Thank you, Howard, for keeping us informed. If a Frenchman pinches Kate Hudson's ass, she would think it's flirtatious. If an American pinched her ass, she would sue him for sexual harassment. These double standards apply across the board. Anti-Americanism is a disease of the mind that eats at the brain like acid. So, there you go. Here's a listener who tells me, you had no chance with Pam Anderson, you big jackass. You're in lollipop land thinking you had any chance to hook up with Pam Anderson. Stop talking about you're embarrassing yourself, you ugly freak. I must tell you, that did wonders for my self-esteem.
Jesus. We get more Kate Hudson emails?
Tons of email. Casey is a faggot. Casey put Hey, Chauncey's on the phone. Chauncey Hayden. He says that Fox is videotaping Saddam's naked dead sons.
What are they doing?
This is amazing. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
What's going on?
They strip the clothes off the 2 sons, and they have a video camera, and they're walking around them in circles so you can see every inch of the body and all the wounds. They shave their faces so they look like the way they used to look, and they put makeup on them.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's the most gruesome thing I've ever seen.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Are these guys big?
They have a towel over them.
Oh, they shielded that area?
Yeah, they have a towel over the privates, but everything else is wholly exposed. And they have all the blood on the body still, except for the faces, which have this makeup on them.
It's funny because the Iraqis don't believe it's them.
Yeah, we're trying
there it is, right there. I got it on.
Oh, my goodness. They did clean them up.
Yeah. Hey, they had to clean them up because nobody recognized them.
They look like they're made out of wax now.
I know, they do. They look like the Madame Tussauds got a hold of them.
Oh. I think the woman with the mustache is hot.
Yeah, that's Usay.
Actually, the woman with the mustache looks like Artie.
That's Cusay.
Cusay?
And the guy with the beard looks like Scott the Engineer.
Even more now.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Chauncey Hayden stepping out.
They do have a problem over there in Iraq where the people are saying, well, it might be fake because you didn't show us the whole body. And so they are saying that, they were saying earlier today that they were going to maybe let some journalists in, and obviously they have to see them.
There you go. Dave, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard. This is Dave. I'd like to ask you, what do you think President Bush's chances of getting reelected are?
Probably not good.
You think not?
Yeah.
It all depends on who they run against him, and it doesn't look like there's anybody out there.
Doesn't look like right now there's anybody out there, so people think, well, he'll get reelected, but someone will emerge, and if they... Gee, I would think, I think he did a great job in Afghanistan. I don't even think he did a horrible job in Iraq, even though everyone's now bumming out because we're still there, and, and they say, oh, we didn't have a plan. But, who can plan for these?
What was there?
How do you plan for these maniacs? But, so I think he's doing good with the war on terror and everything. It depends how the economy goes. Now, they're saying the stock market might...
It's about to rebound.
It's about to rebound, they're saying. So, who knows? It's probably too early to tell, but the way things are going right now, he probably wouldn't win. I think people would want to change. But we'll see. He might win again. I got to see who he runs against. It's way too early to tell. You'll know about... You'll know when it's too early to tell.
What about this, us being over there still? You think that's good that we're still over there?
We have to still be over there. Iraq. Those people, they're completely brainwashed over there. They've been so brainwashed by Saddam Hussein, they still think he's in power. They don't even... They're afraid to come out of their homes.
Yeah, they think they're lying to them on TV.
They're so convinced that in a week we're going to leave, Saddam's going to come back and kill all of them for being disloyal. They don't even believe that the two sons were killed. And who would blame them? Everything they've seen on TV for the last 10 billion years has been through Saddam Hussein's filter. They don't know what to do. They've been taught since they were little kids that he's God.
Plus, they would have no idea how to run a country.
On top of that, they have no idea how to run a country. They are completely... They're like babies. It's like handing a baby a country. They have no idea what to do. This is such a nightmare. But it was the right thing to do. We had to go in and show the Arabs, hey, you screw around with 9/11 type terrorism, we're going to come and take away your country. It was the coolest thing we ever did.
What do you think of the Saudi Arabians? That new report that was released about September 11th sort of implicates Saudi Arabia as supporting
Absolutely.
terrorists.
Everyone knows it.
And they censored that out of the report.
Yeah. Because we have a sweetheart deal for oil with Saudi Arabia. But we really ought to take those guys out. Take over the country.
That's another country we'd have to do this with.
Saudi Arabia.
They don't know how to run a country here.
Iran. I mean, we got a lot of cleaning up to do over there. We've let those guys slide way too long and come up with those cockamamie, rules they got over there, religions. We got to clean them up. They're out of control over there.
That's the point. When you're voting in the next election, there's just one question you should ask yourself, and that's, if I'm a country that protects terrorists, do I feel better that George Bush is out of office?
Amen.
Absolutely. And that's it. Case closed. I vote for Bush. That's the only thing I care about right now.
Well, we got to see what happens. It's a long ways off. Right now he would get reelected. Because there's nobody else really you can think of that could run against him.
Right. They're saying Hillary is the only one who would, and she's not running.
Hillary's the only one?
Yeah, she would be the front runner.
How do you have a whole Democratic Party and the only one that could win is Hillary?
Because of name recognition. Nobody knows these other people. Nobody's, on the radar.
Right.
Except her with her book.
What happened when Bush ran against Clinton Sr. with that Perot? Perot jumbled up the whole thing,
I got to go. I'm sick of this conversation. It's making me ill. How would I know who's going to win the next election?
Today.
How would I know today? What am I, the singing psychic?
You don't even know who's running.
Yeah, give me someone to run again.
I think Bush will win. Hillary Clinton won't.
Oh, well.
We got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. horrible song. Oh, my God.
What album is this on? I gotta get that.
I think that's her first, but I don't even, you know what, I'm not a big Jew guy. Well, hey now.
I think that's before she got, like, in those hot pants. It'd be tough to sing that song when you're dressed like Britney Spears.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey now.
Hey now.
This is for Casey, too. Hey now.
All right, go ahead. What's up?
Why is Kate Hudson such a skank?
Well, look, I mean, I don't know.
Where did she get off being, like, this? I don't get it. Isn't she born in America? Like.
Well, some people say she's a real American a-hole.
Slut Life presents Real American A-Hole.
Real American A-hole.
Today, we salute you, Kate Hudson, a real American A-hole.
Kate Hudson is a real A-hole.
Excuse me.
For being the empty-headed actress who hates Americans almost as much as your husband hates grooming.
Sometimes I'll be walking down the street and I'll hear some American and I'll just go, of course they hate us. You know, we're the most annoying, boisterous creatures in the world.
When you're not busy making movies no American can stomach, you're busy condemning the stomachs of Americans.
We come in and we eat, you know, mounds of food. We're like, where's the ketchup for our French fries?
And by the way, it's ketchup, not ketchup, you filthy little whore.
Filthy little whore.
So, Kate Hudson, just keep being the no-talent pseudo-celebrity spawn we love to hate. Except do it in France with all the other a-holes.
Oh, shut up.
So crack a cold slut light and make a toast to Kate Hudson, a real American a-hole.
Kate Hudson is a real A-hole.
America rules, France sucks, Missouri.
Wow.
Hey, Howard, that thing could be more right.
Yeah, well, you know, it was highly disgusting to me to hear her say that we're disgusting, especially at times like these.
Disgusting.
I find the French highly disgusting. And you know what? If the French find us disgusting, so be it. But Kate Hudson, a privileged girl like that, doesn't need to say that she finds us disgusting. Oh, no wonder they find us disgusting. We're horrible creatures.
Hey, Howard, you got any prizes for a real American?
I don't. Sorry. Thank you. For a real American.
Stop being so boisterous.
Stop being a real American.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. I don't hate Kate Hudson. In fact, if I had a chance tomorrow, I'd bang her.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'd bang her hard. But beautiful girl. I think she's getting more beautiful.
You talked about the pregnant pictures?
I'm talking about her face, not that belly. But I'll tell you something.
You like her face.
I do. I think she's very attractive. But I got to tell you something.
Well, you like Angelina Jolie, too.
Oh, beautiful. But I got to tell you, I mean, look at her. I mean, forget the personality. I'm talking about,
I'm looking at him.
Look at her physically. My God almighty.
You got to forget
both. Might have a nice body, but... Ooh.
I'll tell you, Angelina Jolie, Kate Hudson, and the chick from Star Trek. Beautiful. Let's go to Mike. Mike, go ahead.
That self-ordained minister wasn't that far off the mark. He just didn't know how to state his case, because you have a kook like Pat Robertson, head of the Christian Coalition. He was praying for the deaths of 3 Supreme Court justices on a 30-day prayer vigil.
Yeah, so I've prayed for the death of many of my enemies.
But you're not a minister. No. People would expect that from you.
My interest in interviewing Reverend Sean Carney was because I thought he had a point. He was just a bad interview.
Well, my point is that going to the Constitution, Bush should be arrested for treason.
Bush? Why?
Should be arrested because the Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution goes, if you're giving your enemies aid and comfort, which is what he's doing by protecting the Saudis in this business, by spiriting Osama bin Laden's family out of the country on September 11th.
Oh, please. Come on.
He should be convicted of treason. I'm going to pray for your death.
I'm praying for your death.
And you're an idiot.
Thank you.
You're an idiot because you support his nonsense.
Well, I support the fact that he invaded Iraq.
He's treasonous.
I support the fact that he invaded Iraq, and I support his moves in Afghanistan and removing the
invaded Iraq to give his cronies more work, like Halliburton and Bechtel. Now they got contracts. That's what this is about. You're fooling yourself.
Oh, stop.
You think he cares about this country?
Yes, I do.
He does not. He cares about it. First of all, he's the one that's away every weekend. He's the one taking a month off when the terror alerts are going through the roof.
He will probably not be reelected. Don't worry. Listen to me. Listen to me, genius.
Should be carried out in shackles.
Shut up. He handled the terrorists in a very organized manner. He did what we all said.
He show up on weekends. He goes away.
All right. We're not. I'm saying about terrorism, not about his entire administration. And yes, he takes too much vacation. That's all stuff I've said.
I don't know that he won't get reelected. It all depends on who the Democrats put up against him. And right now, they look like they're putting the wrong person.
Howard Dean is not going to be the nominee. He's not going to be the nominee.
You think it's going to be Senator Joe?
I don't know. No, he's a Jew. No one's nominating a Jew to run for president. It's not going to happen.
Now, oh, come on. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but he won't win. No one's electing a Jew. No.
You don't think this country is...
Absolutely not. You're in New York City. You're thinking that it runs the rest of the country like that. You haven't lived anywhere outside of New York City.
Well, yeah, the only place I lived was L.A.
Right, which is a suburb of New York.
Right. Live in Kansas and tell me if you think a Jew's going to get elected. No.
That's so stupid.
Jews are despised. And they are.
They would not vote for a person just based on their religion.
That's right. When you got an entire church teaching people that they killed Christ and the Jews are moneylenders and they're controlling the scenes behind, and you know who loves all this propaganda are the real rich people in this country, the white, powerful, the white Protestants.
They don't even go to church.
They don't even go to church. They love that the poor people are blaming the Jews for all their problems while it's silly. But to have my kind of mind and see all this, very few people ever achieve enlightenment like me. Very few people will see what I see.
They're mired in their stupidity.
Well, listen, to be born with a genius is a curse in a way. Yeah. You guys are all lucky out there.
You have each other to talk to.
You have each other to talk to.
Alone.
You go out, you grill, you have a good time.
It's a confederacy of dunces.
But to be brilliant like me, I mean, come on. I see it all. And I see O.J.
I see O.J.
Yes. Anyway, on the phone is who I consider one of the top politicians in the country, a guy I met years ago.
Do you know what they're saying about him now?
Who?
The man you're talking about.
Who am I talking about?
Governor Pataki.
I wasn't talking about Governor Pataki. I was talking about my father.
Oh, sorry.
No, of course I'm talking about Governor Pataki. Yeah, what are they saying?
They're saying he is the top money raiser for the entire Republican Party. That's how big he's gotten.
Yeah. We knew him. He was just a regular guy. Now he's a top guy.
I thought.
He was a farmer, a simple farmer. But Governor Pataki's actually agreed to call in on the anniversary of 9/11. Everyone said, hello, Governor. Oop, did I do that wrong? Governor?
I hear you, Howard. Good morning.
Good morning. You know, everyone said, what are you going to do for 9/11? I said, I don't know what to do. I mean, it still infuriates me that... By the way, I'm behind the war in Iraq.
Good. Well, I think the people of New York should be.
I think we really should be.
I think, not only New Yorkers, though. I mean, doesn't everybody realize that they're next?
I mean, we had to do something. And I don't know, maybe it was in Iraq, or maybe it should have been Saudi Arabia, but we got to go, what are you supposed to do with all this?
Well, we have to be proactive. I think if September 11th taught us anything, it's that we can't sit back and be confident of our freedom and our independence because an ocean separates us from other parts of the world. If there are those out there who are going to do everything in their power to take away our freedom and take away our way of life, and it's important that we go after them where they are so they don't have a chance to come after us where we live and where we work, as they did on September 11th. And I think that's a message that 2 years later we just cannot forget.
This country has always been proactive. This country has always...
Yeah, we've never waited for somebody to come and invade us.
Yeah, so why should we wait now?
Well, actually, we've always seriously been such a peace-loving people that it takes enormous provocation for us to get into a war. I mean, we didn't start out in World War I and while the rest of Europe was fighting. We didn't get into World War II until Pearl Harbor. But we've also been a people that when we have been attacked, when we have understood that our way of life is at risk, we're willing to bear any cost to preserve that way of life. And these are difficult times. The president faces tough choices, but there's no question in my mind that we have two choices. One is to sit back and wait till it happens again. The other is to go after, whether it's in Iraq, Afghanistan, wherever, go after those who would try to take away our freedoms. And I think we just today on September 11th, we have to think back with sadness at the heroes we lost, but also at pride at the way New York and America has responded, and particularly with pride for the brave women and men who are in Afghanistan and Iraq right now.
You know, I was reading in the paper this morning, if you want to talk about 9/11, there's just as of this week, they found body parts from a guy. The family has to relive the whole thing all over again. I guess his body parts were found in a building across from one of the towers. And this family has to now go bury this guy again. I mean, it is devastating what happened. And if we just sat back and did nothing, I think we'd be tremendously frustrated.
You know, I was listening to one of the heads of the fire department talk, and he said, you can't imagine what it's like to go to 2 memorial services every day.
It's just incredibly sad, and it's sad for us, but just imagine what it's like if it was your husband or wife or son. And last night we had a private screening in the White House of a short movie, Twin Towers, about the 2 Viggiano brothers from Long Island, one a firefighter and one a police officer, both of whom died on September 11th, and their widows and their mother and father were there. And to just feel the emotion of that sense of loss is just incredible. And to realize that there are more than 3,000 families that still feel that sense of loss gives you some sense of the magnitude and the reason why we have to have this resolved. You know, getting rid of terror is not an easy thing.
No, it isn't.
Incredibly difficult.
And it's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, just ask the Israelis. They've been going through this type of war for 50 years. But unless we're prepared to meet the challenges and have the discipline to go after them, it's going to happen again, and we just have to do everything in our power to try to prevent that.
Well, it will. You know, weren't you shocked to read that thing in the paper yesterday about the guy who hit himself in a box at the airport and was able to ship himself?
You know, for all the security efforts, for all the efforts of people who are just trying so hard, ultimately our freedom depends on being able to rely on the person who lives next to you, who works next to you, who stands next to you in the subway, and know that, you know, they share our common interest in a brighter future. And when you have those whose goal is to take away our freedoms, who are right amongst us, we are at risk. So we just have to be far more aggressive to protect our freedom, and I think the president is doing that.
Where are you standing on the French these days?
I'm not going there, and I found not only New York wines are great, but so are California wines. I think it's just unfortunate that a country that has been such a good ally in the past seems to have forgotten the importance of that friendship and of standing together.
Gee, I tell you, I love you, man. I wish you.
Why don't you
run for president?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
We
What's
have
the
a
future?
president who I like very much.
No, but he can't stay more than 8 years.
Right. What are you going to do? Let me hear the.
I'm going to just do my best, Alec, to try to make this state as strong and as safe as it can be. And now, just one other thought. It is September 11th, and it's not just a time when we have to think about what we have to do to protect our freedom. It's also a time when we really have to think back on the heroes we lost. And 8:42 this morning, there will be a moment of silence. 9:03 this morning, there will be a moment of silence. And I know life must go on, and we're going to rebuild and renew, but we can never forget the heroes. They're one of the reasons that our city and our country, I believe, are stronger today than they were on September 11th.
Well said.
You know what? I think it's also important to say that it is important to make a memorial for all of those people, a beautiful place where everybody can always go and remember.
No question, Robin. I'm really optimistic about the pace of rebuilding Lower Manhattan, but the centerpiece has to be that memorial. And we have an excellent jury of people from around the world, literally, experts who are helping to come up with the ultimate designs. And we had 5,200 submissions from, I think it's 64 countries and 49 states of people with serious design concepts for the memorial. And the jury's now going through those. And by the end of October, early November, we expect to show the 6 or 7 or however many finalists to the public so they can comment, because we can never forget what happened. We have to go forward, but this is the worst attack ever to take place upon civilians anywhere in the world, and certainly in America, and we have to do everything we can to remember as we move forward.
What is it, Stuttering John?
Speaking of... rebuilding.
He's locked up. Hold on.
Governor Pataki did a great job on the West Side Highway. Like you put all these parks in it. Did you see that, Howard?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It used to look like a slum over there, and apparently, he asked his assistant, who owns this? It looks like garbage. And they said, you do. And then he made it beautiful now. There's parks, trapeze parks.
Did a good job on that.
Well, John is absolutely right. I remember 95 after I got elected, and I was going downtown because my office was in the South Tower of the World Trade Center, and driving past these decrepit piers and saying, my God, this is a disgrace. Who owns it? And it turned out it was the State of New York Department of Transportation. So working with Mayor Giuliani and now with Mike Bloomberg, we're creating a tremendous park there. And it's going to be, it is right now, a great thing for all the people of New York and for people who come to visit New York. And we have to make sure we have that same commitment for the memorial at Ground Zero. And I can tell you, I'm just so grateful for the tremendous work that the jury has done. They have put in countless hundreds of hours reviewing these more than 5,000 plans. And I think at the end, when the public sees the finalists, and I don't know what they're going to be. I haven't seen any of them at all. I'm confident it's going to be something that really is appropriate for the courage and the sacrifice New Yorkers showed on September 11th.
Yeah, it's a real sad day, and I know no one knows what the appropriate thing is to say or do. Just remember the people who died today, and I'll never forget that day as long as I live. It's the most incredible thing that I have ever lived through. I mean, it is just amazing when I see that tape every time they play it of that plane going into the tower. I can't believe we were on the air and we saw that in our lifetime, and it has changed my way of thinking about the world. And I got news for you. I applaud what the president is doing in Iraq. I applaud what he did in Afghanistan. It's fantastic that they went in there and disrupted the terrorists. I don't say it's over. I agree with Governor Pataki. It is not over.
It's going to be a long haul.
It's going to be a long haul, and I know people are frustrated. They want instant, they want sort of like a Bruce Willis movie. The guy just
it's all wrapped up.
Gets it all wrapped up in a week, but it's not going to be that way. But Governor, I really thank you for calling in and and just speaking with us on a day like today.
Well, thank you, Howard. It's always great being on with you and being on with Robin, and it's a sad day, but it's also a day when New Yorkers really can have a little pride for the courage that New Yorkers showed on September 11th, and really the sense of unity we've shown since then. So always good being on with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Governor.
Thank you.
All
Take
right.
care.
That's the great Governor Pataki, who we backed many years ago, and I think he's done a great job.
Incredible job.
I don't know, man. I read those reports of 9/11, man. I can't take it.
CNN had a special on the other day, and they had the biggest close-ups of the people jumping out of the building. You could almost see them making the decision, like what to jump.
Do, yeah.
The scariest thing you ever saw.
I don't know, man. I think we should even be more violent over in the Middle East. I don't think we're violent enough. I think we should punish.
You know what? If people did want it wrapped up really quickly, major violence would get rid of it really quickly.
Crazy, mad violence.
Yeah. Major slam it and never stop violence.
We want Saddam Hussein tomorrow. We're going to nuke your ass. You got 24 hours to produce them. Nuclear bomb. Go right off.
A big mind changer.
Yeah, like a Hiroshima. Start showing them tapes. Say, listen, we know a lot of you are innocent, but so were the people in the World Trade Center. Too bad. Feel bad for you. What are we going over there risking guys' lives for? So crazy. We don't even need to. Blow everything up in the sight. Violent. Just like they are. So simple.
How you doing, man?
Who's that, Cabbie?
Yeah. God bless America, dude. Greatest country on the planet. We're still the greatest. They never knocked us down. We got right back up.
Biggest patriot.
We dusted ourselves off. We went and kicked some ass in the Middle East.
Here's America's biggest patriot, Cabbie.
We're still kicking ass in the Middle East. I got a buddy who just got back from Iraq. He was involved in the Uday and the Qusay. We killed him, no question.
Well, we know that.
Yeah. You know what? And I believe that Bin Laden tape, that's fake. That's phony. That's old.
Yeah, I believe that, too. Hey, you know what I saw? That in Iraq now, you know what? Now that they're free, the people, there's so much porn.
That's all they wanted?
That's all they want. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. M&M's in the music stores now, too.
M&M's in the music stores. And the porn, they say some of the porn is so hardcore. They have one title there, like Teenage Rape. I mean, like, it's like real...
and Kuzey's porn collection.
Well, actually, the only guys who were allowed to see porn were Saddam Hussein's kids. But under Saddam, you were not allowed to see porn.
And now they're going way extreme.
Right.
Well, that's what happens when people are repressed. We talk about it all the time. The more repression, the worse the expression.
Yeah. Steve, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Since Beth has a big old horse mouth and all.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, you're insane.
That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, well, she's got Baba Booey.
Oh, get out of here. She's a professional model.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, well.
Get out of here. To knock her. What did she do to you? What a dick. Guy's always freaking out. Yes, Mike.
Hey, Howard. I don't want to bring the show down, but in 2 more minutes, that's when the first plane hit the tower.
2 years ago to the day.
8:46. It's 8:44 right now. I'm watching it on TV. They got some kind of ceremony going on.
Yeah.
Pretty sad, man. But you did a great job that day, Howard. I was listening, and, man, you got us all through it.
Well,
yeah.
Thanks. Man. He did bring the show down. But rightly so.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, it may be in honor of 9/11 right now. This guy's making a good point. I should play this. You'll like this. This will help us focus our energy on the enemy.
All right.
Hi, I'm Johnny Depp. Recently I said some things criticizing America, but then I took it all back and walked away clean. Learned the secrets of getting away with saying whatever you want to whoever you want at the Johnny Depp School of Apology. Listen to these satisfied customers.
I told my boss he was a fat-headed, pathetic idiot who had no right running a business. The next day, thanks to the Johnny Depp School of Apology, I just explained to my boss that my statements were taken completely out of context.
I casually mentioned to my wife one night that she was getting a little porky and her butt was the size of Wyoming. The next day, Johnny Depp showed me how to get back in her good graces by telling her I was misquoted, and I'm really a patriotic American.
So say what you mean and then express regret for what you said at the Johnny Depp School of Apology. Only an idiot wouldn't take this course, but maybe that's not what I meant.
The Johnny Depp School of Apology, putting your foot in and out of your mouth at 10 convenient locations.
Yep. Do you think that's appropriate?
Nice. Yes.
Yes. Hey, Rumsfeld was making a speech somewhere yesterday, doing his press thing, and he got heckled. Sounded like Vietnam all over again.
Yeah.
Did you hear the tape?
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Sounded like Vietnam all over again.
Somehow that woman sounds like she got a microphone.
Within weeks of being attacked, coalition forces were responding in Afghanistan to remove the Taliban and put al-Qaeda on the run in a matter of months.
Rumsfeld, you're fired. Your foreign policy is based on lies. The war in Iraq was unjust and illegal, and the occupation is immoral. There are U.S. soldiers dying in Iraq every day. Bring the troops home now. When are they coming home? Tell us when the troops are coming home. They need to come home. Hey, Hudson, what do you say? How many troops did you kill today? Hey, Rumsfeld, what do you say? How many troops did you kill today? Say, hey, what do you say?
Traitors.
How many troops did you kill today?
Traitors.
Well, now, I just came in from Baghdad, and there are now over 100 newspapers in the free press in Iraq, in a free Iraq, where people are able to say whatever they wish. People are debating, people are discussing, something they had not done for decades. And
there's tons of porn from what we read.
If one looks back, just 4.5 months ago, that regime was still in place. It was still creating mass graves and filling them with bodies of innocent men, women, and children. It still had prisons filled where they were executing people. It was still repressing thought and speech in that country, and that has ended. Those people are liberated.
We didn't mention the porn. There's so much porn now in Iraq, and like hardcore porn, like teenage rape films.
Well, they'll be, set upon by Donald Wildman if they let that out.
Yeah.
Teenage rape.
Teenage rape for sale here.
It's a party.
Teenage Rev, come on, let's go get it now. They say these dudes over there haven't seen porn for decades.
They hardly get to see a woman. They're all covered up.
Yeah, and porn is like out of control there. If you're in the porn business, Iraq's your place.
Madon.
A new market just opened up.
Screw Chicago. Scores ought to open one up in Iraq.
Oh, can you imagine the Baghdad score?
F you, we're going to Scores of Baghdad. Baba Booey will be opening there with Lani and Ronnie. It's going to be great.
We welcome
the two Rosses are coming in.
The two Rosses. Ross and Ross are coming to Iraq.
May I say, how are ya?
And Genji and Doug will be covering the whole thing on videotape.
Tell Bonnie she won't see Ronnie for 4 months.
Tell Bonnie Ronnie's with Lonnie.
All right, everyone off with your burqa, bitch.
Nice.
And we can fly. Can fly.
I believe we can touch the sky.
The girls are making $2,000 a week. Wow. Wow.
The Baghdad scores. That's a great idea.
Sweet. Yeah. A lot of guys flying in for that.
How far of a drive is Baghdad from St. Louis?
I think you can make it, Artie.
Yeah. I'm curious how much you know of this.
Hey, by the way, you know, when I was listening to that Rumsfeld tape, I was thinking, like, is this Vietnam all over again? But we're like the parents' generation?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, man.
No, believe me, the older generation is the hipper one in this case.
You think? Maybe we're just like our parents going, yeah, come on, let's go to war. And all the kids are going, no way.
No buildings fell before Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly. It's different, right?
Way different.
That's what I think.
Well, I know we're right. It just, I'm sure we seem like our parents did to us,
right,
to them.
I think it's interesting that the #1 movie at the box office was the Johnny Depp movie. So, you know, everyone was all pissed off. Johnny Depp said crap about America. We're not going to support him at the box office. And you figured the movie would have made $0. But America will go to any movie. If Hitler starred in it and it was a good movie, they would go. They would go.
We love movies.
We love movies. And you know, the fact that we're in World War III, and in the middle of World War III, Johnny Depp turns into a traitor and is like Tokyo Rose or something, broadcasting to the world that we're scumbags and we're puppies that bite people.
And our president is stupid and whatever.
Yeah. We're in the middle of World War III. Anybody realize that? And in World War II, if you were a traitor in a time of war, like Johnny Depp was, no one would go see a movie with him in it. No one. I'm a big Johnny Depp fan. I love all his work. He's a terrific actor. And, you know, great to watch and takes a lot of risks and all that cool stuff. But it's just interesting to me that everyone had to run out and see the Johnny Depp movie.
You know what? I'm not sure that it has the level of recognition that you think, that his comments were seen or heard by that many people.
Well, that's disturbing, too.
Yeah, I mean, not even the media picks up on it.
No. I mean, he should be public enemy #1. We're in World War III. Don't kid yourself. You know, everyone says, well, President Bush, he's not doing a good job in Iraq. Let me tell you something. The guy's doing a terrific job in that he was willing to take it on. I don't think too many presidents would have. And we need Iraq to be under American control. We eventually will turn it over to the Iraqis, but we needed some democracy there. We need a place to go to fight the World War III, which is going to happen eventually. There will be a nuclear weapon of some kind smuggled into this country. It will go off. Many of us will be dead. Chances are most of it will happen in New York because that's where the highest concentration of Jews and Americans are. And powerful media centers.
Money. Wall Street. The whole thing about America's decadent lifestyle is right here.
When you're taught for, you know, hundreds of years that the Jews are out to get you, Americans hate you, Americans will stop the way of Allah. When you're taught that over years and years and years, when that's bashed into your head and your life is miserable and your government isn't giving you anything except propaganda, You know, there's no wealth being shared. A couple of sheikhs running around with all the oil money, if there is any oil money in that particular country. So now the chickens are coming home to roost, as the great Malcolm X said. The chickens are coming home to roost, baby, and you're going to see it in spades. And World War III, if we were preemptive, we really should begin the bombing now. Start the war and finish it all in the same day. Wiping out millions of civilians, women, children, everyone, and cleaning up the entire area.
And they would be called the enemy.
Yeah, they're the enemy, because they are the enemy. Don't kid yourself. You're going to go pick through who the Taliban is, who isn't. What are you going to do, question everybody?
Oh, people think back now, and they think all that got killed in World War II were German soldiers.
Yeah.
It was a very clean war. That was a good one.
We took on everyone, and eventually we had to, because we couldn't tell who was a German soldier from who was a German citizen.
We bombed the hell out of that country.
We leveled them, and we leveled Hiroshima, and said, look, if you don't stop this war right now, we're gonna nuclear bomb you. They stopped. They got it. And let me tell you something. The Japanese to this day now are great allies. Sometimes you got to realize what we're in the middle of. This is not a skirmish. This is not an isolated incident.
Well, we want.
There is a war declared on us.
You know, you make a good point, because we want to fix Iraq the way we fixed Japan. Japan now says they don't even want to get involved in Iraq. It's too messy.
Yep.
Somebody's going to die over there.
Now, if you don't think everyone is our enemy over there, I'll prove it to you in one quick minute. The reason we can't find Osama bin Laden is because the people are hiding him. They love him there. They worship him in Pakistan or Afghanistan.
Or Afghanistan, that's right.
The guy would be mincemeat right now. He would be turned over. He walks around freely among Pakistanis and Afghanis. And it's not out of fear. It's because the people, the ordinary citizens, are protecting him. Protecting him to the point that $25 million bounty on this guy's head means nothing to them. He is not a guy who's accepted. He is their hero. He is their light, and they agree with him politically 100%. When you are told that your whole world is going to collapse because Americans are out to get you, and that we have to fight a holy war, trust me, we're already in World War III. We just don't know it. We're sitting here like this, you know. President Bush is a guy who, you know, God love him, but the guy can't talk.
No, he can't.
If he could get on the radio the way I'm getting on the radio right now and would say this, people would get it. People would understand what he is doing.
If he was Reagan.
And let me tell you something, this idea of building Iraq right now, you forget the $87 billion. You can't build Iraq right now. They're going to blow up every oil well. Remember that Iraq has tons of oil. They should be able to produce about $100 million worth of oil a year in order to pay for their entire infrastructure. The reason they can't is because every time we're going to build an oil well there and get it up and working, terrorists are going to blow it up. There's no win right now. It's time, as Robin says, like in Germany, you level the playing field. And we are in World War III. I hate to break the news to everyone. It's a bummer to hear it on a Monday morning, but that's what we're in.
It really makes me laugh when people say, no, the economy is a bigger problem. There won't be any economy.
There's no economy. There's going to be no grid. There's going to be nothing.
There won't be any of this stuff. You start worrying about that to the exclusion of everything that's going on in the world, and I can guarantee you it'll get worse.
The biggest story last week in the news was not J-Lo and Ben Affleck.
No?
The biggest story was the guy who got in a box at an airport and flew himself here.
Oh, yeah.
He flew himself in a box because he didn't want to pay for a seat on the plane. The reason that's the biggest story is because it points out that there is no homeland security, zero. We are all under the illusion that somebody cares.
We are so vulnerable, it's absolutely ridiculous. I was hearing that this primary staging area for terrorists, where do they want to be now? Canada. Because Canada is easy to get into, and then when you're in Canada, it's easy to get into the United States.
Right. That's right. And you'll see that I will be right about this. We'll get calls from people, no, you're wrong, you're wrong. Well, we'll see.
You're an idiot.
I hope I'm an idiot. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm completely out of line.
And that guy who flew himself, we don't even know how he did it.
Yeah, he got right on the plane. And if he was a fan of Allah, he could have just blown up the whole plane or hijacked it or something. I don't know. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, while you're right about saying that we are and will be in a state of constant war, the mistake, the huge mistake that's being made right now is that most Americans think that Saddam had something to do with the attack at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and he had nothing to do with it.
It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant.
No,
whether
it's not irrelevant. It's because this is a false war that was meant to do one thing and one thing only, and it was to turn Iraq into an elaborate money laundering scheme to move money out of the U.S. through Iraq into Bush's cronies.
Oh, my God.
Think about it.
All right. Now that you've made your statement, I'll tell you what I think.
We don't need to think about it.
Yeah, you don't need to think about it because you don't want to think about it.
Okay. You done?
Please.
All right. What the war is really about is we need to forget about whether Saddam Hussein is guilty of participating in 9/11. We needed to take a country, any of them, and his was the easiest, and go in there and start something that resembles democracy over there and say to these guys, okay, he's the first one to come out of there. If there's any more shenanigans, there's going to be more guys coming out of there. We kidnapped that country from this guy. And it's a great thing because it says something to the leaders. Now, why do we want to say something to the leaders? The leaders are the ones who are allowing the financing of terrorism. Saudi government. They're all behind it. All these countries.
And raping their people and causing the unrest.
Yeah, it's irrelevant whether Saddam Hussein knows about 9/11. We know who knows who's involved in 9/11.
Howard,
and the reason we can't get the guy we know who was involved in 9/11, who's cheering it on, who's the top cheerleader, Osama bin Laden, we can't get him because he's protected.
You're wrong.
Okay. Get off my phone, you moron. What's the matter with you? I'm wrong. Imagine telling me I'm wrong. One of the smartest guys on the planet. I broke 1,000 on the SAT. Oh, I didn't quite break 1,000 on the SAT, but...
But how dare he?
Yeah, but how dare he? What'd he get?
But that guy's theory was Iraq is a way for Bush to make his friends rich.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a long way to go.
That's a long stretch. Yeah. By the way, every president has made his friends rich.
And they didn't have to do that.
No.
Yeah.
You know, come on.
Wouldn't his friends like to have him president for 8 years instead of 4?
Let's go further with it. But Bush planned the attacks on the trade centers so he could start a war to make his friends rich. Where does it end?
The United States knew.
Yes, Cecil.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, brother.
Listen, man, I think you're a little over your head with this.
Okay.
I love you guys, but, maybe the whole attack is more subtle than you think. Maybe that what they're doing is draining our resources because we're already in over our head in Iraq. We're talking about not having the money to pay for it, not having the personnel to staff it, and nobody's helping us. None of the other countries want to get involved.
No, here's
What's
the
going to
problem.
happen when we run out of money?
We're not going to run out of money. Here's the problem. Problem is we don't know when to get out. We should, this is the problem. You know, we knew when to get out of Bosnia. We know when to get out of certain places. With Iraq, we don't know when to get out. And let me tell you something. After World War II, Germany and Japan, you know, everyone was like, well, this is too much money. It's too hard to get these countries up and running. I mean, they were devastated, these countries.
Oh, my goodness, we didn't realize it was going to be this hard.
But let me tell you something. The smartest thing we ever did was build up Germany and Japan because now we have 2 allies there. I mean, these are 2 countries that were worse.
What are you going to build up
any
in
Arab
Iraq
country in their hatred?
and Afghanistan?
What are you going to build up? Iraq has a huge oil industry.
And we're just going to take it?
No, but the fact of the matter is, we're going to take it and change it from a country that's preaching hate toward us and hopefully have a base of operation to fight more terrorism. And as a matter of fact,
we need to be... Is it really that country that's preaching hate towards us, or is it a whole ethnic community who hates our way of life?
Well, it's state-sponsored terrorism.
No, but I'm talking about the Muslim anti-Western.
Yes, but you got to have
And so what do? Leave it there?
When they do the next act of terrorism, now we're all set up in Iraq, and we'll move into some more countries. And quite frankly, what I hope they do is...
But we're already running out of resources. How are we going to police the whole other side of the world?
It's hard. It's not going to be easy. It's war. We're in a world war.
Again, here we go. Let's think back to World War II. Do you think that wasn't a drain on resources? Do you remember that people had to ration? We're not even at that point yet.
Your way of life hasn't been affected.
I've been out of work for 8 months.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with that. You're out of work because you're out of work. What do you do for a living?
I'm in pre-press.
Pre-press. Nobody even knows what that is. They can't give you a job if they don't know what you pre-press. You got to get a job. People understand what it is.
Pre-press.
I do retouching. It's advertising. Advertising is way down because the whole economy is down because there's no money. I mean, what Bush is doing is directly affecting me.
I don't know about that.
Anyway, I do love you guys. I saw you at the Ritz 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah, man. Those were wild days. Yeah, I don't want to get all political anyway this morning. I just get upset when I see what's going on in the world. All right, thanks.
All right.
But the economy is down partially because of September 11th, and Bush didn't do that.
Yeah, please. I mean, it's not going to be good. France is one of our biggest enemies. Nobody's willing to admit that. Scumbags. They've just been awful. It's time to nuke them. Bastards. French bastards. Not on. What the hell happened to France? Why are they so stupid?
Wow. They've been a mess for a long time.
Yeah. Yes, Brendan, go ahead. You're on the air.
How you doing, Howard? I go to the Citadel. It's a military college down in South Carolina. And a couple months after 9/11, President Bush came and spoke to the entire Corps of Cadets. And I just wanted to say that actually I've heard him speak in person. And when it's a certain situation, when he's surrounded by a couple thousand motivated military cadets, he can speak with effect and with motivation. I mean, we're all standing up cheering. He knew that we all backed him 100%. And I just wanted to make the point that he can actually speak publicly.
No, when he gets on camera, I guess, when he addresses the American
He was on camera, though, believe it or not. Not too many people saw it, but he was on camera. There was press there. But it wasn't like a normal press conference.
No, when he has a situation where he addresses the country, where he has to give a major speech to the country, right? He gets in front of this teleprompter, and it looks like he's caught in the headlights. Now, he supposedly...
The point is, you're not a great speaker unless you can change people's minds when you speak. If you've got a room full of people who agree with you, you're fine.
Right.
But it's when you got to change people's minds that you really need to be an effective speaker.
He's supposed to be very charming in person, but, you know, getting over the footlights is another thing. A lot of guys are charming in person, but they got to be able to explain what's going on to the country, and it's not easy. It's very hard to be president now.
Reagan could make people agree with things they didn't even want.
Yeah, but, you know, he was a professional actor. And I believe all these presidents should go to, you know, NYU and take some acting lessons. Because because part of the job is motivating people. It's like Tony Robbins would be a great president because he can motivate everybody right out the window.
And that's what has happened over the years. When you get somebody to change things in the country, they have been really incredibly effective at speaking to people and changing their minds.
Hey, Charles, what's up?
How you doing? Did you hear about John Ritter dying?
John Ritter died? When did he die?
I believe it was on Friday.
The guy from Three's Company?
Yeah.
The guy from...
Serious? What are you talking about? What happened to him?
He had a heart or something. I guess.
Why wasn't it in the news then?
It was all over the news.
I think you're wrong. I would have heard something.
How do we miss that?
Oh, that is real.
John Ritter died.
I think I'm going to cry.
I hope Johnny Cash is okay. Is he okay? Because someone said he was sick.
No, he's still living.
Oh, Johnny Cash is okay? Oh, thank God.
Fine. Hey, remember I was the guy a while back who said...
I'm going down to the World Trade Center today.
What?
Going down to the World Trade Center today. I have a meeting there.
Oh.
Anything ever happen to that?
I don't know.
Is the World Trade Center okay?
I don't know. Listen,
will you meet us there?
Will you meet me at the World Trade Center? I have a meeting on the 57th floor.
John Ritter died at the World Trade Center.
That's bad. That's bad. Listen, remember me who said Ashton Kutcher was going to be the next Batman?
Yeah, you were wrong.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. Do you know who it is now?
Yeah, but you've been wrong about everything.
Why would we believe you?
Yeah.
Calling in and saying, did you hear John Ritter died? For Christ's sake,
What,
I mean...
do we live under rocks?
Of course we know John Ritter died.
No. You know who Christian Bale is, right?
No, it's going to be Jason Bateman.
Who?
Jason Bateman's going to be the new Batman. You remember the kid on...
what was that show with the girl?
With the girl?
No, actually, it was Sandy Duncan, wasn't it?
Hogan family.
The Hogan family.
Oh.
See?
All right.
All right, take care.
All right.
Give me a call if you hear anything about Johnny Cash.
That guy's scary.
Debbie Schlussel wants to say something.
Hey, Howard.
Fred starts laughing.
Thanks, Fred.
Well, no, that is kind of funny, Deb.
What's funny?
I heard John Ritter's going to play Robin to Jason Bateman's Batman, and Valerie Harper's going to be Catwoman. If they can squeeze her into
Jason Bateman, isn't that Justine Bateman's brother?
That's
the
correct.
girl from Family Ties.
That's it. Family Ties. That's right.
Yeah.
Debbie filled
You're way in on it.
Wow. Oh, anyway, listen, you were those people who are calling in saying that there's no tie between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. I mean, they don't realize it's all the same thing. Saddam Hussein was just another hydra on the five-headed monster of terrorism. And the other thing is, there were four things. We know that the Iraqi intelligence met with Mohammed Atta. Dick Cheney said that again yesterday on Meet the Press. We also know from Osama bin Laden's former lover, Parasula Lampsos, that he met with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. We also know that there was this city called Salman Park in Iraq where they had a body of a plane and they taught people how to hijack it and steer the plane. And also, when they took over the Mukhabarat, which is the security intelligence services in Iraq, they found buried underneath it all kinds of papers that document meetings between Iraqi intelligence and Al-Qaeda, and the name Al-Qaeda was whited out. There's lots of connections.
Well, you're absolutely right, and you made a lot of good points. Thanks, Debbie.
Well, can I just say one other thing, Howard?
Yes.
You said that you think the reason that President Bush is not saying we're at war against this group of people is because he's not articulate. I think it's a different reason. The thing is, he's concentrating a lot on the Muslim vote to get reelected. He heavily campaigned towards this group in 2000, and he's afraid to because he knows that in the United States, their leaders, I'm talking about the people themselves, because the mosques are, and it's very
that's very
radical.
true.
He doesn't
Thank
want
you.
to offend them.
You're very, very right. You're very right. You made sense again, Debbie.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you. That's Debbie Schlussel. What's your website?
DebbieSchlussel.com.
Go figure out how to spell Schlussel. Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks, Howard.
Schlussel.com. DebbieSchlussel.com.
Doesn't that Google search catch you and say to you, don't you mean?
I'm going to get such a letter from her
when she hears
when she realizes.
She won't realize.
Right with that.
She won't realize.
Then we snore through the whole thing. No, but she actually is right.
Yeah, she's always right.
I followed what she said through the snoring, but President Bush won't call it a war because he's got a lot of Arab constituents in this country.
Unfortunately, we have we open our doors to everyone.
Yes, we do. Adam, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Would I be right in thinking you've never read a history book in your life? I'm just guessing, though.
I don't need one.
Well, that's true, because you see, many of your policies are scarily similar to Hitler's. I thought as a half-Jewish man,
that is true, except I'm the Hitler of America. I'm the Hitler of America. I'm for America.
So you're God's chosen people, that kind of thing.
Hey, douchebag, let me tell you something, and don't compare me to Hitler, because I'll come down there and smack you, and I know where you are, too. Don't try to make me out to be the boob. Hitler, and there's a big difference here. These guys went over and blew up our World Trade Center, killing thousands of people. Not hundreds, thousands.
Are you aware that President
Are you aware, saying, I'm Hitler, I'm reacting to that. I understand what's coming down the pike. And if we're going to act like Israel has to with our hands tied, we're screwed. And you better get with it, you fairy. And I hear your fagler right in your voice. I hear it. I know what's going on here.
He's not gay.
Oh, this guy's totally gay.
Oh.
You
are so gay. You never gave oral to a guy?
No, I swear. I've got a girlfriend, I promise.
Yeah, sure.
Fairy.
You never had sex with a man?
Fairy. Yeah, I can swear.
Okay, sure. I bet. You know what? Come down and take a lie detector.
Can I say one more thing?
I wouldn't even care if you had oral with a guy.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that.
Yeah, who cares?
I think on social issues, you're very...
You see, the difference between me and Hitler is I'd allow you to live, even though you're gay.
That's nice. But I appreciate that.
I would support your sexuality.
Yeah. Good man.
Anal might bother me.
Well, as long as you don't have to have it.
Since I'm so hip.
We didn't do anything more.
So I recognize that you're gay. Now you have to attack me. You definitely are gay.
I was just asking.
Why don't you get brave and come out of the closet and stop ruining that girl's life you're with?
You were just off.
Stupid ass. Get lost. Loser. What a loser. Where was I?
I don't even remember. We got into this whole war thing.
You were talking about Judith Regan, mein Führer.
Yeah. Let the bombing begin. Hey, you hear that noise?
Yeah.
That'll sober up a bunch of these people protecting Osama bin Laden. If you do this every day and this is in your life, they'll give them up.
You know what? Truman did what he had to do, man. And everybody got over it.
Well, that is the alternative to spending
billions
of dollars.
Yeah. One big giant nuke. We should make president. You know what? We should make Ronald Reagan president again.
Now that he's
senile. I swear to God, he'd be the greatest to fight these guys because they have no sense.
And he
has no sense.
He dropped a bomb. It might be on Iowa, but he dropped a bomb.
He dropped a bomb somewhere.
That's right. He'd probably kill all of them.
Hey, Joe, you're on the air.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, maybe you should on Letterman mention how wrong you were about that war in Iraq. You know, then you'll get a wild reaction.
Who's wrong about it? I don't think I was wrong.
Oh, my God. Did you see Newsweek? You know, wasted so much money. You're the one who's paying for this war more than anyone else.
So what? I'm fine with it. I think it's a good war. I think it's a just war. I think the war on terrorism...
Just because it costs money doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah.
And rebuilding Iraq? I mean, that's coming...
Yeah, we need to do that.
Beautiful thing.
We need to have a beacon of light in that den of inequity.
Inequity or iniquity?
Iniquity.
We're paying for it right now.
So
we are
it should
paying
be
for
free.
it. Yeah, I know. I guess when terrorists run airplanes into your building, you're not going to have to make some sacrifices.
And it has nothing to do with terrorism. It's
get off my phone, you communist. God damn you.
Guys got to ruin the fun.
Yeah. The only thing we're doing wrong over in Iraq is we're not being aggressive enough. We should be dropping bombs still.
We ended the war too soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Robin. We ended it too soon. We declared victory too soon.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who says, I love your morning show. I'm currently living in Charleston, South Carolina. I listen to you every morning. Just wanted to write to thank you so much for always supporting our troops, no matter where they are and what they're doing. You always say good things, and you're very patriotic. I'm currently in the United States Air Force. It means so much to many of us currently serving to hear you supporting us. Not that many celebrities support our troops, but you always have. Thank you for your thoughts and kind words. Keep the faith. I'll tell you what. This guy who I read sometimes and don't understand what his point is, but I was reading him today, Stanley Crouch,
yes,
in the Daily News made a good point about Iraq. He said, you know, even back in the Civil War, President Lincoln didn't find his general right away that turned things around. In fact, the beginning of the Civil War, the South was pretty good at just coming along and taking pot shots, hit and run, and fighting that kind of war. And then he found, what was the guy's name? Grant.
Lee was the
I couldn't think of it. Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah.
And Lincoln found his Grant and won the war. And he said probably in Iraq, Bush hasn't had time yet to find his Grant. Mm-hmm. But he will probably. He will figure out the way. And most wars aren't always, you know how everyone says, well, Bush should have had a plan for after taking over. Who would have really known? What
they were going to find once they got in.
Yeah, I mean, who would know that there'd be some fighting back and there'd be all these sort of little terrorist attacks? There will probably be a period of time, an adjustment, where they're going to have to figure it out and put in some general who can figure out a game plan to fight this. that the war isn't over yet, and that we haven't probably seen our better days there. So that was kind of optimistic, because it kills me to read these reports of our soldiers, even one of them dying over there. Of course. It's such a pain in the ass, horrible thing.
It's bad.
But I do believe that the mission was needed.
Was justified.
Was justified. I hope I'm right.
Well, the only way we lose is if we quit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We cannot quit now. No, there's no way. I think everybody agrees. Although Howard Dean doesn't seem to. He seems to sort of be running like, hey, I'm getting us out of there.
Ugh.
I got a way to get out.
That'll be great. You know what that will do? Because George Bush said it the other day. If we leave Iraq, it would be a signal to the terrorists that we can be defeated.
I agree with that.
Yep. Something will blow up again, man.
Oh, they'll start blowing up everything.
Even though George Bush doesn't know his left hand from his right hand, I'm following
I think he's
him.
on the money on this one.
He might be right about this.
Somebody told him it was the right thing.
Hey, Angelo.
Hey, Howard.
Hi.
Hello?
Hey, no.
Hey, now. Hey, Howard, I want to find out how you feel about the bombing over there in Saudi Arabia. About time they got the taste of their own medicine, huh?
Yep. Well, you know, the Saudis are trying to play both ends of the stick there, and what they got
caught.
Yeah, what they fail to realize is that, what, you think the terrorists like them? They don't like the ruling family there, the royal family. They don't like them.
They're playing
where their money's going now.
Everybody keeps sitting back thinking they're going to be safe, and they're not. These terrorists are scumbags. Let's rid the planet of them. And I like President Bush's attitude toward terrorism. I do. I know people are saying he should have all the solutions right now. No one should die, and I agree with them. I mean, no one wants to see anybody die, But that's more of that great father mentality, you know, like, oh, somebody should have all the answers if they're going to run the country, like anybody does. Yeah, I think this is a work in progress, and they're trying to figure out what's going on.
And every great skirmish this country's ever been in has gone just this way.
Yep. Hey, I remember when we went into Afghanistan, everyone was screaming right away we were going to be caught in a quagmire.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
and it didn't turn out to be that.
No, we took care of business. Now they got a new government in there. The stupid effing Taliban are out. Bravo. And, yeah, you know, you could second guess. You could say, yeah, Bush should have gotten all the other countries together to help us with the invasion and all.
But that would have taken forever.
Yeah, nothing would have gotten done. I don't know. The Saudis better wake up. Everybody better wake up. I better wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up, white people.
Right. Everybody wake up.
Wake up, white people.
Yes, Rob. Howard. Yes, it's a very complicated case.
Can I change the subject? Can I ask you a question?
All right.
Well, you're always on the Israeli side in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict.
Of course.
Well, I'm curious. I guess I just don't totally understand, but when I read about it, it looks to me like the Israelis keep moving into the Palestinian states and kind of keep the...
Well, of course they do.
Do you know why that is?
I mean, do you understand what's going on? If people keep coming into your country and blowing... Listen, you want the answer?
Yeah.
People keep coming into your country and blowing up things.
So would that stop if the Israelis stop moving?
No, they didn't start moving until they got attacked.
Oh, dude, you got to read the history of this. There was no such thing as there's no such thing as Palestine. There was no country known as Palestine. This is a concerted effort to just get Israel out of that part of the world. This has nothing to. There are so many Arab countries that could absorb anybody who lives in the so-called Palestine.
But why do the Israelis keep moving the border further?
I just told you why. I just told you why. So they're not open to attack. You ever see the size of Israel? It's the size of a peanut.
You know what, sir? You always come down on the side of the United States, you know, as opposed to the Indians.
Well, I just don't. I guess I don't, because the United States is always against aggressors.
No, I mean, we did the same thing here. You know, there used to be Indians in this country, but they never really declared a state or put their hands down on anything. They used to roam around. So we took the country.
Well, how can we back Israel if they're taking over land that wasn't given to them?
You don't hear me.
Because they're being attacked. What part of this is? What part of this? Are you hearing our part of the discussion?
Yes.
Well, I just told you why.
Keep asking the same question.
They can't survive if they're constantly attacked. So you have to expand your border so that you can actually defend yourself. You need natural defenses.
Why would you want to keep the people who are attacking you close by?
Well, I guess
he doesn't know. This is so silly. Who cares? We're not experts. Call a news station.
He just wants to be on the other side, is what he wants to be, because he has no answers. He just keeps asking questions.
Oh, my God.
But the same sort of thing happened here, if you think about it.
Yeah, to my people.
Except we took over a country that was actually populated.
I mean,
Israel wasn't popular. Look at Israel. Israel's a desert.
The Indians were nomadic people here. They didn't have places where they stayed and had, farms and stuff like that. So farmers came and started farming the land, and when they came back, they said, no, you can't come here and set up your tents anymore.
We all get it. Everybody gets it. That's a part of the world that's completely, it's the only part of the world that I know of that believes in going backwards instead of forward. Actually, the government and the religion says, don't have any progress. Women can't vote. Women stay home. Women can't do anything without a man.
Let's get rid of pencils and pens even.
In Afghanistan, women went to school. They were killed. Then you got over in all these countries are run by. In Iraq, we're doomed for one reason. They don't even know. They don't even want freedom.
Well, there's certain people who do, and then there's a whole bunch of others who don't.
They don't even know what to do with it. They're so backward. They've rather be
different tribes that are trying to unite.
Where do you hear tribes? There's no more tribes. You go to Paris and see a tribe, or you go to Germany.
Saddam Hussein was a member of a tribe.
A tribe. This is a huge problem. We're dealing with people to set up a government. They don't even know what we're talking about. They need a George Washington over. I'll tell you who they ought to get to run Iraq. You're going to be shocked by who I think they should get. Saddam Hussein. He's the only one who could tame these people. We should bring him back.
Well, it is the problem of there's too many different factions over there to really have a country.
Of course. It's insanity over there. Where do you see one great invention coming out of there even? It's completely backward. If a guy comes up with an invention, they attack him. He's considered an enemy.
Times in these countries, they'll kill all the intellectuals.
Of course.
The first thing they do is kill anybody who went to school.
Yeah. What did you do before today? I went to school. I'm going to kill you. You learned something. You're dead. You're dead. That's
you
right.
You something, you're dead.
These guys can't even figure out how to get their own oil out of the ground. Why do you read so much? I'm going to kill you. You wrote a book I disagree with. I killed you.
It was much like the whole thing with the killing fields and all that. Remember, the doctor had to pretend he didn't know anything to keep from getting killed?
Hey, Robert, you're on the air. Hey, Howard. Hey, guys. Let me just applaud our president, President Bush, who did something wonderful.
What are we applauding?
Oh, you need to know specifics?
So he's not a piece of S.
No, he's not. He did something really intelligent. In order to rebuild Iraq, it's going to cost... There's going to be about $180 billion or something astronomical like that spent in terms of the rebuilding of Iraq. And he has said to Germany, those scumbags France and Russia, since they didn't join the coalition, you will not be part of the bidding.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday.
You will not be part of the bidding. You're not allowed to bid on any of the contracts for rebuilding Iraq. You don't get to participate.
And they were incensed.
They were incensed. Tough. Yeah. Help out. You're not even helping now.
Or like, we should be a part of this.
No.
But there's money to be made.
Right. Go do business with Saddam Hussein. He's got plenty of money. So, anyway, so those traders will not be allowed to get in on the spoils of Iraq, the good stuff. The Moulin Rouge, and too bad about it. And that's a very ballsy move, because a lot of people are pressuring Bush saying, you know what, we're never going to have peace, we're never going to have a coalition if you don't include that. You know what? No. Tough. Next time be in on that fun.
Oh, the hard part.
Right.
If you want to get on all the fun.
Yeah. I like that. That shows some balls. What I would do. I'd have everybody bowing to me if I was president.
Well, I don't know if that's what you want.
Yeah,
but
I would make the French Prime Minister...
your friends.
I would make the French Prime Minister bow to me when he met with me. I'd say, no handshake. You bow. You get on your knees and you bow to me.
Well, now, you're a real peacemaker, right?
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah. You're going to fix things.
Thank you for recognizing my value. Thank you. Hey, now. Hey, now.
Meanwhile,
I would change the national anthem to, hey, now.
Listen, they're not saying hey, now.
Hey, Joey, you're on the air.
Cool. Hey, Howard, how you doing?
Hey, now.
Hey, what do you think about Saddam Hussein getting caught, man?
Well, I'll tell you what. At first, I thought it was Fidel Castro had been caught. Finally. After all these years, they finally tracked him down.
Were they looking for him in Iraq?
Yeah.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning.
I said, this Saddam Hussein can't be the smartest guy in the world because it really looks like he disguised himself as Fidel Castro, another guy who's probably wanted by more people.
Who's more hated?
Point, man.
I mean, disguise yourself as, somebody beloved.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
The Pope or
Like the Pope. He should have been wearing a big Pope outfit.
Well, literally, he was the ace in the hole.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I was reading in the paper. I'm still trying to figure out. I know that we never could have captured this guy without a tip.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wonder if the guy, whoever turned him in, or is going to get the reward.
Well, it turns out it wasn't a guy.
No, huh?
The rumor is now, just a rumor, not confirmed. It was his ex-wife who got a hold of him and tipped off the authorities. So
and she would be eligible for the money because she wasn't coerced into doing it.
Yes, she would. And I'll tell you what. There you go. Go get married.
Well, wait a minute. You know what? He only had $750,000 left, She had to, think about the kids and get $25 million.
As soon as the dude can't pay her anymore, what does she do to him?
Turn him in.
As much as I don't like Saddam Hussein, it teaches you a lesson.
I'm used to a certain lifestyle.
How is he going to be tried? By a military tribunal?
No.
Right?
He'll be tried in Iraq.
By the new government over there?
Yeah. They'll be fair and balanced.
Oh, yeah. That's what he deserves, though.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be great.
Why should I care if it's fair and balanced?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's great. And what do I think about his capture? It's fantastic. I mean, what I'm hoping this does is calm down those whack jobs over there who insist on destroying whatever good is being done and somehow cuts down on the terrorism. But
well, I'm sorry, it won't do that.
No.
Because obviously he wasn't running anything, and there's a whole group of outlaws over there who still think they should have that country to themselves to be able to run it, even without him.
They still don't get it. They still just don't get it over there.
No, I mean, people just want to live their lives. But it was kind of comical when they caught him because you realized that, He
was supposed to be this big bad dude who was supposed to, die. And
Well,
he's like a comic book villain.
Right. He had a pistol with him. And really, in a situation like that, you don't give a person a pistol to fight their way out of something. That pistol is there for you to take your own life so you don't get taken.
Yeah, like Hitler.
But he was too scared. He's, too much of a pansy to even do that.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, good morning, Howard. I'll see you next time, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
I just, I just hope that these people, when they see him now with his beard and, being inspected for lice, they don't all of a sudden go soft like when one of these women drives their kids into the car, into the lake.
At first you want them to die.
Yeah.
And when it's time for the court case, they get off. Just with a jail sentence.
Yeah, well, in Iraq right now, they're partying like it's 1899.
Well, you know what was funny? They, too, were shooting those bullets up in the air.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then something burst into flames because it was hit by a bullet, like some fuel tank car that belonged to the police station.
Tell you what, if you can't get laid in Iraq today, you're never getting laid.
Yeah, let's go to Iraq for the weekend.
Yeah. When he was deep in that hole, I liked that whole thing, they dragged him out of the hole. And there he was, looking like a big old Santa Claus. Hey, they captured Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And he had $750,000 on him, and he was living in a hole.
And, pretty soon he wasn't going to be living in that hole anymore. The money was running out very quickly to keep people coming to him with food and stuff, I guess.
I'll tell you who I felt bad for on that tape. The guy who had to open up Saddam Hussein's mouth and inspect it. I mean,
go through his hair and
he must have stunk. The breath must have smelled like a dead camel's rotting ass.
Yeah.
His weapon of mass destruction was B.O., turns out.
Yeah, what must he
They said, he was like a clean freak, too. before he, you know, had to start crawling around in holes and stuff, he used to make people take a bath before meeting him.
Yeah.
And then he was reduced to living underground.
I already think we're treating him too good. You know, when you're checking him for lice, let an elbow slip, hit him right in the eye.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Man, I know. We never torture anyone. Hopefully we'll turn them over to the Iraqi people. They'll torture them a little. You know, they know how to throw a party.
Yeah, do a little Mussolini action.
Well, you know, they can start beating his feet and putting electrodes on his genitals the way he used to.
Yeah, I mean, come on. They never do, though. Who the hell knows? Yeah, Cabbie, you're on the air.
Yeah, he actually will be tried. Yeah, he can be tried by a war crimes tribunal because he committed war crimes in like 3 different wars.
Yeah, but that's
Just like
not a military tribunal.
Well, but it's basically the same. It's like, what's his name? Slobodan Milosevic is up against one right now.
Yeah, we can't leave it up to those, you know, backward people to take care of this. I mean...
Oh, yes, we can.
Yeah, we can. They usually hang those people.
Right. They'll do much worse than we ever would.
Exactly. He won't sit in jail for 15 years like a Noriega.
They'll bury him in sand and stone him.
But they won't, like, let him go or something dumb.
Never.
All right, that's what I'm afraid of.
The people they're going to put in power they hate him.
It took a long time to get this dude.
Did you really hear that he got caught by his ex-wife turned him in?
It was in the bottom of an article in the paper today that says the rumor is that it had something to do with information given by his ex-wife.
How funny would that be?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Cabbie. Always good to hear from Cabbie, who apparently doesn't know anything.
Right.
Cabbie don't know nothing. This is Sergeant Kevin Dunn, U.S. military out, sir.
Yes.
Cabbie don't know anything about Samu.
All right, thank you, Dave. Some weird crap in the air today. Anything else in the news, Robin?
Yes, we also still have the problem with Iraq. We were alluding to it before. Now we're trying to develop a government there.
Oh, that's going to be easy.
And part of the problem is the number of different factions and everybody wanting, you know, a measure of the power that's going to come from this new regime. And Henry Kissinger is here with us this morning, who says there will be a problem in Iraq if one religious group decides that it wants to control the new government. C4.
If any one group wants to achieve absolute power for itself, that will lead to civil war and strife of the kind.
They gotta bring back Saddam Hussein to run that country. There's no one that can run it. It's a mess.
Well, the problem with Saddam is he was crazy, too.
Yeah, he's the only one who knows. Like, just give him a salary and say, look, you're working for us now.
Yeah, if he promises to be good.
Yeah, just be good.
Could keep him in check, you know, he wouldn't have any more, wouldn't create any more mass graves.
Yeah. It'll be easier this
using
time.
chemical weapons on people or trying to get nuclear weapons.
We need him back. It's crazy over there.
It is. Well, you know, I had heard before that he was the first and only person who's ever united that country.
Yeah. No wonder he had mass graves. Look what's doing over there. You can't find anybody who can agree on anything. They don't even, going forward is a backward concept to them.
Well, I understand that also that some of the people live as if it's biblical times.
Yeah, and they're completely out of it.
They don't even know about electricity or anything like that.
Fabulous.
So, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
I know people.
They don't even know the government has changed, probably.
People are like, well, President Bush doesn't have a plan. There's nobody on this planet has a plan for that place.
Show us a plan.
A plan.
6 in a row, right, Artie?
Yeah. Saddam Hussein needs one of those Queer Eye makeovers. I'm thinking of that before the trial.
Carson, what should I wear?
What do you think I should wear to the trial to make me more likable?
Well, he needs that etiquette guy, too, you know, to tell him how to win over the jury.
You know what? I'm looking at the pictures of his hole. I'm pissed off he had a fan.
He had it so good.
Yeah, he had a fan. I'm aggravated
Did you see that place he was living in? It looks like he was using a bucket for a toilet.
He's better off.
You know what that reminded me of? Fred's first apartment in Queens.
You look better than I did.
I'm pissed off. He's got to be better off now. We should have left him in that hole.
Yeah, that was pretty ugly.
That actually reminded me of, you know when a lot of guys get divorced? Yeah. And the wife gets the house and the car and everything?
And they wind up in a place like that?
Yeah, except they have a hot plate.
He had a stove, a makeshift sink. He was doing better.
Did he have a stove down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he has it better than a divorce guy. Because most divorce guys have to go live somewhere in a hole with a
one-room shack.
At least you manage to have some money and your wife just takes half and you still have half left. You don't get me started.
Oh, just stop.
All right, show over. I'm going home. Have a nice day.
You're depressing yourself.
Oh. Where's my oven? I have to stick my head in it now.
Hey, Howard, there was an article yesterday in the Post on page 41. It didn't get much play. It's written by some Turkish journalist, and it says, when Saddam Hussein's sons were killed last summer, U.S. forces asked family members to quietly bury these Iraqi notorious sons. Yet it was the Takei's from Saddam's hometown who recently unearthed the royal graves to feed the sons' remains to the stray dogs. Iraqis felt that justice should come from their own hands.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, it's on page 41. It's written by some guy, Avla. I can't even say his last name. I don't even know how to pronounce it.
So Saddam's kids, Uday and Budeh, were fed to the dogs.
Yeah, according to this article. It's about halfway down the page. It's under the Post opinion special. We got him. It's under the closure article.
I hope the Iraqis get to not only, give them one of those 2-second trials. But I hope they get to do like what they did with Mussolini after World War II, like just drag his body through the streets and have fun with it.
Yeah, they may, man. These people sound like they're...
Let them have some fun. I mean, seriously, this guy has gassed his own people. He has murdered his own people.
Murdered, maimed.
He has raped his people. And the thing is that...
Robbed them
of all their oil money, everything, all their natural resources, robbed them of their lives.
Yeah, but can you imagine feeding these guys to the dogs?
The shame is that they were dead.
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah, but geez, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I just wonder if we're going to get all moral and stuff. You know how in this country we always feel bad for everybody, even the worst people. You know how we're always sort of like, we're not going to give the death penalty.
Most of these evil dictators wind up being able to go to another country and live fine lives.
Yeah, well, you never know. He may end up with the OJ
That's right. Milosevic is still on trial. This has been going on for 5 years. So, and he's another, horrible man. So,
hey, you don't have no gift, do you?
I just hope that I just hung up. When he asks for a gift, I hang up.
Yeah.
I'll give you a gift if I want to. Stop it every minute.
But Idi Amin just died, very quietly over in Saudi Arabia after a long life of luxury.
Yeah, which is absurd. He used to cannibalize his own people. Yeah.
It's funny when you see, Hussein, you almost feel sorry for him.
Right. That's what I'm afraid of.
They had a dude on 60 Minutes 2 weeks ago. He spent 11 years in solitary confinement.
Who?
It was a guy that Hussein put in, solitary confinement.
There you go.
11 years in a black box.
Right. So, I mean, I just hope they don't drag this thing out. They get a hold of him, and they said, what could his possible defense be? The only possible defense they can have is to get on there and say, he gets a lawyer, I guess. Mm-hmm. God knows who he's going to get. I want to defend him.
Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran.
Johnny Cochran.
They said the only possible defense that he could have is that the occupation of his country by America is illegal, that he is the leader of a country. They had no right to do this, even though there is no defense. And that
what's that got to do with what he's charged with?
He's
charged with war crimes against his people, gassing people.
In his country, his law is his law.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is, his only defense, which is not much of a defense, I'm not saying it's a good one, but it's the only thing he can claim, is that the American occupation of his country and them trying them, the whole trial is illegal.
That it's a bogus trial.
It's a bogus trial.
That he shouldn't even be on trial.
That's right. And the only other thing he could possibly do to wrangle his ass out of this is to give us the ultimate information, if he does have it, which is to bargain for two things. Give us all evidence of the weapons of mass destruction, which Bush now says he doesn't care about. He doesn't even care.
I don't think he has any bargaining chip.
That's right. Oh, yes, he does. His one bargaining chip they're talking about. If he could hand over the one person who is most wanted in the world.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
He doesn't know where he is, thank goodness.
Yeah. So they're saying that that's the only thing that he could bargain for if he has information is the capture of Osama bin Laden.
And then we should say, even if he does that, we'll kill him before the dogs eat him.
Right. Yes, Ken.
Howard, the capture of Saddam Hussein was absolutely an entirely staged event. They had him for weeks. They waited till it was most expedient for the best photo ops. They kept him in a cave for a couple of weeks. Listen, The Muslims,
Who is this guy?
Why would they... Ken, first of all, let's ask a couple of questions, because you're a fascinating man. Because I know a couple other people who have conspiracy theory. They're always fast with the conspiracy theory.
Why did you call weeks ago and say, I know where Saddam Hussein is?
Why would this week be better than 3 weeks ago?
I'll give you a couple of reasons. Number one, it's what they've been calling the December or the Christmas present or surprise, that they're closing their administration out for the year on a bang. Number two, half the Iraqi... Hold on, you asked.
Why would they risk losing where he is?
You're saying they had him captured.
They had him in a hole.
Oh, boy.
Listen, you want the reason?
How do you know this?
Who do you think is smart enough to plan all
Why would
this?
he have this information? Are you a member of the CIA or something?
Can I give you a couple more reasons?
Yeah, but how do you know this?
I'm giving you... Look, I don't know...
You don't know.
You don't know.
Listen, you asked me the reasons. Listen, let me give me the reasons. You set me up like an idiot, and I'm going to tell you why I believe it's true. Because, number two, half the American-trained Iraqi army was quitting left and right, and they needed something to save face. Number three, they're sending this criminal James...
So why would they wait 3 weeks? What you're claiming is they had him for 3 weeks, and they decided to hold it off because they needed to wait for Christmas to close
the
out
most opportune moment. And look, I'll give you one more prediction.
You're insane. You're insane, Ken, to have a life like yours.
You're acting as if you know this is a fact, and you know you don't know anything.
This is like a game of Dungeons. You should be a dungeon master because you make up stories. It just doesn't make sense.
That guy's every bit of... Look, do you believe it was a rubber turkey that he was taking pictures of when he was over in Iraq in the airport?
I got to go. I can't take it. I can't take it.
Do you know how many people believe this stuff? I mean, I hear this stuff
everyone.
all day long.
President Bush has said he wants to see Saddam Hussein die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I don't think is a pronouncement the president should be making.
Why?
Because now we're going to put the guy on trial. And if that happens, everybody's like, well, the president wanted it that way.
Yeah, well, I guess he can't control his emotion when it comes to Saddam Hussein. But, you know, I mean, let's try him and then kill him. That's what the president's saying.
Well, yeah, and you're not supposed to say that.
That's all right.
You're trying to teach the area about democracy and justice.
He's got a thought, though. He's saying, listen, the guy raped. He has rape rooms. He murdered his own people.
Yeah, but the whole point is putting him before the world court and exposing him for what he is. Let that play out without all the commentary.
See, we're all starting to react to all this politically correct crap. How the Arabs have set the agenda over there. You are biased against us. You have no right to say anything about the way we live. You have no this, you have no that. So now we're even having this discussion. The president shouldn't say he'd like to see Saddam Hussein killed.
Well,
let me tell you something, because we're worried about what they think.
Hold it. No, I'm not worried about what they think. Here in this country, the president does not say what he expects for every criminal who goes on trial.
No, this one he does. This is a war that we fought. This is like commenting on Hitler. It's the same thing.
And if Hitler had been brought to trial, he should have just been brought to trial. World leaders shouldn't have been saying, well, we hope he gets killed by
yes, they should.
No, they shouldn't.
They can weigh in with what they think. And let me tell you something. They're there to sway public opinion. And let me tell you something.
That's not what they're there for.
Yes, they are. And let me tell you something. We're at war. Don't kid yourself. And when you're at war, you make your comments. But I tell you what, the agenda now is set over there. You people don't ever consider that we are human beings and we know what to do. We will tell you what we will do with Saddam Hussein. Shut up. You can't even defend yourselves against Saddam Hussein. When Saudi Arabia was being invaded, they're all crying over there, oh, come help us, come help us.
It wasn't Saudi Arabia, it was Kuwait.
Well, whatever.
Is there a difference, Robin?
And I'll tell you what. They cry for us when they need our help. They need our money. They need our support. They need our technology. They need our cars. And we're so afraid to offend them. Oh, we don't want to offend you. We understand you have a different way of life. Screw you. Let's take over. We'll run your goddamn country for you. And you know what? We'll kill Saddam Hussein for you, too, because you're too much of a pussy to do it. I love it. I love when the president speaks out.
Well,
good for him. He hit a home run with this getting to Saddam Hussein.
That he did, but he should keep his mouth shut about what happens to him now.
I like what he did.
I love that they announced that the CIA is going to be questioning him. But, once again, we're going to question him nicely.
Yeah.
And I am offended that we're oftentimes more worried about the rights of people who would try to kill us. They were, there are a whole bunch of lawyers chomping at the bit to make us change the way people are labeled over in Guantanamo.
Right.
All those people we brought over as prisoners of war. They're like, how can we get to those people? Their rights are being violated over there. They were going to kill us.
Right. "60 Minutes is the coolest show." Gary saw it, and he told me that he was watching some kind of report they did, how, like that Halliburton company that's getting all the business in Iraq, you're not allowed to do business with Iraq at one point, so...
Halliburton was the only company.
Yeah, but even when we had the ban on working with them, what they do is they set up a business branch in the Cayman Islands.
A dummy company?
Yeah, or something like that. I don't know if it was Halliburton or another company, but all kinds of shenanigans.
That's how those people get around those embargoes and bans. They go to another country and set up a company and work out of there.
Hey, Gary, tell me what it was again.
You're not allowed to do business with what our country calls rogue countries, which is Libya and Iraq and all that stuff. So what Halliburton did was they set up something in the Cayman Islands, but they said that doesn't have anything to do with the Halliburton that we know in this country.
Yeah.
But it does.
Right.
It is.
And 60 Minutes proved that. So the one in this country isn't doing business with Iraq. The one in the Cayman Islands is doing business with
That's
Iraq.
Dick Cheney's company.
Exactly.
Right.
How is it his company?
He would have done that.
He was the CEO of the company for like 6 years. He stepped down only when he became vice president.
Yeah. What kills me about all of this is that we're over in Russia telling the Russian president that he's wrong for locking up this businessman he took away everything from him because...
Well, I think he thought the guy was getting too powerful.
He did. And he just decided, imagine the guy woke up being a rich guy, doing well.
He had worked his way, because at one point in Russia, you couldn't own anything.
Right.
So when the communism fell, this guy managed to get himself a business and make himself the richest man in Russia.
Yeah, and so the president, and he's also a critic of the president, Putin, and the Putin just locked him up.
Yeah.
Locked him up. So, I'm sitting there laughing about how Colin Powell's over in Russia telling them that that's a terrible thing when in this country alone, I've been a victim of this, when the FCC fined us $1.7 million, Mel and Infinity Broadcasting said, we're going to go to court and challenge this. We don't think we're doing anything obscene. Well, once the FCC heard we're going to fight it, they stopped letting Mel do business. They literally closed them down. They would not approve any of the purchases, no licenses. Yeah. And they strong-armed him into paying the fine. They would not go to court.
He had to sit down and negotiate.
They would not be humiliated by any businessman. And let me tell you something, they could have ruined him. And they threatened to ruin him. It was the same exact thing our government's doing to businessmen all the time.
I always thought the greatest line where somebody said that when Mel paid that money, he should have left it on the steps of the Supreme Court in a brown paper bag and small bills.
Yeah.
It was a pride.
Yeah, it was a payoff.
And Mel was willing to go to court. He was willing to pay the money to prove the principle so we wouldn't have any of this nonsense anymore with obscenity.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't allow it.
Did you see, I don't know if you did this last night. I went on AOL just to check my email.
Right.
And, they always have that little screen up there and they have the little news things. They give you 2 or 3 pictures and they have some news headlines. Your picture popped up.
Yeah, because a guy, Bubba the Love Sponge, got fined. AOL had my picture up. My daughter called me. She goes, Dad, your picture's on AOL. I go,
That's
why?
what I was looking at. I was like, what's that all about?
I told you, as soon as one of these guys gets in trouble, they all put up Howard Stern's picture.
Yeah, because I don't know what Bubba the Love Sponge looks like.
Well,
but
nobody
I know
cares
what
about
you
him.
Look like. And so all of a sudden I'm like, oh, my God, what have we done now?
Bubba the Love Sponge is a DJ who's probably down south, Florida, who wallows in obscurity, who gets away with saying all kinds of dirty things because the FCC looks the other way. They don't care about him. But finally, I got to say, at least I'm happy the FCC went after him and after these other guys.
Well, reading this article, it was frightening.
Made it seem like...
Frightening because what was happening was the FCC fined Bubba, the Love Sponge, and all of these Congress people were applauding them for doing it and saying, we want you to continue to we're going to be watching you to make sure you continue to strictly and stringently regulate to protect our children from pornography
what a bunch of BS.
Obscenity and indecency.
Yeah, what a bunch of BS.
You can watch Friends, which I watch sometimes with my kids.
You know how many children are dying in this world?
Right.
There's so many sexual references on Friends at 8 o'clock at night.
What do you think? Kids aren't watching HBO?
They were saying that, too. They were saying, we are shocked that television has not been fined.
Yeah.
What about that?
Well, here's my point. They're entitled to feel that way. But let the case go to court, and let's see what the law of the land is.
Who are they?
Yeah, who are these people? Just quote Jerry Seinfeld.
Hello?
Forget about it. You go into, but here's the funny thing. We're over in Russia. This is why the rest of the world hates us. We keep saying, why does the world want to blow us up? Because we keep telling people how to live their lives, and we don't live them in a stellar way. We don't live them in any kind of exemplary way. All we do is preach that we have the honest system. It's much better here in America. It's the same exact situation what's going on in Russia. It is corruption to the highest levels of government. When Dick Cheney is out playing golf with a Supreme Court justice who's about to rule on something in his interest, don't tell me there isn't corruption. And then, the rest of the world goes, oh, those Americans, they love to tell us how to live.
All right.
And
really, then look at them.
Who are we to tell anybody how to live? Who are we to tell anybody how to live when this kind of crap goes on? Oh, you're not going to pay these fines? You want to go to court? We're going to shut down your business. Well, wait, aren't I entitled to a day in court? Nope. Man, think about it. Think about how there is no difference. They would have locked up Mel Karmazin. They would have locked up just like Putin is doing to this businessman. I can't even pronounce the guy's name.
Putin.
No, not Putin. I mean the other dude.
The other guy.
Yeah, he's got a name that doesn't have a vowel.
One of those real Russian names.
Yeah. If he was a cab driver in this country, he'd fit right in.
But you know what really is sad to me is legislators piling on for their little, moment of getting their name in the paper.
Yeah.
Saying, yes, the FCC is absolutely right. We're going to be watching them to make sure they continue to do this.
Yeah. Do what?
Crack down and run roughshod over silliness.
Yeah.
And that's Joe Lieberman's whole thing, too, right?
Yeah. Oh, Joe Lieberman. Thank God he's...
Yeah, he's busy running for president and losing.
His big thing is he's going to clean up the airwaves, too.
Hey, by the way, I want...
Yeah, it was...
Speaking of reality shows, why didn't Artie tell everybody he was going to be on that big fat fiance asshole? That guy looks just like Artie.
That's what I hear.
You see that guy? I think the guy is mimicking Artie's Bravo show when he was with the faggots, acting like a crazy madman drunk.
I didn't watch my. I got to hang up on this.
I haven't seen it yet.
Sounds like Howard Dean last night. Howard Dean went ballistic.
Yeah, I haven't heard that yet.
Well, you know what? It's kind of silly. They had the Iowa caucuses. Howard Dean was the front runner all along, and then all of a sudden he lost his mojo at the last minute. Everybody sort of woke up and said, gee, he can't beat Bush. And they voted for Kerry, who, as I've explained in the past, is a very good candidate. Also a guy who's almost been groomed his entire life to become president. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you read this guy's life history, he's got the John Kennedy hero thing, Vietnam, saved the guy's life.
One out of their hats the other day when they had the guy he saved
make a speech
and meet him and then give a speech and join the campaign.
Yeah, a little embarrassing, huh?
I know. I was like, man.
But they'll do whatever. Hey, I saved the guy's life. Bring him up here, make a speech.
Drag him up here. He owes me.
But he's a good candidate. He's got a lot of years in the Senate. People like him. He's for the war in Iraq, which makes sense to me. People just like Kerry, and also the fact that he was a war hero. He's got that over Bush. Bush ain't a war hero. He can't drag anybody up and say they saved his life. Maybe he helped to revive a guy who was passed out on coke when he was in college, but that's about it. But Kerry jumped back into a boat or something and saved the guy who was being shot at, and the whole thing. So he's got the whole hero thing going. So he's a good candidate. So he went. Howard Dean in the newspaper today they're saying Howard Dean had a meltdown over the fact that he came in third in the Iowa caucuses. But I'm listening to the tape. He didn't have a meltdown.
Oh, it's not that bad?
No. That's the New York Post. I think they just hate him. You know what I mean?
Because I was like, ooh, he was ranting? Let me hear this.
He's just screaming he's trying to get everyone charged up and saying, listen, man, this ain't over. We're going to win this thing.
All right.
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan.
Everybody said he looked weird when he was doing this, but
I'm sure he did. To get all this out, it takes a lot.
I mean, it's really weird. You know how we always complain that, like, candidates don't get emotional ever and they don't, get charged up and they're all the same and robotic? So now in the paper they're saying the guy was ranting. I don't think this is a rant.
Yeah, he's a hothead is what they were saying.
Yeah, they're saying he's a hothead and he's crazy. He's yelling and screaming. And I'm like, well...
Makes you question whether he can run the country.
This speech, what he's doing right now is making people question whether he can run the country.
That's crazy.
And they're going to try and ruin the guy because he went, we're going to win. We're going to do it.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
I think that noise. Is that the noise they're goofing on?
Maybe.
Yeah! Maybe he is nuts. They needed you there.
We're going to Montana, Michigan, Arkansas. Fire!
We will not give up. We will not give up in New Hampshire. We will not give up in South Carolina. We will not give up in Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Clear your throat.
Michigan. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
I don't know. Was that a meltdown?
Oh, they got a quote in here. Some Republican pollster saying he's crazy.
Crazy? Well, I mean, because he's out there saying, look, we came in third place. It sucks, but, man, come on. Let's get out there and...
But there must be some more to this speech because there's a quote here saying, I'll see you around the corner, around the block.
Yeah, there is more.
In Massachusetts and North Carolina and Missouri and Arkansas and Connecticut and New York.
Yeah! At least he knows all the states.
We're going to take the White House back. I'm the son of Lucifer.
Go for it, Howard.
Beelzebub. We're taking back Michigan, Arkansas, New Jersey, California. Fire!
It does sound like him.
Exactly what.
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Larkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and New York. We're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. We're on the highway to hell. We will not give up. We will not give up in New Hampshire. We will not give up in South Carolina. We will not give up in Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. We will not quit now. We will be back for ordinary Americans. And we're going to win in Massachusetts and North Carolina and Missouri and Arkansas and Connecticut and New York and
And then he peed on the crowd. Which is pretty cool.
I've got big balls. You got big balls.
So they're describing it as some sort of meltdown. I'm waiting for the big meltdown tape, and it's hardly a meltdown.
That's hilarious. You should play that music.
It does. It works perfectly.
Yeah, we're going to take back the country. This is Satan. Nice and serving Satan.
So they're making a whole big deal, you know. But Kerry is the guy who's supposed to win, and then he, you know, it's kind of... It's just poor timing. And Dean was the front runner for so long that everyone got sick of him. And now
well, he was a front runner without a vote, though.
Yeah.
Without a real vote on anything.
He got clobbered because Kerry got like 37%.
38% to
What was
Edwards?
John Edwards got
32.
32. John Edwards, I don't even know who he is.
They say that Edwards might be the real big winner because he had no money, and they think his campaign's going to have legs.
Now it all comes down to New Hampshire.
And Dean only got 18%.
Richard Gephardt got out of the race.
Yeah, that's a good thing. They got rid of him.
He got rid of him. He's like the whitest white guy I ever saw, Richard Gephardt. He's like,
Is he almost albino?
he is an albino.
He's a bit of a snorer, too, when you're talking.
Is he? I don't even know anything about these guys.
Kind of boring sounding,
Yeah.
Gephardt.
Well, Gephardt didn't know what to do, so he hired, I was reading this article, he hired a whole bunch of dudes to do research. So they get all the undecided voters, as many as they could find, men who are undecided, and trying to figure out, what are you looking for in a candidate? What do you want? Because we could be that. So they sit these guys down. They go, we're looking for a guy, like Howard Dean. He's the front runner, and we don't know. Like, he talks real fast, and, he doesn't seem like he could beat Bush. And the next guy they interview, he's like, well, we want, like good jobs and stuff. So,
I don't know what they want.
So the point is, if they spent all this money, no one knew what they wanted. It really comes down to sort of who's the guy you'd want to hang out with the most.
Charismatic.
It really is like a high school popularity contest when they vote for president. So you're telling me if Dick Gephardt talks slow and gives you a job, you'll vote for him? Well, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm saying that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Howard Dean's married to a Jew. Excuse me, where'd that come from?
I'm married to a Jew! Get ready for the Jew marriage!
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. The White House!
Yeah!
Read that, Justin.
We will not give up.
That's perfect. We will not give up.
We will not give up in South Carolina. We will not give up in Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma.
He just needs music.
I mean, yeah.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words.
Who's got to be happy as hell is Bush.
I'll tell you something about Howard Dean, more than any of those other candidates. But again, I just say, right now I'm leaning toward voting for Bush with all of his foibles.
Drawbacks.
With all of his drawbacks. But one thing I'll say about Howard Dean, he revitalized the Democratic Party. He came out when all these guys, no one even cared.
Nobody cared about him.
And he comes out and he goes, I'm against the war, and I'm not afraid to say it, and all you rest of you guys, you all voted for the war, and now you're acting like you didn't. Let's keep it real, because I'm keeping it real. And then, people started to take note of a guy who, isn't sounding like all the other guys. He started to make some sense for people who are anti-war.
Well, at least he kicked up some dust and got some press.
And he got all these other guys to start talking a different rhetoric. He focused the Democratic Party on what needed to be focused on, evidently.
They should thank him.
Oh, please. He totally got this whole thing going.
Because they didn't really know what to attack when they started.
Nope, they were completely rudderless. They had no point of view. And Howard Dean came out with a very strong point of view. And what people were shocked by, the reason he went up in the polls, don't forget why. He was very honest about how he felt about things. People like that. So then when he started to become the front runner, they freaked out. Oh, we better not talk so much. We better be serious. We better not, voice our opinions. All kinds of things.
Well, he got hammered. Everybody just focused on him, all the other Democrats, and they started pointing out what was wrong with him.
So now they're saying he cracked. I don't think he cracked. I think he basically showed that he, again, isn't a very controlled sort of candidate.
He's not a career politician, apparently.
He's not a puppet. So I say, come on. I mean, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Because I'm keeping it real.
Let's keep it real because I'm keeping it real.
You're not kidding.
Hey, now.
So did you talk this person down, or did they make any...
Yeah, no, I mean, they have their point that the Super Bowl is something they tune into because they think it's going to be wholesome family entertainment.
Yeah, they can watch that with their kids safely.
Yeah, guys beating the crap out of each other is okay. Right. So, there's a low expectation for any sort of nonsense or
sexual content at least, I guess.
That's right. So people are pissed about that. But, I mean, this shouldn't be that shocking. I think all these adults carrying on is where kids... I don't even think kids would have noticed their boobs sticking out.
But that's what I was saying. When you say, I don't want to have to discuss that with my kid, it's your uptightness you're talking about. The kid hasn't experienced anything yet.
In fact, give me some sort of musical background while I talk about all the things that are going on in the world while we're talking about Janet Jackson's boob. Give me a sort of an ironic kind of music. I'm going to be pointing out irony right now. Here's the reality check. An 11-year-old girl got grabbed right off the streets by a psycho, and there's a videotape of it from a surveillance camera.
Yeah, there's what is that alert called? An Amber Alert.
Amber Alert. 11-year-old girl grabbed right off the street. Where's the music, Fred? Quickly.
He's still looking for ironic music.
I'm still looking for...
Forget ironic, just music.
Ironically, he's looking for the ironic music.
This may
to make my point, I'll even do it like
totally
this.
Suck.
Hold it here. That's good. I can work with that. I can work with anything. Check. While the country has been busy discussing Janet Jackson's breast...
Don't do it with that. That's terrible.
No.
We can't hear you.
No, this is just the intro. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a producer.
All right, go ahead.
I'm an executive producer.
You can't hear this stuff.
While the country has been worrying about Janet Jackson's breast, an 11-year-old girl was grabbed right off the street. They just found a deadly poison in the Senate office building. Bush and North Korea aren't getting along too well, and they're stockpiling nuclear weapons for years. We still have troops in Iraq losing their lives, looking for weapons that don't exist. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars of your money to fix this problem. People are dropping dead left and right from stress because they're working around the clock and they can barely make ends meet, and they still have time to worry about Janet Jackson's breast. You don't even see people screaming and hollering and making the front page news complaining about women with breast cancer. All we're focused on is that one boob.
What about our light sockets and manhole covers electrocuting us?
Over 30 locations found yesterday of manhole covers that will electrocute you if you step on them. While we were worrying about Janet Jackson's breasts.
I believe this is going to create new technology, Janet Jackson's breast.
Yeah, it is actually. They're going to now be able to, bleep the Grammys visually.
A video delay is being worked on.
Yeah, they got scientists working around the clock. While we're worrying about Janet Jackson's breast, your kid is going to see dozens of naked or half-naked women looking through a magazine while you're standing in line at the supermarket, just on the cover of the Inquirer, when they show hidden cameras of Gwyneth Paltrow's ass and boobs. Come on. Give me a freaking break.
Janet Jackson has apologized again. She has spent the last 2 days apologizing.
Well, because she's desperate.
Yeah.
She looks like an imbecile. I ain't saying it was the right thing to do. It's what, even this show has its place, and we do it, and people know what to expect. When you go on the Super Bowl, people expect G-rated entertainment. That's what they expect.
It really was the wrong place to do it.
She's just trying to be like Britney Spears and Madonna. She got carried away, and she's making a stupid ass. Hey, guys, could you knock off the crap with the computers so I can see my phone callers? I don't know. I got to get rid of John. He's my problem. He's my headache. What are you doing, you retard? And I'll give you another prediction that the FCC in years to come is going to look really stupid over this Janet Jackson thing. Yes, it was inappropriate, so what? Get on with your life and move on. This is starting to disturb me to the point that I was leaning toward voting for President Bush, but I'm really starting to look hard at the Democrats, and I'll tell you why. He's the guy appointing the head of the FCC. He's the guy who's creating this environment of conservative hypocrisy, as if a breast could actually alter the way a child is raised. The coarsening of America. Big effing deal. Raise your kids well. They'll be just fine. Sit home with them.
Well, the thing is that people want television to raise the kids.
Yeah. Do their homework with them, and I guarantee you they'll be okay. They'll just love you for that.
They just want to leave them in front of the TV.
But, this whole thing with Janet Jackson is so nutty. I'm starting to take a hard look at the Democrats, and I really started to look at one candidate, and that's John Edwards. I didn't know a lot about this guy, and I'm trying to learn about him. I'm wondering, what is his story? A trial lawyer, a very articulate guy, bright guy. Mm-hmm. If he debated Bush, it would be all over, because Edwards is he's a professional speaker. I mean, he's as good as you get. Any trial lawyer, if you ever see trial lawyers, they're unbelievable. They can just screw with you. They can screw you. He got multi-million-dollar, settlements out of stuff. I mean, this guy can throw you a rap. I'm disappointed in this right-wing stuff. I'm really concerned about the economy.
Well, you know what? You say that, and yet I've noticed that you vote for these right-wingers.
Who did I vote for in the last election?
Last election, didn't you vote? You didn't vote for George W.
No, you did.
Voted for Al Gore.
I voted for Al Gore. Who did I vote for before that?
Clinton.
That's right. Twice.
Well, that's, he was the only choice.
All right, but I didn't vote for right-wingers.
You have voted for Ronald Reagan, though, in the past. He started all this mess.
I don't even think I was voting him. No, I guess I was. I think I voted.
You did, too.
But no, I don't think Ronald Reagan started a mess. I think that...
He was the anti-abortionist, would always call into those anti-abortion rallies. He started this attitude of sort of kowtowing to the right wing.
Bush has recently approved... I'm just trying to think about this. He's improved some bills and benefits that I don't even know how we're going to pay for as a country. We don't still have the money. I believe after the election, it's going to be a huge collapse. And every financial person is predicting this, conservative and liberal. They're saying we're in for some really bad times, like we've never seen before. Like talking about catastrophe. And I'm starting to get nervous. And I'm trying to be open-minded about Bush. I like what was going on with the war. I like all that stuff. But could another guy handle the war?
Another guy will have to if he gets into the office.
Maybe I'm putting too much into that. I don't know.
Maybe we should be thinking about home for a change, not what's going on in the rest of the world.
Maybe. I don't know. But I'm starting to get disillusioned. And I'll tell you what clicked for me after this Janet Jackson thing. I know, and I see this guy Michael Powell, Colin Powell's son, going wild with the fines, and it's really creepy when Republicans who are saying we want less government, when they're really getting into the censorship thing in a big way. Now they're upset because a woman bared her breast. They're doing a full investigation. Where does that end?
Well, that's the silliness of it.
I mean, where is my taxpayers' money going? I don't support this investigation. I don't really care. I got bigger fish to fry than this ugly 40-year-old boob sticking out on TV. Who cares? It's not going to make a difference. It's silly.
But it's much like the Howard Dean scream. I can't believe a whole campaign was brought down.
That's right. It was.
By that.
It was.
And are you telling me now that this election is going to turn on a boob?
Well, I'm looking at Kerry and I'm looking at Edwards, and I'm really taking a hard look.
Good look at Kerry.
Yeah.
Because he looks like the guy you're going to have to look at anyway.
Kerry, he's got a war record, which they play up, and I don't know that makes a difference.
I've heard some strange things, though, even in that arena. He came back from the war, became anti-war, and protested Vietnam, and did a bunch of things, which I don't have a problem with. But he seems to have forgotten all of that, and he's now Mr. Pro-military.
Yeah, well, this guy Edwards is kind of interesting. I was reading an article on him in Rolling Stone that was kind of interesting. Yeah,
I'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah.
He just... he's the southern candidate. He really doesn't have much awareness in the northern states or the western states.
I don't know much about him, but I'm trying to learn.
I don't know much about them Yanks.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyway,
but we do need to get some jobs going here, get this economy going.
Hey, Mike, you're on the air.
Hey, I really despise censorship. I despise that the Department of Justice has spent $8,000 to put drapes over a bare-breasted statue in the Department of Justice.
It's an insane country that thinks that all of our problems stem from people seeing breasts of Janet Jackson.
or saying certain silly words.
Poo-poo and pee-pee hole, and I mean...
literally put drapes on the statue.
Well, it's as absurd as bleeping a discussion of a 2-year-old tape. For
You know what I like, though? The way the British get around it, in some of the British comedies, for the F word, they say feck. For the S word, they say shite, and it's all over television.
Yeah, well, I mean, and by the way, what's the difference? Those words are in every household in America.
It's just like the Onion talking about friggin'.
Well, I like when
George Bush is such a great man, and he's so, he's so moral. Grew up, he was doing drugs, he was drinking, he was cursing. I mean, and he turned out fine. He's president of the United States. What's his problem? He's got an
he's a liar.
He's got an FCC that's going crazy. I mean, what is he doing? What's he busy with? It's a war going on.
I'd like to correct one thing you were talking about earlier with his draft record. Robin, you kind of hit it there a little bit. It's not that he got into the Guard to get out of Vietnam. It's that he was AWOL from the Guard for 8 months.
Lots of guys were AWOL from the Guard.
They didn't even show up.
I know. Richard Cohen wrote a column today. He said, listen, the president's got to be honest. Kerry's going to hammer away at him and say, you were in the National Guard. You got in because you're the son, at the time, of a congressman. You had privileged situation. The president can't keep pretending that he served his country during the Vietnam War.
He's just like everybody else.
He's not. He got a great break, and nobody is taking umbrage with him that he avoided the draft. But be honest, you avoided the draft. Anybody who got into the National Guard in that era was a son of a fortunate man.
But he avoided the Guard.
Fortunate son, rather. And
nobody was really there were a lot of people who didn't actually serve in the Guard even. They just
that's the point.
A lot of people. Richard Cohen said he was in the Guard. He used to skip all his Guard meetings and still get paid. Everybody did it because there was no point to go into them.
Right.
You could travel and legally get out of the appointment.
And everybody got an honorable discharge.
So I'm saying if George W. wants to have a go at this election, Kerry's going to nail him if he keeps sticking to his guns about how he wasn't fortunate and how he sort of got out of serving. Anybody who got to serve in the Guard during Vietnam, I was alive then. I mean, I remember what was going on.
Cakewalk,
yeah. You were given a free pass. You got to, George says, I supported the Vietnam War. Well, you supported it, but you hid behind the guys who actually went and fought. And that's the bottom line.
He says, I would have gone if they had called.
And by the way, it's a silly issue. Just be honest about it. Say, yes, of course I took it. It was a crazy war. People were getting killed. And I didn't want to die.
Even your dad said, get your ass in the National Guard.
But you got to be honest, or else he's going to end up in an endless debate about this, and people are going to tag him with it. So for anyone out there who's like, well, I guess President Bush lied to us. You know what? Yeah, he lied to us.
Because you need it.
You need to be lied to because you need a reason. The reason was 9/11.